Chapter 320. Yi Tianzong had obtained the intermediate disciple legacy, which included 108 types of great mystiques, 365 types of formations, as well as a vast number of pill formulas, weapon forging methods, and other legacies that could be used to increase one's strength and influence. At the same time, there was also a set of mystique techniques similar to the 9 refinements of nirvana that could increase one's origin and potential. After obtaining the legacy, Yi Tianzong spent the next 100 years comprehending the 3,000 heavenly laws of heaven and earth of the profound spirit world with the help of his status as a world lord. On the other hand, he digested the various mystiques and techniques that had been passed down, deriving his own heavenly expanse mysterious scripture. During Yi Tianzong's peaceful cultivation, he did not forget to create and perfect a technique for the Hao Ranjin sect that could allow one to cultivate to the godly king stage, the Haoran's Heavenly Dipper catalogue. Furthermore, he chose 18 of his own mystiques to be the foundation of the Hao Ranjin sect. In the 20th year after Yi Tianzong became an intermediate disciple, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, who had accumulated enough experience, passed through the heavenly tribulation and heavenly law net, and advanced to the godly king stage with 27 types of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. Ling Xinyu and Xinyu had both cultivated the 9 refinements of true God, and their potential were second only to Yi Tianzong. In the immortal mansion, they could manifest the 3,000 heavenly laws of heaven and earth of the profound spirit world. In addition to the huge trial array that Yi Tianzong had spent a lot of resources to set up, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu definitely had the strength to advance to the godly king stage with 27 types of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. Furthermore, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu were not like Yi Tianzong, who had comprehended too many heavenly laws and had to snatch them from the Sea of Origin for his own life. Both of them had obtained the recognition of the Sea of Origin and obtained 27 strands of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. After cultivating the 9 refinements of true God, the strength of their divine bodies and souls could easily withstand the pressure of 27 strands of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. While Ling Xinyu and Xinyu were cultivating their godly king physiques, in the 50th year after their breakthrough, Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, Su Mengshan, and the others had accumulated enough experience. They could not advance in the 6th heaven of myth realm, and finally broke through to the godly king stage with 10 types of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. With the successive breakthroughs of Yi Haoran and the others, including Yi Tianzong, the Hao Ranjin sect now had 10 godly king experts. In the profound spirit world, they were the supreme overlord, the ruler of heaven and earth. Even if all the other forces combined, they would not be a match for the Hao Ranjin sect. In a medium-class world like the profound spirit world, the strength of a godly king was a supreme existence, at the top of the world. If a godly king expert wanted to do evil, then it would bring unimaginable damage to the world. However, despite the risk, no medium-class world would restrict the birth of a godly king. This was because the promotion of a godly king had to pass the test of the Great Thousand World. Once one passed the test of the Great Thousand World and successfully advanced to the godly king stage, then the medium-class world they were in would also receive the blessings of the Great Thousand World. The strong would always be strong, and this was more suitable for the world. The more experts there were in the world, the stronger the world's ability to resist danger. The world would have more potential and opportunities to become even stronger. Because of the successive breakthroughs of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the others, the profound spirit world had obtained the source energy of the Great Thousand World's heavenly Tao, causing the profound spirit world's recovery to greatly increase. The world was also swallowing and spitting out an endless amount of primal chaos qi, slowly expanding. But for now, after the profound spirit world recovered to its peak, there would not be any more divine king experts born for a long period of time. Don't look at how Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the others advanced to godly king so easily. In reality, there were many factors involved. Firstly, because of Yi Tianzong, these people did not lack cultivation techniques, divine abilities, resources, secret techniques, and so on. Furthermore, because they cultivated the 9 revolutions of true God secret technique, whether it was in terms of talent or potential, they were stronger than the genius disciples of the supreme forces of the Great Thousand World. Secondly, they followed Yi Tianzong step by step to break the seal of heaven and earth, developing the Haoranzhen sect from a small sect to the current Colossus and Supreme Overlord. All of them received the favor of the will of heaven and earth, and their luck greatly increased. Furthermore, as Yi Tianzong's family, they also shared some of Yi Tianzong's luck. How great was Yi Tianzong's luck? It was simply unimaginable. Especially after Yi Tianzong became an intermediate disciple of the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong's luck skyrocketed again. Even if it was only 1/10 of it, it was enough to allow a great emperor expert to advance to the Celestial Master Realm. Ling Xinyu, Shen Yu, Yi Haoran, and the others were the closest to Yi Tianzong. They shared some of Yi Tianzong's luck. In addition to the favor of heaven and earth, as well as the top-notch conditions in various aspects, all of these factors combined to advance to the godly king realm. The profound spirit world was still in the process of recovering, and the luck of the world itself was not at its peak. Originally, it was unable to support the birth of so many godly kings. At the peak of the mythological era, after hundreds of thousands of years of development, the entire profound spirit world only had 15 godly kings. The main reason why Yi Haoran and the others were able to break through was because of Yi Tianzong's support. Yi Tianzong only had 300 years to become the master of the world. Thus, Yi Tianzong planned to stay in the profound spirit world and use his status as the master of the world to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth until the 300 years were up. However, even though he was calmly comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong did not want the profound spirit world to be a pool of stagnant water. Yi Tianzong wanted the profound spirit world to become more active. He wanted the profound spirit world to have more possibilities, to make the world stronger, and to give birth to more experts. After all, he would eventually enter the Great Thousand World. The profound spirit world would be his headquarters. The stronger it was, the better. Thus, under Yi Tianzong's research, after spending 50 years, the All-Life Heavenly Net was born. The All-Life Heavenly Net was created by Yi Tianzong using a large amount of Emperor-level materials, Divine King-level materials, as well as countless other materials and resources. He also borrowed the power of heaven and earth to create it. The main body of the All-Life Heavenly Net was a spirit-profound jade butterfly with a circumference of 10,000 li. It had 3 functions: deduce, purify, and store. It was actually a cultivation version of a supercomputer that could purify negative energy. And the All-Life Heavenly Net was equivalent to the modern world's internet. The All-Life Heavenly Net was connected to the will of heaven and earth. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, it could communicate with all living beings in the profound spirit world that had complete consciousness. All living beings in the profound spirit world could use the All-Life Heavenly Net to browse the corresponding content for free. For example, a Wu Zongjing martial artist could browse the All-Life Heavenly Net for free. All the cultivation knowledge, martial techniques, and secret techniques of the Wu Zongjing world were available. At the same time, cultivators could upload some of their own thoughts into the All-Life Heavenly Net. If the content was shocking enough, they could obtain merit points. By paying the merit points, cultivators could browse the content that they did not have access to. At the same time, they could borrow the Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly's deduction ability to help them deduce the most suitable cultivation method. The Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly could record and store the thoughts and countless knowledge of all living beings in the world. It could also filter out the negative thoughts and feed the remaining thoughts that were beneficial to the development of heaven and earth to the will of heaven and earth. This allowed the will of heaven and earth to borrow the thoughts of all living beings to evolve at a rapid speed. There were no side effects to accelerating the development of heaven and earth. In the entire All-Life Heavenly Net and the Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly, Yi Tianzong always had the highest authority. Chapter 321. The Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly recorded and stored the thoughts and ideas of all living beings. Not only was it extremely important to the will of the world, but it was also extremely important to cultivators like Yi Tianzong. The wisdom of all living beings was endless. From the most basic martial disciple realm to the myth realm, every living being in the world had their own insights. With these insights, anyone would be able to find something useful to themselves, thus strengthening their foundation and having a higher chance of breaking through. Yi Tianzong had the highest authority in the Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly, and it was also the highest authority that could never be removed. He could change the authority of anyone else at will. Below him was the will of the world, followed by Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the others. Below them were the God King experts who would appear in the future. Below the God King experts were the 6th layer of the myth realm, the 5th layer of the myth realm, and so on. Yi Tianzong's goal was to use the All-Life-Net Skynet to strengthen the communication between all living beings in the world. From there, more thoughts and ideas would collide with each other. This would allow the entire profound spirit world to bloom, gathering the wisdom of all living beings and promoting the progress and development of the world. And he only needed to periodically harvest the thoughts and ideas of all living beings in the spirit profound jade butterfly, and then evolve them. He would definitely be able to obtain a huge harvest. After creating the All-Life-Net Skynet, Yi Tianzong first uploaded his own understanding of the various realms and things to pay attention to in the All-Life-Net Skynet. Then, he told his thoughts and the use of the All-Life-Net Skynet to Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the other higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect. After the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect discussed the pros and cons of the All-Life-Net Skynet, they finally decided that everyone in the Haoranzhen sect would be connected to the All-Life-Net Skynet. Then, except for the core secrets of the Haoranzhen sect, the cultivation manuals, martial skills, divine abilities, formations, alchemy techniques, pill recipes, refining techniques, and so on would all be uploaded to the All-Life-Net Skynet. The content that was uploaded to the All-Life Skynet would not only be rewarded with a large amount of merit points, but others could also view the content after paying the merit points. The Haoranzhen sect was now the undisputed supreme overlord of the profound spirit world. The disciples of the Haoranzhen sect were basically invincible against those of the same level. Of all the powers in the profound spirit world, who did not want to become an existence like the Haoranzhen sect? Who did not want to obtain the powerful secrets of the Haoranzhen sect? Currently, countless of Haoranzhen sect's secret manuals had been uploaded onto the Universal Skynet. As long as one spent some merit points, they would be able to browse through them openly. Who in the entire profound spirit world would be able to resist such a temptation? No. After everyone in the Haoranzhen sect used the All-Life Skynet for a month, the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect and the 10 great sacred lands who received the news also connected to the All-Life Skynet. Then, after another 3 months, Yi Tianzong used his power as the Lord of the world to let all living beings know of the All-Life Skynet's existence. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In the past 100 years, the All-Life Skynet had long become an indispensable part of the cultivation and life of the profound spirit world. Countless cultivators in the world, because of the countless knowledge in the All-Life Skynet, had more possibilities and a higher limit of growth. At the same time, they exploded with endless potential and creativity. Countless divine abilities, secret techniques, martial skills, alchemy techniques, pill recipes, arrays, and so on were improved and optimized by the wisdom of all living beings. They became more perfect, more beneficial for cultivation, more powerful and mysterious, and the cultivator's foundation became deeper and stronger. Now, in the profound spirit world, the central plains, the southern wasteland, the northern border, the western regions and the boundless ocean were connected by countless super teleportation arrays. There were even more than 100 teleportation arrays in the void. Between the regions and cities in each region, there were also countless large teleportation arrays, medium teleportation arrays, and small teleportation arrays that were connected. At the same time, in the skies of the central plains, the southern wasteland, the northern border, the western regions and the boundless ocean, there were countless flying artifacts that carried people flying in the sky at all times. Every first-rate force and above had built their own battle fortresses based on their own ideas and concepts, and deployed sect protection arrays and so on. With the All-Life Skynet as a platform, countless cultivators communicated with one another. Every day, there were many cultivation techniques, martial skills, divine abilities, pill recipes, and arrays that were improved and created, giving everyone more choices and opportunities. As for the living beings who improved and invented new cultivation arts, martial arts, pill recipes, and spell formations, they were also rewarded handsomely. With the All-Life Skynet, all forces, and cultivators knew that it was not advisable to just cultivate in seclusion. Only by interacting with one another could they have more ideas and insights, and have a broader future. All living beings in the world benefited. As the center of the world, how could the Hao Ranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong, and the others' benefits be any lesser? The Hao Ranzhen sect had the most elite, and most well-rounded talents in the entire profound spirit world. Under the stimulation of the all-life Skynet, after 100 years of development, their strength, foundation, divine abilities, and cultivation techniques had reached an unimaginable level. Without mentioning anything else, just the 4 sky-level battle fortresses, which were above the Lingyun level, were enough to prove the Hao Ranzhen sect's strength. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of the Hao Ranzhen sect's strength. The Hao Ranzhen sect was still the absolute overlord of the profound spirit world, and its strength and position were even stronger and more stable. Yi Tianzong had the highest authority in the all-life Skynet and the profound spirit jade butterfly. Every 10 years, he would use his divine sense to explore the profound spirit jade butterfly and absorb the thoughts of all living beings as his resources. After 100 years, Yi Tianzong had not only completely digested the inheritance he had received, but also consolidated his foundation. He had derived the contents of the Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture to an even more perfect level. More than half of the 108 natural laws had been comprehended to the mid-stage God-King level, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Ling Xinyu, Shenyu, Yi Haoran, Su Mengxin, and the other God-King level powerhouses had also absorbed the resources of all living beings. Their cultivation had become smoother and smoother, and their advancements were very fast. Their early-stage God-King level was very stable, and they were moving towards the mid-stage God-King level. At the same time, Hao Ranzhen sect had more and more 6th heavenly stage powerhouses, and there were already more than 100 of them. Because of the all-life Skynet, the profound spirit world had also been purified and filtered by the profound spirit jade butterfly. It had received the support of all living beings, and the speed of the evolution of the world had greatly increased. The power of the will of the world had become stronger and stronger. In just 60 years, it had returned to its peak state during the Legend era, which was 150 years earlier than the 200 years that it had been estimated to take. Yi Tianzong could clearly feel that the profound spirit world and the will of the world had undergone an indescribable and wonderful change. It had become more active and full of vitality. Some of the natural laws that had not reached 70% of the profound mysteries had also become more profound under the constant evolution of the world. The efficiency and speed of the world membrane's absorption of the boundless chaos chi had been increasing. Although the increase was very small, it was still increasing. Under Yi Tianzong's control, the profound spirit world was developing in a better direction, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. This was the result that Yi Tianzong wanted to see. Chapter 322. On this day, Yi Tianzong, who was cultivating in seclusion on the spirit profound jade butterfly, opened his eyes and looked at the endless primal chaos outside of the profound spirit world. Is there still 30 years until it's time? It's time to prepare. The world this time is not simple. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. 50 years ago, Yi Tianzong had received a hint from the will of heaven and earth. He knew that a powerful middle world was approaching the profound spirit world. When the time came, the two worlds would most likely cross paths. In the endless primal chaos of the myriad worlds, countless small worlds, middle worlds, and great worlds were floating in the primal chaos. They were constantly in a state of movement. However, generally speaking, a great world would suppress an area of boundless primal chaos. Within the area of influence of the great world, many middle worlds and small worlds would be born or attracted, forming a group of worlds. These middle worlds and small worlds that were attached to the great world's radiation would drift irregularly within the entire group of worlds. Occasionally, there would be 2 or more worlds that were close to each other, or even connected. And when 2 worlds were close to each other, there was a high possibility that war would break out. This was because between worlds, they could continue to grow stronger by devouring or merging with each other. From the feedback of the will of heaven and earth, the world that was gradually approaching was also a powerful middle world. Furthermore, it was a world that was rapidly developing towards its peak. It had more than 10 divine kings. The wills of the two worlds that were close to each other would have a mutual connection that transcended time and space. They would obtain some general information about each other. The will of heaven and earth of the profound spirit world could obtain general information about that world. Similarly, the middle world that was approaching would also be able to obtain general information about the profound spirit world. With a wave of his hand, a jade slip appeared. Yi Tianzong stored the information about the approaching world and some other information into the jade slip. Finally, he added the order to prepare for war. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip disappeared into the void. After a moment, there was a spatial fluctuation. The upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect who happened to be in the Haoran Great Hall received Yi Tianzong's jade slip. Today, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect were all of the new generation that had grown up. The original upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect, such as Yi Haoran, had all retired behind the scenes 30 years ago. They quietly cultivated and became the supreme elders of the Hao Ranjin sect. They were the ultimate foundation of the Hao Ranjin sect. The new upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect were all at level 4 and level 5 of the mythical realm. They were all the children and direct disciples of the previous upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect. Of course, Yi Tianzong had also become the sect leader of the Hao Ranjin sect after Yi Haoran. However, as the strongest existence in the Hao Ranjin sect, Yi Tianzong did not manage the affairs of the sect. He only asked about the situation periodically. Anyway, in the entire Hao Ranjin sect, no one dared to deceive him. The new disciplinary hall master was Yi Tianzong's cousin, Yi Xianlin. He was also the son of Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian. Yi Xianlin was born 200 years ago. Thanks to the powerful strength of Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian, Yi Xianlin had a divine body when he was just born. His aptitude was very outstanding and his starting point surpassed countless geniuses. In order to prevent Yi Xianlin from going astray, Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian were very strict with Yi Xianlin. However, Yi Xianlin did not disappoint Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxuan's teachings. His character was firm and upright. When he was 200 years old, his cultivation had already reached level 5 of the mythical realm. Furthermore, he had cultivated the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of true God and comprehended 7 types of laws of heaven and earth. His foundation was very solid. As long as there were no accidents, it would not be a problem for him to become a divine king. The jade slip that suddenly appeared in the main hall of the Hao Ranjin sect puzzled all the upper echelons of the Haoran sect. It was not because someone would harm them. What a joke! In the profound spirit world, who would dare to? Who could threaten the Hao Ranjin sect? This jade slip could only be sent by someone in the sect. Furthermore, it was sent by the sect leader or one of the upper echelons of the sect. Looking at the jade slip in front of him, Yi Xianlin was stunned for a moment. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. After browsing through the information in the jade slip, under the curious gaze of everyone in the main hall of the Haoran sect, Yi Xianlin said solemnly, "This is sent by the sect leader." Hearing Yi Xuanlin's words, all the upper echelons of the sect in the main hall of the Haoran sect straightened their bodies and looked solemn. Yi Xianlin looked around and continued, "The sect leader said that in the boundless chaos outside the world, there is a powerful middle world that is approaching our world. In 30 years, it will arrive at our world's location. When the two worlds meet, there is a high possibility of a world war. Moreover, there are more than 10 divine kings in that world. It is a world that is growing rapidly. When the two worlds meet, they can devour each other to grow stronger. I believe all of you know that. Therefore, the possibility of a world war is almost 100%. The sect leader wants us to spread the news to everyone in the world and prepare for war. If it is not a very dangerous situation, the sect leader will not take action. We will have to deal with it ourselves." The test hall master, Yun Tian, said excitedly, "Haha, it is just an enemy that is similar to our world. What is there to be afraid of? There is no need for the sect leader to take action. We can deal with it ourselves. Humph. After lying low for so many years, we can take advantage of this world war to test our achievements. There are also some bastards who think that they can challenge our Hao Ranjan sect's rules just because they have the all-life nets above, snares below. They are so reckless. We can take advantage of this world war to clean up a group of forces with ulterior motives. The training hall master, Li Qingyun, said, "That's right. We have been developing in a low-key way all these years. Many forces have forgotten the dignity of our Hao Ranjan sect. We have to teach them a lesson. Moreover, with the strength of our sect now, we can only show our strength in a world war. For those forces in our world, I don't want to boast, but none of them can fight. Those people are still proud of themselves. Really." After listening to everyone's opinions, Yi Shenlin said, "Well, since that is the case, let's spread the news to the world. Maybe when the time comes, we will have to participate in the battle personally." Under the publicity of the Hao Ranjan sect, in just one day, all forces in the Central Plains, Southern Wasteland, Northern Borderline, Western regions, and the Boundless Ocean were informed of the arrival of the extraterrestrial world 30 years later through the all-life nets above, snares below. And all the forces immediately issued a war mobilization order to prepare for the upcoming war. With the all-life nets above, snares below, after 100 years of development, all the forces in the mainland and the ocean had greatly increased in strength. When one's strength was strong, they could not stay idle. If they could not stay idle, they would look for something to do. However, because of the rules of the Hao Ranjan sect, any force could fight on a small scale, but they could not fight to the death. Therefore, most of the forces were suppressing their anger. Now that they heard that the extraterrestrial world was coming and that a world war was about to break out, all the forces who wanted to vent their anger finally had a target. They were all suppressing their anger and preparing for the war, looking forward to the arrival of the world war. On the other side, in the endless chaos outside the profound spirit world, in an extremely distant place, an extremely huge world was moving in the direction of the profound spirit world. This world was very huge. It was almost the same as the profound spirit world that had recovered to its peak state. At this moment, at the peak of this huge world, there were 20 abnormally powerful existences gathered. These existences were all God King experts. Among these 20 God King experts, the strongest 4 had already reached the late God King realm. It seemed like they had comprehended 2 types of heaven and earth laws. According to the information transmitted by the will of heaven and earth, we are approaching a powerful world. There are more than 10 God King experts in that world. That world is also constantly growing. It cannot be underestimated. Among the 4 strongest existences, a man wearing an Emperor Divine crown on his head, holding a golden Emperor sword in his hand and wearing a golden divine robe said, "God Origin King, are you afraid? Since you are afraid, why don't you withdraw? This time, after devouring that world, your God race will definitely submit to my nether race." Another God King with a powerful evil aura, wearing a black divine robe, holding a white bone scepter and wearing a blood-red divine crown said, "Nether King, are you courting death?" The dignified man called God Origin King said coldly to the person who mocked him with sullen eyes, "All right, now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. Let's think about how to destroy that world with the smallest price and obtain more benefits. Vast Sea King, what do you think?" Among the 4, another God King with an aura not weaker than God Origin King and Nether King said. He was a heaven demon king from the demon race. The last of the 4, the God King known as King Han Hai, said, "Heavenly demon monarch, you are right. Now is not the time for internal strife. Once the target world is devoured, you can fight to the death however you want. In that case, let's mobilize all the forces of the world to prepare for war. This world cannot be underestimated. I don't want to die in this war." Heaven Demon King turned and left after saying that. Following his departure, the 20 God Kings also returned to their respective clans and gave orders to prepare for war. Chapter 323. The profound spirit world and the nearby world were preparing for war with all their might. The internal atmosphere of the 2 worlds became tense and restless. Time flowed slowly. Under the nervous and expectant mood of the 2 worlds, 30 years had passed. The 2 worlds in the endless primal chaos finally met. The profound spirit world and the equally powerful middle world were relatively still in the primal chaos. Under the control of the will of the two worlds, a huge spatial tunnel with a diameter of 5,000 li was formed. Yi Tianzong was on the profound spirit jade butterfly in the 9 heavens of the profound spirit world. He looked at the world on the other side. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong's golden eyes of illusion breaker directly saw through the barrier between the two worlds. He saw the 20 divine king experts on the other side and the endless army that numbered in the billions. Luo Yu world? It seems that the other world is stronger. However, our world is not much weaker. This war will take a long time. It seems that if I don't make a move, it will take at least 10 years before it ends. However, this is also good. The profound spirit world needs war to strengthen and level up faster. The Hao Ranzhen sect also needs to experience war to truly grow and develop further in the future. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. After the spatial tunnel between the two worlds was connected, the various major powers in the profound spirit world could not hold back anymore. They all controlled their battle fortresses and took the lead to enter the spatial tunnel. They were the first to attack the Luo Yu world. In the spatial tunnel with a diameter of 5,000 li, the Hao Ranzhen sect's 4 sky suppression level battle fortresses and 20 Lingyun level battle fortresses, as well as 300 sky suppression level and Lingyun level sky patrol battleships activated all their defenses. They took the lead and advanced towards the Luo Yu world. Behind the Hao Ranzhen sect's troops were the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect and the 10 great sacred lands. The Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect and the 10 great sacred lands all obtained the complete method of building Lingyun level battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships from the Hao Ranzhen sect. Now, each of them controlled 15 Lingyun level battle fortresses and 200 sky patrol battleships, following behind the Hao Ranzhen sect. Behind the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect and the 10 great sacred grounds were their subordinate forces, as well as the other sacred grounds and super forces in the profound spirit world. In just 2 minutes, the spirit profound world's army passed through the huge spatial tunnel and was about to enter Luo Yu world. At this moment, 10 streaks of light suddenly flew out from the 4 fortress of Hao Ranzhen sect. They were Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and Su Mengxin. A boundless and terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, shaking the huge spatial tunnel and spreading for tens of thousands of miles. Yi Tianzong had already informed them of the general situation of the Luo Yu world. Their target was the 20 God King experts in the opposite world. As long as they delayed the God King experts in the opposite world, the rest would be left to the other forces in the profound spirit world. The 20 God King experts seemed to be a lot more than them. However, Yi Tianzong told them with certainty that the strength of both sides were about the same. Furthermore, the will of the heaven and earth in the opposite world had already been suppressed by the will of the heaven and earth in the profound spirit world and Yi Tianzong. Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran and the rest did not need to worry about being suppressed by the opposite world. They could use their full strength without worry. God King experts were the strongest in the middle world. They were fully deserving of being called supreme overlords. With a single thought, their divine sense could sweep through hundreds of millions of miles of heaven and earth. When they reached the exit of the spatial tunnel, Ling Xinyu and the rest already knew that the opposite world was waiting for them. As long as they showed themselves, they would be attacked violently. The moment Ling Xinyu left the spatial tunnel, she crushed a god talisman. This god talisman had 70% of Yi Tianzong's strength sealed in it. The moment Ling Xinyu and the rest appeared, the 20 God King experts of the Luo Yu world and the countless troops that were waiting for them launched their attacks. The god talisman that Ling Xinyu crushed had already swept towards the living beings near the spatial tunnel of the Luo Yu world. An attack with 70% of Yi Tianzong's strength was equivalent to the combined attack of at least 5 peak God King experts who had comprehended 10 types of laws. Such a destructive power, after neutralizing the combined attack of the 20 God King experts and the countless troops from the Luo Yu world, the aftershock had even wiped out millions of living beings from the Luo Yu world. What? How is this possible? Oh my God! The living beings from the Luo Yu world were stunned. They could not believe what had happened. Even the 20 God King experts had ugly expressions on their faces. However, Ling Xinyu and the others didn't care about the people in Luo Yu world. After the 9 of them left the spatial passage, they immediately sensed the powerful auras of God Essence King, Hell King, and the other 20 God Kings. Without any hesitation, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu faced off against the strongest God King, Hell King, Heavenly Demon King, and Hanhai King. The remaining 16 early and mid-God King experts were left for Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the rest to deal with. Facing Ling Xinyu, Xunyu, and the rest of the 9 God Kings, God Origin King, Hell King, and the rest of the 20 Luo Yu World's God Kings did not shrink back. They started fighting with Ling Xinyu, Xunyu, and the rest. The two sides left the spatial tunnel and fought in the endless skies of the Luo Yu world. Their powerful strength shook the heavens and earth of the Luo Yu world. God King, Hell King, Heavenly Demon King, and Hanhai King were the 4 late God Kings. The more they fought with Ling Xinyu and Xunyu, the more uneasy they felt. They were clearly 2 early God King human women, yet not only were they able to fight on par with the 4 late God Kings, but they were even becoming fiercer and fiercer as they fought. They seemed to be suppressing them. They had been God Kings for tens of thousands of years, yet they had never imagined that they would encounter a situation like this. There were also the other 7 early God King humans. Their strength was off the charts. The 7 of them were fighting with the 16 God Kings from the Luo Yu world. They did not give way to each other. Just what kind of world was the other side? How could there be so many monsters? How did they cultivate? They originally thought that they could devour the other side's world and use the increase in the world's source energy to break through to a higher realm. They never thought that it would be so troublesome. They might even be devoured by the other side. While Ling Xinyu, Xunyu, Yi Haoran, and the others were fighting with the God Kings from the Luo Yu world, the Spirit Profound World's army had already entered the Luo Yu world through the spatial tunnel. With the Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Land Sky Suppression and Lingyun battle fortresses leading the way, they defended against the combined attacks of the Luo Yu world's army. The other battle fortresses were not to be outdone. With a full force attack, they wiped out a large portion of the Luo Yu world's army. Although the countless armies of the Luo Yu world had their own trump cards and weapons, such as the God Crashers, Sun Shooting Crossbows, and so on. However, in terms of grade and power, they were far from being comparable to the Sky Suppression and Lingyun battle fortresses. With the battle fortresses rampaging through the Luo Yu world's army and destroying their formation, the Spirit Profound World's army continued to charge into the Luo Yu world's army and fought with the living beings of the Luo Yu world. At this time, the difference between the living beings of the 2 worlds was reflected. Because of the existence of the all-life nets above snares below, the living beings of the Spirit Profound World had countless cultivation techniques and martial skills that were publicly available. There were also various cultivation experiences and guidance, and all of them had greatly increased their strength. Facing the living beings of the Luo Yu world, every Spirit Profound World's martial artist could fight against 2 or even 3 of them at once. As more and more armies entered the Luo Yu world, all the forces of the Spirit Profound World gradually stabilized their positions and firmly controlled the area of 10,000 miles around the spatial tunnel, firmly resisting the counterattack of the Luo Yu world. All the Myth Realm experts from the Spirit Profound World were fighting to the death with the Myth Realm experts of the Luo Yu world in the sky. They did not allow the Myth Realm experts of the Luo Yu world to approach the spatial tunnel. As more and more armies came from the Spirit Profound World, the battlefield around the spatial tunnel grew larger and larger. The area of tens of millions of miles around the spatial tunnel was filled with countless battle fortresses, Myth Realm experts, Wusheng level experts, and Wuzun level experts. They fought until the sky and earth lost their color, the space shattered, and the sun and moon lost their light. Wuzun level and Wusheng level experts fell like dense raindrops on the vast battlefield. The living beings of the Wuzun level and below had countless casualties. Blood and killing intent soared into the sky. Chapter 324. Yi Tianzong, who was in the source of the profound spirit world, opened his eyes once again and looked at the Luo Yu world. Then, he took a step forward and a golden light paved the way. Yi Tianzong crossed an endless distance and went straight to the last stronghold of the Luo Yu world. Ever since the profound spirit world and Luo Yu world met and the war broke out, 10 years had passed. The war was nearing its end and it was time to end it. The living beings of the Luoyu world were weaker than Yi Tianzong imagined. To be exact, they were even more disunited. In these 10 years of war, the profound spirit world had used all their strength and pushed forward step by step in the Luoyu world, causing the native forces of the Luoyu world to retreat. The races of the Luoyu world continued to surrender to the forces of the profound spirit world. For example, the humans of the Luoyu world were the first to surrender to the profound spirit world. Because the humans of the Luoyu world did not have a god-king expert, their status was low and they were often bullied and suppressed by other races. When they saw the decline in the war between the profound spirit world and their own world, they were the first to surrender to the Haoranzhen sect. After the humans surrendered, the elves and the flying feather race, who had a good relationship with the humans, also surrendered to the Haoranzhen sect. The flying feather race was the same as the humans, they did not have a god-king expert. Only the fairy god of the elves was an early-stage god-king expert. Regarding the surrender of the three races, the Haoranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect and the 10 Great Sacred Lands discussed the pros and cons and agreed to the surrender of the three races. With the example of the humans, elves, and the flying feather race, many races of the Luoyu world surrendered. As for the races that surrendered, under the decision of the Haoranzhen sect, some accepted and some did not. After 10 years, a total of 20 races surrendered. The remaining races of the Luoyu world were all within the attack range of the profound spirit world. The number of lives lost in the war between the two worlds could no longer be accurately calculated. It could only be roughly estimated that the profound spirit world alone lost more than 100 billion warriors and more than 20,000 Myth-realm warriors died. Now that 10 years had passed, the forces of the profound spirit world had already conquered more than 90% of Luoyu world's territory. There was only one last piece of ocean left. The 12 surviving god-king experts of Luoyu world led the final 30 billion soldiers to a perilous land in the depths of the sea. They relied on the terrain and layers of defensive arrays to make a final struggle. After 10 years of god-king war, other than the elven god-king who surrendered, 7 of the remaining 19 god-king experts were killed by Ling Xinyu and the others. Now, there were only 12 god-kings left. If it wasn't for the fact that the Luoyu world's god-kings were always fighting with Ling Xinyu, and the others, the 19 god-kings might have already been killed. God Origin Monarch, who was wearing a divine crown and had a dignified aura, said in a somewhat desolate manner, "This is our final resting place. I don't know how long we can last." Right now, his archenemy Underworld King was not in the mood to argue with him. In the battle with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, the Underworld King was too arrogant and had his shoulder cut off by Xinyu's sword. If it wasn't for the God Origin King, Sky Devil King, and Hanhai King, the Underworld King would have died. However, because time was tight, the Underworld King did not have time to use the power of the Law River to heal his severed arm. So, the Underworld King only had 80% of his strength left. The Underworld King looked at the God Origin King with a complicated expression. In the end, he seemed to have made a decision. He faintly said to the God Origin King, "I hope you can resolve our crisis. There's no other way." Hearing the Underworld King's words, the Hanhai King and Sky Devil King were a bit confused. However, the God Origin King's expression was one of shock and then joy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the God Origin King said, "You've decided?" The Lord of the Underworld said as if he had seen through life and death, "Do we still have a choice? Those otherworldly god kings will not let us live. This is the only way that still has hope. Come, I hope you can bring hope to our world." Under the confused and shocked gazes of the God Origin King and the God Origin King, the God Origin King and the Underworld King became one. They formed a giant black and white cocoon of light. The black and white cocoon of light slowly spun. Every time it spun, its presence became stronger. Heavenly Demon Monarch and Hanhai Monarch finally remembered a rumor. Origin God Monarch and Underworld Monarch were originally one entity. They were the first deities to be born in this world. Once they fused together, they would become the lord of this world and become invincible. At first, they thought it was a joke. Now, it seemed that it was not a baseless rumor. It was actually true. If it were any other time, Sky Demon Monarch and King Han Hai would be worried about Elemental God King and Underworld King fusing together. But now that they were on the brink of death, Sky Demon Monarch and King Han Hai couldn't wait for Elemental God King and Underworld King to fuse together. Thus, the two of them acted as guards to protect the combined black and white cocoon of light. Outside the perilous land in the depths of the sea region, the endless army from the spirit profound world occupied the vast sea region. All the mythical powerhouses, the battle fortress, and the endless army formed a joint attack formation. There were also Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, and 9 other God King powerhouses. They were all attacking the vast ocean imperial array in front of them with all their might. The vast ocean heaven controlling formation was a supreme defensive formation that the God Origin King set up with the help of the other God Kings. This formation could absorb the endless power of the ocean to defend against all attacks. As long as the ocean was endless, the formation would continue to exist. The spirit profound world's endless army, battle forts, and Ling Xinyu had been attacking with all their might for 2 days. But the vast ocean heaven controlling formation still did not budge. The Hao Ranjun sect's array tools hall master frowned and said, "This formation uses the endless ocean as its source of power. As long as the attack does not exceed the defensive limit of the formation in one go, we can only continue to exhaust it. According to the size of this world's endless ocean, even if we attack with all our might for a month, it would still be useless." Hearing the array tools hall master's words, all the leaders of the major forces in the spirit profound world had ugly expressions. It was impossible for them to give up on attacking. The two worlds had been fighting for so long, and it was not just for the sake of benefits. There was an irreconcilable hatred between them that could not be stopped. Although the tortoise shell in front of them made them feel very uncomfortable, they could only continue like this. There was no way out. Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the other 9 God Kings did not have any good ideas. Although they were unhappy, they could only attack the vast ocean heaven controlling formation with all their might. The army and experts of the spirit profound world were unable to break through the defense of the vast ocean heaven controlling formation in a short period of time. The creatures of the Luoyu world inside the formation also heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was only temporary, it gave them some leeway to buffer their nervous and fearful feelings. Just as the army and experts of the spirit profound world were facing the full attack of the vast ocean heaven controlling formation, a ray of golden light shot out from the depths of the sea. Wherever the golden light passed, the boundless seawater would churn and surge. It actually separated into 2 sides, revealing an endless sea road that was tens of thousands of feet wide. This kind of earth-shaking movement immediately attracted the attention and vigilance of the army and experts of the spirit profound world who were attacking the vast ocean heaven controlling formation. They immediately stopped attacking the vast ocean heaven controlling formation and looked at the end of the sea road with vigilance. At the end of the endless sea road that was paved with golden light, an incomparably powerful and dignified golden figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. That golden figure was so inconceivably powerful. It was as if he stood at the end of the world, at the peak of the world, suppressing the universe. An invincible supreme aura swept across the heaven and earth, and no one could raise the thought of resisting. Seeing this figure, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu's cold and beautiful faces revealed loving smiles. Yi Haoran, Su Mengxian, and the others revealed happy smiles. Yi Xianlin and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect were overjoyed. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "Welcome, Sect Master." After Yi Xianlin and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect shouted to welcome the Sect Master, all the experts and disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect proudly shouted, "Welcome, Sect Master." That orderly and mighty voice made all the army and experts of the spirit profound world clearly know that the person who came was their world's supreme expert, the heaven's mist divine king, Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong softly grunted, but everyone could hear it clearly. Then, Yi Tianzong did not say anything. He just stood at the end of the golden sea road and pointed his finger. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Tianzong's finger became tens of thousands of feet long. With a dazzling golden light, it seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. It touched the heaven-controlling formation of the vast ocean that they were helpless against. So easily, without any hindrance, under the incredulous gazes of everyone in the spirit profound world, and under the horrified expressions of the people of Luoyu world, Yi Tianzong's finger broke the vast ocean imperial array. Then, the 100,000 feet long finger exploded, destroying the array foundation of the vast ocean imperial array, killing millions of experts of Luoyu world who were guarding the array, and severely injuring 3 divine kings. Yi Tianzong's golden eyes of illusion breaker saw through all obstacles and directly saw the black and white cocoon of light that was fusing and transforming. With a little calculation, Yi Tianzong understood the origin of the black and white cocoon of light. If the divine origin king and the netherworld king were to fuse into one and become the supreme god of Luoyu world, then when the time comes, they would join forces with the will of Luoyu world, which was already forced to a dead end. It would definitely bring him and the spirit profound world a lot of trouble. Therefore, Yi Tianzong did not want to let the black and white cocoon of light succeed, so he decisively made his move. In order to be foolproof, Yi Tianzong used the law of time and the law of space at the same time. Yi Tianzong stretched out his hand and a 100 feet long golden hand appeared out of thin air. Then, it tore through space and appeared directly above the black and white cocoon of light. First, the law of time and the law of space made the black and white cocoon of light, as well as the heavenly demon king and King Hanhai guarding it, unable to move. Then, Yi Tianzong's 100 feet long hand seemed to transform into a boundless heaven and earth as it directly sucked the heavenly demon king, King Hanhai, and the black and white cocoon of light into its palm. The entire process was completed in an instant. The heavenly demon king, King Hanhai, and the black and white cocoon of light did not have any time to react or move before they were all captured by Yi Tianzong. Just now, Yi Tianzong used a great divine ability that he had inherited, the world in a palm. It was very powerful. Looking at the heavenly demon king, King Hanhai, and the black and white cocoon of light that were sealed in the world in a palm, Yi Tianzong did not care. He was not in a hurry to deal with them. Instead, he looked at Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the rest, as well as the upper echelons of the Haoranzhen sect, and said softly, "The array has been broken. I'll leave the rest to you. I still have to deal with the world will of this world, so I'll take my leave first." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he transformed into a golden divine light and headed straight for the origin space of the Luoyu world. There, the world will of the spirit profound world was having a final battle with the world will of the Luoyu world. Yi Tianzong wanted to complete this process as soon as possible. After Yi Tianzong arrived, he attacked with all his might. In just an hour, the world will of the Luoyu world was completely devoured by the world will of the spirit profound world. Chapter 325. Luoyu world's will of heaven and earth was destroyed and devoured. The entire world was now in the bag. All that was left was for the profound spirit world to completely merge and devour the entire Luoyu world. Yi Tianzong did not stay for long. He once again appeared and told all the forces in the profound spirit world, 5 years later, the worlds will merge. While there is still time, plunder everything that needs to be plundered. You must leave Luoyu world within 5 years. After saying that, Yi Tianzong once again returned to the profound spirit world under the golden path. 5 years passed quickly. The army and experts of the profound spirit world first completely destroyed the last resistance of Luoyu world. Then, they raced against time to plunder the entire Luoyu world. Luoyu world's countless resources were divided among the forces of the profound spirit world. Every force that survived the war received generous rewards. Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the other God King experts, after destroying all the God Kings of Luoyu world, returned to the profound spirit world one after another. After fighting with the God Kings of Luoyu world, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the others seemed to have experienced quite a bit of baptism. They were completely familiar with the God King's power and battle methods, and had accumulated experience. After all the army and experts of the profound spirit world returned to the profound spirit world, the entire Luoyu world slowly merged into the profound spirit world under the control of the profound spirit world's will. The entire profound spirit world was shaking slightly at every moment. Every time it shook, the profound spirit world would become a little bigger. The space would become a little stronger and the world would become a little thicker. This slight shaking lasted for 10 years. After 10 years, the entire Luoyu world had completely merged into the profound spirit world and was devoured by the profound spirit world. At the same time, after devouring the Luoyu world, the profound spirit world's heaven and earth origin chi density increased by 2 times. There were more than 2,500 types of heaven and earth origin chi in the profound spirit world. All of them reached more than 70%. The world became even more complete and compact. After the profound spirit world merged with the Luoyu world, the area of the Central Plains, the northern frontier, the western regions, the southern wasteland, and the boundless ocean region had increased by half. Furthermore, there were many more mineral veins that the profound spirit world did not have before. Even the mineral veins that had been mined before had produced a large amount of new resources. Most importantly, because the profound spirit world's origin had increased greatly, all the living beings in the profound spirit world had enjoyed the blessings of the heavens and earth. All the living beings' life origin had also become more profound and powerful. This meant that the entire profound spirit world's living beings had risen to a higher level than before, and possessed greater aptitude and potential. All the martial artists who had participated in the attack on Luoyu's world and survived, had also received feedback from the will of the world after the world had completed its upgrade. The experts below the myth realm had at least broken through a small realm after receiving feedback from the world. As for the myth realm elites, once they received the feedback from the world, the divine origin in their bodies increased by leaps and bounds, and they managed to save hundreds of years of accumulation. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and the other godly king experts, as the people who had contributed greatly in this world war, received the most feedback from the heavens and earth. Taking this opportunity, Yi Tianzong began to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the others cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious technique that Yi Tianzong had taught them. After Yi Tianzong had been promoted to an intermediate disciple in the immortal mansion, he had received the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. This secret technique had the same principle and effect as the 9 refining nirvana secret technique that Yi Tianzong had cultivated before. However, the 9 refining nirvana secret technique was suitable for those below the godly king realm, while the 9 revolutions mysterious technique was suitable for those below the godly king realm. The 9 revolutions mysterious technique was a simplified version of the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. It was also suitable for those in the godly king realm, the great emperor realm, and the celestial venerable realm. It was prepared for the family and companions of the inheritor. Whether it was the 9 revolutions mysterious technique or the 9 revolutions mysterious technique, there was only one condition to cultivate these 2 secret techniques, and that was to have a vast amount of energy. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Yi Haoran were cultivating the secret technique, in addition to the feedback from the heavens and earth, each of them had millions of origin crystals as backup. In the middle realm, after cultivators reached the godly king realm, they would basically have the same lifespan as the heavens. At the very least, they would have a lifespan of several million years. In the eyes of godly kings, time did not have much meaning. Ever since the profound spirit world swallowed the Luoyu world, 30 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Yi Haoran had finally completed their transformations. No matter if it was their internal source, foundation, potential, or external godly king physique, magic power capacity, or the strength of their souls, all of them had increased. Their overall strength had increased by at least 3 times. After coming out of seclusion, Yi Tianzong and the others once again received a piece of good news. Following the profound spirit world's advancement, the heavens and earth's source of energy had increased greatly. The heavens and earth's ability to withstand it had also increased greatly. With more luck and resources, more godly kings had appeared. In the 30 years that Yi Tianzong and the others had been in seclusion, the entire Central Plains, northern border, western regions, southern wasteland, and the boundless sea region had 8 new godly kings. Among them, there were 3 in the Central Plains, none in the northern border, western regions, and southern wasteland, and 5 in the boundless sea region. Among the 3 godly kings in the Central Plains, all of them were experts from the Haoranzhen sect. They were the former Merit Hall Master Yi Zhen, the Examination Hall Master Mo Xian, and the 100 Herb Hall Master Xiao Yuan. Because Yi Tianzong had passed down the 9 revolutions of reversion secret technique to the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjun sect, there were more than 10 people in the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjun sect who had the potential to break through to the godly king realm. Yi Zhen, Mo Xian, and Xiao Yuan had all cultivated to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of myth realm. In the previous World War, they had eliminated more than 10 experts of the same level. With the help of the heavens and earth's advancement and feedback, they had comprehended 3 types of laws of the heavens and earth, and had broken through to the godly king realm in one fell swoop. The Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect were originally godly king inheritances. Currently, the strongest experts in their sects were 6 experts of the 6th heavenly layer of myth realm. These people had not reached the level of breaking through to the godly king realm. The 5 experts of the Boundless Sea area who had broken through to the godly king realm were all from the overlords of the Boundless Sea area. They were the Sea Dragon Royal Clan, the Ice Flood Dragon Clan, the Giant Spirit Sea Whale Clan, the Azure Sea Shen Turtle Clan, and the Blood Flame Shark Clan. These 5 overlords of the Boundless Sea area ruled the vast territory of the Boundless Sea area. There were many experts in their clans, and there were as many as 3 experts of the 6th heavenly layer of myth realm. Originally, during the mythological era, these 5 overlord clans could have given birth to godly king experts. However, due to the suppression of Penglai godly king, these 5 overlord clans had suffered heavy casualties. They could only keep a low profile to avoid being exterminated. Now, with the advancement of the heavens and earth, the patriarchs of these 5 overlord clans had finally broken through to the godly king realm in one fell swoop. The Boundless Sea area had 5 more godly king experts in one fell swoop. Originally, these 5 godly king experts were worried about whether or not they would be suppressed and attacked by the Hao Ranjun sect. After all, before this, the Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sanctuaries were the overlords of the entire Boundless Sea area. Now that these 5 clans had all produced godly king experts, it was bound to impact and affect the interests and prestige of the Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sanctuaries. Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sanctuaries did not have any godly king experts now, so there was no need to worry for the time being. However, the Hao Ranjun sect had many godly king experts. In the previous World War, these clans had sent out the strength of their clans to participate in the war. Therefore, they had a very deep understanding of the strength of the Hao Ranjun sect's godly king experts. Only after breaking through to the godly king realm could they deeply understand the gap between themselves and the Hao Ranjun sect's godly king experts. If they were to really fight, they would definitely not be able to last more than 10 rounds before they were finished. Not to mention the invincible Yi Tianzong, who could probably kill them with a single slap. Therefore, the godly king experts of the Sea Dragon Royal Clan, Ice Flood Dragon Clan, Giant Spirit Sea Whale Clan, Azure Sea Mystic Turtle Clan, and Blood Flame Shark Clan, after waiting for the Hao Ranjun sect's actions for a long time, they went to the Hao Ranjun sect together while trembling in fear. Yi Zhen, Mo Xian, and Xiao Yuan, who had just broken through to the godly king realm, received them. Sensing the same realm as Yi Zhen, Mo Xian, and Xiao Yuan, the Sea Dragon Divine King, Ice Flood Dragon Divine King, Sea Whale Divine King, Black Turtle Divine King, and Blood Shark Divine King could not help but feel nervous and worried. Chapter 326. Yi Zhen and the other 2 had a rough idea of what Godly Sea Dragon and the other 4 were thinking. While they felt proud and amused, they did not keep them in suspense. Mo Xian coughed lightly and said, "We have a rough idea of your intentions. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Originally, after you became godly kings, our Hao Ranjun sect did have thoughts of taking action. There was no need to trouble the sect master and the supreme elders. The 3 of us are enough." At this point, Mo Xian purposely paused for a moment. After seeing the nervous expressions of Godly Sea Dragon and the other 4, he continued. However, after consulting with the sect master, he only said one sentence: "All living things are free in the frosty sky. If the world wants to grow, there must be some excitement. Give all living things a chance." According to the sect master's instructions, we dismissed the idea of taking action. We will give you a chance. We will not suppress you on purpose, nor will we restrict your development. Everything will be based on the principle of free trade. You will be exempted from the resources you have to hand over every year. However, you have to understand that this is not because our Hao Ranjan sect is afraid of you. Instead, the sect master is benevolent and is willing to give all living things a chance to compete for freedom. If you dare to commit heinous crimes and destroy the interests of our Hao Ranjan sect and the Sky Pillar Camp, then don't blame our Hao Ranjan sect for taking thunderous measures. After hearing Mo Xian's words, Godly Sea Dragon, Godly Black Tortoise, and the other four heaved a long sigh of relief, thinking that their lives were saved. Then, all of them respectfully faced the empty seat at the top of Howran's hall and cupped their hands. They said, "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. The rules set by your esteemed sect are extremely important to the development of our endless ocean. We will definitely not break them without permission." After Godly Sea Dragon and the others finished speaking respectfully, they presented the gifts they had brought before they carefully left the Hao Ranjan sect and returned to the endless ocean. As they left, Yi Tianzong's sentence, "All living things are free in the frosty sky. If the world wants to grow, there must be some excitement. Give all living things a chance," had also spread to all the forces in the four major regions and the endless ocean. All the forces heaved a sigh of relief. Because this meant that the Hao Ranjan sect allowed immortal king elites to exist other than their own people, and would not deliberately suppress them. As long as it did not harm the interests of the Hao Ranjan sect and did not harm the world, the Hao Ranjan sect did not care who became the divine king. This was great news for those myth realm experts and prodigies who had the ambition to become god kings. Time passed year after year. With the existence of the universal heavenly net, after the profound spirit world merged with the Luoyu world, its speed of development did not stop. With the support of the countless living beings in the world for a year, the profound spirit world's will of the world continued to evolve and strengthen, its power continued to increase. And with the development of the profound spirit world, as the master of the world, Yi Tianzong had also obtained immeasurable gains. In less than 230 years, Yi Tianzong's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the principles behind the operation of heaven and earth, had rapidly increased. He had comprehended more than 50% of the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. Among them, he had comprehended more than 73% of the 108 laws of heaven and earth to break through to the Divine King realm. Yi Tianzong's realm had reached the mid-Divine King realm, and his strength had increased by more than 20 times. When a Divine King comprehended more than 73% of the laws of heaven and earth, he would break through to the mid-Divine King realm, 76% would break through to the late Divine King realm, and 79% would break through to the peak Divine King realm. Other than the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth and the principles behind the operation of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation had also increased by a lot. His spirit was one with heaven and earth, observing all living beings. After becoming the master of the world for more than 200 years, his spiritual realm, which was originally at the early profound heart realm, had directly broken through to the late profound heart realm. The spirit mystic embryo was floating in a mysterious space, constantly absorbing and spitting out energy from a mysterious space. The surroundings were filled with a mysterious aura and ripples. One could faintly hear the heartbeat coming from the spirit mystic embryo, which was the birth of the spirit god. Yi Tianzong's figure sat on top of the spirit mystic jade butterfly. His spirit was one with heaven and earth, quietly comprehending the mysteries of the profound spirit world. Time slowly passed, and another 60 years had passed. Yi Tianzong opened his eyes that had been silent for a long time. His eyes were mixed with the mysteries of heaven and earth, and vaguely, there was the rise and fall of heaven and earth. Is it time? Time passed so quickly, but the harvest is not bad. There are no more secrets in this world to me. If I don't have the position of the master of the world, then so be it. Anyway, the highest authority of the spirit mystic jade butterfly and all living beings Skynet is still mine. Without the position of the master of the world, it doesn't affect me much. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. Looking at the eye of heaven and earth that gradually appeared in front of him, Yi Tianzong casually laughed and said, "Don't worry. Back then, under the witness of the supreme great Tao of the heavens, I made an oath. 300 years have passed, and I will not go back on my words. But looking at you, It seems that because of the all-living beings Skynet, you have improved a lot. The eye of heaven and earth that was formed by the will of heaven and earth, compared to the emotionless coldness in the past, was now a little more intelligent. It could even communicate with Yi Tianzong in a simple manner, which was impossible in the past. Yi Tianzong casually communicated with the will of heaven and earth. After an hour, Yi Tianzong suddenly felt that the 300 years had passed. Then, he summoned the Great Tao contract, and directly erased his name from the Great Tao contract, and took back a trace of his soul. After the Great Tao contract disappeared, Yi Tianzong felt that his connection with the will of heaven and earth had disappeared. This also meant that from today onwards, Yi Tianzong was no longer the master of the spirit profound world. Yi Tianzong looked at the eye of heaven and earth in front of him and said indifferently, "Okay, now that I am no longer the master of the world, you don't have to watch over me anymore." The eye of heaven and earth blinked twice, and then a white light entered Yi Tianzong's body. Yi Tianzong did not panic because he did not feel any malice or threat from the will of heaven and earth towards him. The eye of heaven and earth blinked again, and a message was sent to Yi Tianzong. After Yi Tianzong understood the message from the will of heaven and earth and the white light, he laughed silently. It turned out that after Yi Tianzong removed his identity as the master of the world, the will of heaven and earth of the spirit profound world gave Yi Tianzong a part of the control of heaven and earth. He could use the power of heaven and earth, and he could also cultivate with heaven and earth. In exchange, the will of heaven and earth hoped that Yi Tianzong could control the development of the world for it, and remove the unstable factors that would endanger the world. After Yi Tianzong considered this, he looked at the eye of heaven and earth and said, "This matter has no disadvantages for me, I agree." After Yi Tianzong agreed, the eye of heaven and earth blinked again, and then slowly disappeared. After the eye of heaven and earth disappeared, Yi Tianzong stood up from the spirit profound jade butterfly that had expanded to a radius of 30,000 miles. He stretched his body, then took a step forward, and instantly returned to the Hao Ranjin sect. At this time, the 7 mountain peaks that the Hao Ranjin sect occupied, after Yi Tianzong became the master of the world, he used the method of creation, and completely transformed the Haoran 7 mountain peaks into the most extreme paradise in the entire spirit profound world. The heaven and earth origin energy above the 7 mountain peaks took the form of mist, and it was extremely dense. Yi Tianzong returned to the Hao Ranjin sect, and first went to see Yi Haoran and the others. Then, the next day, he went to the Haoran Great Hall to inquire about the current development of the Hao Ranjin sect. In fact, when Yi Tianzong was in Shunhe Heaven and Earth, he already had a very clear understanding of the Hao Ranjin sect situation. However, as the sect master, he still had to make routine inquiries. It had already been over 100 years since Yi Zhen, Mo Xian, and Xiao Yuan had become god kings. During this period of time, another 5 god kings had broken through. They were the previous lord of the Cultivation Inheritance Hall, Li Qingyang, the lord of the Scriptures Hall, Wang Changyun, the lord of the Martial Arts Lecture Hall, Zhao Molin, the lord of the Artifacts Hall, Ming Chengyun, and the lord of the Administration Hall, Jiyu Yuanjun. As a result, in addition to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Shenyu, and Yi Haoran, the Hao Ranjin sect still had 8 divine kings. Moreover, all of them had become divine kings after comprehending 3 types of laws. They were all outstanding among divine kings of the same level. In addition to the 5 new divine kings in the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred lands each had a divine king who had successfully become divine kings. After that, a divine king had appeared in the southern wasteland and the northern frontier respectively. The boundless ocean also had 3 new divine kings. In other words, in the past 100 years, the entire profound spirit world's foundation had exploded, and 22 new divine kings had appeared. In addition to Yi Tianzong and the other 18 divine kings from before, the profound spirit world now had a total of 40 divine kings. It could be said that the world had flourished to its peak. However, as a price, hundreds of 6th heaven mythical realm experts had been completely annihilated in the process of becoming divine kings without passing the test of the heavenly lightning tribulation. As for the living beings in the western region, because they had all migrated from the other 3 regions, there were very few mythical realm experts. Therefore, in the next few thousand years, there would not be any divine kings. Chapter 327. In the primal chaos, the violent and chaotic energy flowed and collided irregularly, creating countless chaotic storms and dangerous places in the endless primal chaos. And in a certain area of the endless primal chaos, there was a super great world of indescribable size, like a sea-stabilizing needle, sitting in the endless primal chaos. This world was so incomparably huge, and the power of the heavenly Tao was incomparably powerful. Outside the world, hundreds of trillions of miles of primal chaos were under the influence of the heavenly Tao of this super great world. This super great world was called the Myriad Races Great World, and there were countless races and creatures in the world. In the primal chaos area affected by the heavenly Tao of the Myriad Races Great World, countless medium-class and small-class worlds rose and fell, rotating irregularly around the Myriad Races Great World. The profound spirit world was one of the countless that revolved around the Myriad Races Great World. The levels of the Great World were divided into 4 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The so-called super great world was also in the range of the peak great world, but the origin and overall strength of the world far exceeded that of an ordinary peak great world. The current profound spirit world belonged to the super medium class world, and was evolving into a great world. However, this process was destined to never succeed. This was because the heavenly Tao of the Myriad Races Great World would not allow another great world to appear in the area under its control. Once it appeared, there would only be one result, and that was to be devoured by the heavenly Tao of the Myriad Races Great World. Between the 4 levels of vast worlds, each level represented a difference of hundreds to thousands of times. When a low-level vast world faced off against a super-vast world, it was like a mortal facing off against a myth-realm elite. There was no room for resistance. No matter how the profound spirit world developed, it could only stop at the peak of the medium-class world. It was one step away from becoming a great world, but if there were no accidents, it would never be able to take this step. Therefore, Yi Tianzong's strength had reached the peak of the profound spirit world, and there was no way for him to advance any further. It had been 200 years since Yi Tianzong removed his position as the world master. In these 200 years, the number of divine kings in the entire profound spirit world had stabilized at 50, reaching the current limit of the profound spirit world. And among these 50 divine king experts, the Hao Ranjin sect had 23 of them, almost taking up half of the total number. The Hao Ranjin sect was still the supreme overlord of the entire profound spirit world, and no other power dared to offend them. In these 200 years, because he still controlled a portion of the authority of the profound spirit world, Yi Tianzong comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Now, he had comprehended more than 76% of the 108 laws of heaven and earth, reaching the late stage of the divine king realm. All the inheritances he had obtained from the immortal mansion had reached a level of mastery under the state of unity of the heavens and earth. Yi Tianzong had completed the second cycle of the 9 cycles of the arcane art. His godly king avatar's strength and power had increased by 100-fold. The divine energy in his body was vast and boundless. By now, Yi Tianzong was able to simultaneously use the power of 96 different laws. Compared to when he was an early god king, his strength had increased by countless times. Yi Tianzong was unable to estimate just how powerful he was now. He only knew that the current him had only used 10% of his strength, and it had a disastrous effect on the entire profound spirit world. Perhaps it's time to leave. My strength has already risen to the peak. The outside world is very powerful. Yi Tianzong looked at the endless primal chaos outside the profound spirit world. He could vaguely sense a powerful great thousand world that was endlessly far away. With Yi Tianzong's strength, it was enough for him to step into the primal chaos outside the world for a short period of time. However, he could not go too far. The primal chaos was still too dangerous for divine king experts. Only great emperors and heavenly venerables could begin to walk in the primal chaos affected by the heavenly Tao of the great thousand worlds. After thinking for a while, Yi Tianzong decided to leave for the great thousand worlds in 100 years. Before that, he had to make some arrangements in the profound spirit world and leave behind some methods to ensure that the profound spirit world could still develop normally after he left. With a thought, Yi Tianzong passed through the colorful barrier in the immortal mansion and once again arrived in the training space, the profound heaven sect of the great thousand worlds of the human race. After Yi Tianzong became an intermediate disciple recognized by the immortal mansion, he could already bring others into the training space. 200 years ago, Yi Tianzong had already brought Ling Xinyu and Shunyu into the great thousand worlds of the human race. After touring for half a year, Yi Tianzong brought the two peerless beauties back to the profound heaven sect. The profound heaven sect had different reactions to Yi Tianzong bringing two peerless beauties back. However, it did not cause any waves. With Yi Tianzong as their guarantor, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu easily became members of the profound heaven sect. After Ling Xinyu and Shunyu both showed that they had comprehended 7 laws of heaven and earth and were at the intermediate divine king realm, everyone was only left with envy and jealousy for Yi Tianzong. After returning to the profound heaven sect, Yi Tianzong did not go out anymore. Instead, he cultivated on the profound array peak with Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. Even if he returned to the profound spirit world, he would stay for 1 or 2 years before returning to the profound heaven sect. After Yi Tianzong returned to the profound heaven sect, he took the time to perfect the 1,000 elephant formation in the profound heaven sect to the extent that it could test intermediate divine king experts. For divine king experts, they were also divided into ordinary, elite, prodigy, king, and supreme. However, according to Yi Tianzong's settings, divine kings who comprehended 1 law corresponded to the ordinary level, 3 to the elite level, 5 to the prodigy level, 7 to the king level, and 9 to the supreme level. After perfecting the 1,000 elephant formation, Yi Tianzong was the first to pass the supreme level. Ling Xinyu and Shunyu also passed the king level. As for the other divine kings who passed the 1,000 elephant formation, they were at most at the elite level. As a result, Yi Tianzong was once again in the limelight in the profound heaven sect. Yi Tianzong returned to the profound heaven sect once again and glanced at Ling Xinyu and Shunyu who were cultivating beside him. Yi Tianzong did not say anything and directly walked out of the cultivation cave. Calculating the time, there were less than 600 years before the 3,000 regions Great War. The Hao Ranjun sect's outside forces were gradually recalled. Even a portion of the disciples in the world battlefield were called back. The entire profound heaven sect was preparing for the upcoming 3,000 regions Great War. Not only the profound heaven sect, but all the forces in the Taiyuan region were also preparing. Yi Tianzong used his identity as the Formation Hall Master to inform the Scripture Hall Master, 10,000 Weapons Hall Master, and the other core upper echelons of the profound heaven sect. When the Scripture Hall Master and the others arrived, Yi Tianzong did not keep them in suspense. He said directly, "There are less than 600 years before the 3,000 regions Great War. I came up with something during my closed-door cultivation this time. I think it should be helpful in the future war, but I can't make up my mind. Take a look and see if it's feasible." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he passed the jade slips that recorded the method to build the Sky Guardian Fortress and the Sky Patrol Battleship to the Scripture Hall Master, 10,000 Weapons Hall Master, Alchemy Hall Master, Disciplinary Hall Master, Mission Hall Master, and Test Hall Master. After carefully reading the contents of the jade slips that Yi Tianzong took out, the Scripture Hall Master, 10,000 Weapons Hall Master, Alchemy Hall Master, Disciplinary Hall Master, Mission Hall Master, and Test Hall Master all looked at Yi Tianzong in surprise. Chapter 328. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Yi Tianzong asked curiously. The Myriad Weapons Palace Master sighed and said, "I really don't know what's in your head. You can actually come up with such a battle fortress. Compared to you, even I feel ashamed." The Law Enforcement Palace Master said, "If your idea can be realized, then we must build this battle fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship. The more, the better." After the Law Enforcement Palace Master finished speaking, the Scripture Palace Master, Alchemy Palace Master, and the others all agreed. Yi Tianzong then said, "Then let's do it this way. Since there's still time, let's build a battle fortress and a few Sky Patrol battleships first and test their effects and power. In my plan, the Sky Patrol battleship can pose a great threat to peak God King experts who have comprehended 3 types of laws. It can withstand the continuous attacks of peak God King experts who have comprehended 4 types of laws. The main target of the Sky Patrol battleship is the God King cultivators who have only comprehended 1 type of law. It can easily kill them. With the Sky Patrol battleship, the casualties of our disciples should be reduced by a lot. The Scripture Palace Master clapped his hands and said, "Then let's not delay. Myriad Weapons Palace Master, I'll leave the construction of the Sky Patrol battleship and the Sky Patrol battleship to you and Palace Master Yi. I'll mobilize the sect's resources for support and try to finish the construction as soon as possible to test their power." The Myriad Weapons Palace Master and Yi Tianzong nodded and said, "No problem." After leaving the sect's main hall, Yi Tianzong's Xuanzhen Peak and the Myriad Weapons Palace Master's Myriad Weapons Peak began to get busy. More than 100,000 Black Heaven sect disciples from both departments worked overtime to build the Battle Fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship under the command of Yi Tianzong and the Myriad Weapons Palace Master. The Sky Patrol battleship was a city with a diameter of 300 miles and could accommodate millions of people. The Sky Patrol battleship was 30 miles long and 20 miles wide. It had a crew of 30,000 people and could crush cultivators at the 5th and 6th firmament of Myth Realm. The 10,000 Weapons Palace Master and Yi Tianzong stood in the clouds and looked at the busy disciples of the Shentian sect below. The 10,000 Weapons Palace Master suddenly said, "What do you plan to do with the dozens of people you suppressed under the Shentian Peak?" Yi Tianzong said expressionlessly, "Just let them stay there. I'll let them go when the sect leader says so. However, the sect leader is now in seclusion and there's no telling when he'll come out. Just let them continue to sincerely repent. It's best to release them after the 3000 regions war ends. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble these people will cause at that time." The Myriad Weapons Palace Master smiled and said, "Heh, you're quite carefree. However, you're right. These scum may not be able to cause much harm to the sect during normal times, but once a war breaks out, they will become an unstable factor. If I could, I would have killed these people long ago. Unfortunately, due to my position, I cannot do so." Yi Tianzong said, "Heh, leaving these scum alive will always be a hidden danger. We can't do anything in the sect, but when the 3000 regions war begins, there will be plenty of opportunities to get rid of them. These people have oppressed and harmed countless disciples in the sect. Getting rid of them can be considered a good deed." The 10,000 Weapons Palace Master didn't say anything after hearing this. He only nodded. Half a month later, Yi Tianzong came to the Alchemy Peak and found the Alchemy Palace Master. He said, "Recently, I've created a divine pill called the Shen King Pill. It can increase the chances of breaking through to the God King realm by 20%. Are you interested in giving it a try?" "What did you say?" The Alchemy Palace Master looked at Yi Tianzong in shock. Yi Tianzong smiled and took out a jade slip and threw it to the Alchemy Palace Master. The Shen King Pill was a pill that Yi Tianzong found in the inheritance of the Immortal Mansion. After Yi Tianzong became an intermediate disciple, he obtained a large number of pills that could be used to aid cultivation in the Alchemy Dao inheritance. There were more than 10 pills that could increase the chances of breaking through to the God King realm. None of them had any side effects. The Shen King Pill was just one of the weaker pills. The best pill was the Shen King Pill, which could increase the chances of breaking through to the God King realm by 60%. There were also more than 100 pills that could help one break through to the 5th and 6th heavenly layer of the God King realm. Yi Tianzong planned to use this time to refine some pills to nurture the disciples of the Shen Array Peak and Howren Camp and increase their strength. After the Alchemy Palace Master finished reading the Shen King Pill's recipe, he took out a message talisman to inform the Scripture Palace Master and the others. When the Scripture Palace Master and the others arrived at the Alchemy Peak and saw the contents of the jade slip, they looked at Yi Tianzong as if he was a monster. The Mission Palace Master calmed down and looked at Yi Tianzong. He said, "What do you think? Do you know what this pill recipe represents?" Yi Tianzong smiled and said, "Of course I know. It's just that I came up with it myself. I don't have absolute confidence that there won't be any side effects. So I need someone to try it. If it really succeeds, then I'll refine more for the sect's disciples. The war is coming. It's always good to increase our strength. But don't be too happy, the materials needed to refine the profound king pill are all very precious heavenly treasures. Even if the sect doesn't have all the materials, it's another matter. I only have enough materials to refine 50 pills. Some of these materials were exchanged from the war god temple with battle merits. Once they're used up, they'll be gone. We have to try. There are many disciples in the sect who don't have enough potential and don't have the confidence to break through to the God King realm. If there's a Shen King pill, most of them won't give up. If this Shen King pill is successful, then our sect's strength will greatly increase. You'll be the biggest contributor, the Alchemy Palace Master said excitedly. After spending 3 days, Yi Tianzong refined 6 Shen King pills while the Scripture Palace Master and the others waited anxiously on the Alchemy Mountain. After consuming the Shen King pill, the medicinal effect will last for a month. If any of you have a test subject, let them try it. If it succeeds, then I'll give you the pill recipe. Alchemy is the job of the Alchemy Palace Master. In the future, I'll only be in charge of my Shen Array Peak. The rest will be handed over to you. Yi Tianzong stretched and handed the 6 Shen King pills to the Alchemy Palace Master. Then he waved his hand and left. The Alchemy Hall Master, the Scripture Hall Master, the Law Enforcement Hall Master, the Mission Hall Master, the 10,000 Weapons Hall Master, and the Examination Hall Master each took a profound king pill. Then, they hurriedly went to the 6th layer Mythic Realm disciples they had selected beforehand and had them consume the profound king pills. As they waited anxiously, a month passed. In the end, 3 of the 6 Myth 6th layer disciples who consumed the Shen King pill successfully broke through to the God King realm. The other 3 disciples didn't break through to the God King realm because their accumulation and foundation weren't enough. They died under the heaven and earth lightning tribulation. However, the Scripture Palace Master and the others were very satisfied with this result. After carefully asking the 3 God King realm disciples how they felt, the Alchemy Palace Master finally confirmed that Yi Tianzong's Shen King pill didn't have any side effects. Overjoyed, they immediately went to the Shen Array Peak and found Yi Tianzong to tell him this news. After Yi Tianzong heard this, he directly told them the pill recipe of the Shen King pill and told them not to forget to give the sect master's faction a share after the Shen King pill was refined. After the Alchemy Palace Master and the others left, Yi Tianzong leisurely refined various pills for cultivation with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had already learned the inheritance of alchemy and array formation from Yi Tianzong. With Yi Tianzong's medicine garden in the Immortal Mansion, there were large amounts of various spiritual herbs for the two to practice with. Although Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu's attainments in alchemy were not as good as Yi Tianzong's, the two of them were still able to refine the Shen King pill. As for the raw materials for refining the Shen King pill, Yi Tianzong didn't lack them at all. There were plenty in the medicine garden. Chapter 329. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu refined a total of 200 mystic king pills in 2 years. They took out 50 of them and gave them to Howren's camp and the Mystic Array Peak's disciples who were at the 6th heaven of mythical realm. The rest were kept by them. In the following 50 years, the disciples who obtained the Mystic King pills cultivated the 9 revolutions of reversion secret technique passed down by Yi Tianzong. Their foundations were greatly improved. In the end, 40 of the disciples successfully broke through to the Divine King realm. The remaining 10 disciples were unable to endure the heavenly lightning tribulation due to insufficient preparation and were turned into ashes. In just 50 years, Howren's camp and the Mystic Array Peak gained 40 Divine King experts. Yi Tianzong's forces grew stronger and stronger. Correspondingly, his right to speak and influence in the Mystic Heaven sect increased day by day. Not only did Yi Tianzong's forces increase greatly, but with the Mystic King Pill's pill formula and refining method, the Alchemy Hall Master, Scripture Hall Master, and the others used their contribution points to exchange for the sect's collection. The Alchemy Hall Master refined a total of 70 Mystic King pills. Out of the 70 Mystic King pills, the Law Enforcement Hall Master and the other 5 divided the 60 Mystic King pills equally. All of them were used to increase the strength of their respective peaks. The remaining 10 Mystic King pills were given to Lin Xuantian's disciples. The contribution points needed to refine these 10 Mystic King pills were paid by Yi Tianzong. Thanks to these 70 mystic king pills, the Mystic Heaven sect gained another 50 divine king experts in 100 years. Including the 40 divine kings under Yi Tianzong, the Mystic Heaven sect gained 90 divine kings in 100 years. This immediately attracted the attention of all the divine king experts in the Mystic Heaven sect. In the great thousand world of the human race, an early-stage divine king expert had a lifespan of 1,200,000 years. Every time they broke through a minor realm, they would gain an additional 1,200,000 years of lifespan. However, almost no god king could live for that long. This was because the Great War of the 3,000 regions that happened every 3 million years, as well as the various conflicts and battles that occurred during normal times. Any god king would die midway. The Black Heaven sect had a history of nearly 1.5 million years since its establishment. Over such a long period of time, a divine king would appear on average every 200 years or so. In addition to the various battles and conflicts, the Black Heaven sect had accumulated a total of nearly 600 divine kings. However, because of the profound king pill, in 100 years, 90 divine kings had appeared in the Black Heaven sect. This was simply inconceivable. Immediately, some god kings became restless. They directly went to find the Hall Master of the Scriptures Hall, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, and so on. Some of them even went to the god kings who had just broken through to ask about this. The god kings who had received instructions from the Hall Master of the Scripture Storage Hall, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and Yi Tianzong naturally remained silent. No matter how the god kings threatened or tempted them, they refused to speak. If they had the ability, they would fight. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they still had the support of the Hall Masters. They didn't believe that they would dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers. The Hall Master of the Scripture Storage Hall, the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall, and the others all said that they would wait until the sect master came out of seclusion to make a decision. There was no way they would know now. Perhaps it was because they sensed the pleas of many god kings, or perhaps it was because the Black Heaven sect had suddenly gained so many god kings that their fortune increased tremendously. Lin Shentian, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, finally broke through to the Great Emperor realm and became an early-stage Great Emperor. When Lin Shentian successfully broke through to the Great Emperor realm, lightning rumbled in the sky above the Black Heaven sect. Thunderclaps shook the world. Dark clouds covered the sky as if the entire world was collapsing. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. A heavy and fatal pressure pressed down on everyone in the Black Heaven sect. The feeling that their lives were no longer in their own hands made everyone panic. Lin Shentian immediately soared into the sky and stood in the sky above the Black Heaven sect. He was ready to take the test of the heavenly lightning. At this moment, the 3 great emperor old ancestors who had been in seclusion in the Black Heaven sect stopped their seclusion. They all took action to protect the entire Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong looked at Lin Shentian, who was going through the heavenly lightning through the energy barrier set up by the 3 great emperors. A god king also had to go through 81 heavenly lightning tribulations to become a great emperor. However, the heavenly lightning tribulations were thousands of times stronger than the heavenly lightning tribulations when one broke through to the god king realm. Yi Tianzong squinted his eyes when he sensed Lin Xuantian's aura. Lin Shentian was much weaker than him. After all, he had become a god king with 108 laws. Moreover, he had reached the late stage of the god king realm. Every law origin in his body was more than 10 times stronger than other god kings of the same realm. Needless to say, his god king celestial body was much stronger. However, Lin Shentian, who had comprehended 4 laws of heaven and earth, was still much weaker than Yi Tianzong even though he was breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. However, if Lin Shentian successfully ascended to the Great Emperor realm, formed the Celestial Emperor body, and entrusted his divine soul to the long river of laws, Lin Xuantian's strength would increase by more than 100 times. He would be far stronger than Yi Tianzong. Lin Shentian opened the profound gate of the laws of heaven and earth once again under the barrage of heavenly lightning tribulations. He received the recognition of the Sea of Laws and obtained a 1-foot-long law origin. He endured 81 heavenly lightning tribulations with great difficulty and endured the heavenly Tao net of laws test of 100 lifetimes. He finally became a great emperor recognized by the heavens and earth and became the fourth great emperor of the Black Heaven sect. After Lin Shentian completed his heavenly lightning tribulations, the other three great emperor old ancestors of the Black Heaven sect left for seclusion after congratulating him. Due to the creation gate that the heavenly Tao had sent down, all of Lin Xuantian's injuries had healed, and his realm had completely stabilized. He wasn't in a hurry to enter seclusion to cultivate the celestial the arch-body. Instead, he summoned the scripture depository hall master and the others to the sect's main hall. As the formation hall master, Yi Tianzong also headed to the sect's main hall. Lin Shentian was a little surprised by Yi Tianzong's arrival, but he didn't say anything. After listening to the scripture hall master and the others talk about what had happened in the sect during his seclusion, Lin Shentian looked at Yi Tianzong in surprise and gratification and said, "Haha, even though I knew you had a bright future ahead of you, I still underestimated you. Among all my disciples and juniors, you're the most outstanding one. Even your father couldn't compare to you back then. Even I can't compare to you." Yi Tianzong didn't act humble after hearing Lin Xuantian's words. He smiled and said, "Sect Master, you're too kind." Lin Shentian pointed at Yi Tianzong and shook his head with a smile. He then said, "As for the mysterious king pill, it's impossible to hide it. Many of the old ancestors' descendants are stuck at the sixth heaven of the mythical realm. If we don't publicize the mysterious king pill, it won't make sense. However, not all disciples at the sixth heaven of the mythical realm have the qualifications to obtain the mysterious king pill. How about this? I'll talk to the old ancestors. We'll leave 30 mysterious king pills for their juniors. Then we'll say that the alchemy hall master and the formation hall master researched it for many years. It's not easy to refine and the materials are scarce. The sect's collection can only refine 50 mysterious king pills. When the time comes, we'll hold a competition. Only the strongest 56th heaven disciples will be able to obtain the mysterious king pill." After hearing Lin Xuantian's words, the scripture hall master and the others nodded and agreed. After the scripture hall master and the others left, Lin Shentian secretly sent a message to Yi Tianzong and asked him to secretly return to the sect's main hall. Looking at Yi Tianzong, Lin Shentian said, "I know about the mysterious king pill and the mysterious king pill. It's rare for you to make plans for my disciples and juniors. You must have a lot of mysterious king pills in your hands. Remember to nurture your subordinates. The stronger you are, the fewer restrictions you'll have when you take over the sect in the future. Now that I've broken through to the Emperor realm, I'll be stepping down from the position of sect master soon. At that time, with the scripture hall master and the others' help, you'll be able to take over the mysterious heaven sect in the shortest time possible. Before you become the sect master, all grudges must be settled. Send the dozens of god kings you've suppressed to the cycle of reincarnation. There's no need to keep them alive. It's a pity that time is too tight. In a few hundred years, the 3,000 regions war will begin. I hope you can lead the mysterious heaven sect to the next generation. At that time, we'll have our own battles and won't be able to take care of you." Chapter 330. So direct. Yi Tianzong did not expect Lin Shentian to directly appoint him as the next sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect. However, since Lin Shentian said so, Yi Tianzong did not decline and replied, "Yes, sect leader. I understand. I will do my best to reduce the casualties of the mysterious heaven sect." After Yi Tianzong said that, he thought for a moment and a purple crystal jade box appeared in his hand. He then said, "I still have a lot of mysterious king pills. I'll let sect leader deal with them and increase the number of experts in the sect." Lin Shentian scanned with his soul and knew that there were 30 mysterious king pills in the jade box. He looked at Yi Tianzong and said, "Hey, it seems like you have quite a lot of wealth. Then I won't decline. If you don't have anything else to do, you can go do it. I will abdicate in about 200 years. You should make more preparations." After Yi Tianzong heard this, he did not continue to stay. After bowing to Lin Shentian, he concealed his figure and left the sect hall, returning to the mysterious array peak. After returning to the mysterious array peak, the first thing he did was to kill the dozens of divine kings suppressed at the foot of the mountain. This matter was suppressed by Lin Shentian and did not cause any waves. In the following time, until the end of the 3000 Regions War, Yi Tianzong planned to stay in the mysterious heaven sect. He only needed to go back to the profound spirit world occasionally. In the past 100 years, the 10,000 Weapons Palace Master and Yi Tianzong worked together and spent less than 5 years to build all the Sky Guardian level battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships. After personally testing the power of the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships, the Scripture Palace Master and the others made the decision to build 10 battle fortresses and 300 Sky Patrol battleships before the Battle of the 3000 Regions War. At the same time, they wantonly recruited disciples. In the past, Shentian recruited disciples once every 10 years and recruited 10,000 people each time. However, because the Battle of the 3000 Regions was approaching, Shentian recruited disciples once every 5 years and recruited 20,000 people each time. Currently, the Black Heaven sect had a total of 1.5 million disciples, and there were still 530 years before the 3000 Regions War. Now, the Haoran camp established by Yi Tianzong already had more than 400,000 people. Just relying on the Haoran camp's disciples to refine their own pills was far from enough to meet the needs of their cultivation. In order to maximize the strength of his subordinates, as well as the strength of the entire Black Sky sect, Yi Tianzong personally began to refine divine pills of various grades without restraint. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu also joined in. Yi Tianzong used his own contribution points to exchange for a large number of spirit herbs, and also took a large number of spirit herbs from his own collection and herb garden. Together with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu, he began his 50-year pill refining career. Yi Tianzong took out 60% of the divine pills he refined and gave it to the disciples in the Haoran camp and Shentian Array Peak. He let them use 90% of the pill's value to exchange for it. The other 40% was stored in the sect's treasury for the disciples of the entire Black Sky sect to exchange for. Then, Yi Tianzong used the contribution points he obtained to exchange for various spirit herbs and continued to refine pills. After 50 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu stopped refining pills and heaved a long sigh of relief. Refining pills for 50 years was really not a good life. Although the divine pills that were suitable for cultivators below the divine king level were not difficult for him, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu, it was very boring and tested one's patience and willpower. Fortunately, the results were very gratifying. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu refined more than 500,000 divine pills suitable for 4th, 5th, and 6th heavenly stage powerhouses in the Black Sky sect in the past 50 years. They greatly enriched the Black Sky sect's pill inventory. Even the Alchemy Hall Master was shocked when he found out about Yi Tianzong and the other two's achievements in the past 50 years. After resting for 10 years, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu went into seclusion to cultivate and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. With Yi Tianzong's current realm, he could not make any major breakthroughs in a short period of time. Therefore, he took out a lot of time to supervise the construction of the battle fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship. He also refined some powerful defensive armors and so on. In short, Yi Tianzong was very busy. Just like that, another 120 years passed. It had been 180 years since Lin Shentian broke through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Shentian came out of seclusion again. He had used the power of the long river of laws to cultivate the celestial emperor physique. The pure spiritual energy in his body was abundant and vast, and his strength had increased by more than 100 times. He had truly become a great emperor powerhouse. After Lin Shentian came out of seclusion, he gathered all the divine king powerhouses in the Black Sky sect and announced that he had become a great emperor. He was no longer suitable to be the sect leader of the Black Sky sect and had decided to step down. 1 month later, all those who were interested in competing for the position of sect leader could compete and decide the new sect leader. The sect leader of the Black Sky sect could not be the same generation as the previous generation's higher-ups. As a result, the number of divine king powerhouses who could participate in the competition was neither high nor low. It was mostly because of the Black King elixir that there were more than 200 divine kings who were qualified to participate in the competition this time. It was mostly because there was no one who could compete with Yi Tianzong. In order to become the sect leader of the Black Sky sect, one must first have a clean background and be of good standing in the Black Sky sect. Secondly, one must make sufficient contributions to the sect. Lastly, one must suppress all the other competitors. Needless to say, Yi Tianzong was Lin Xuantian's grand disciple. He was definitely of good standing. In terms of the last 2 points, no one in the entire Black Sky sect could compare with Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong's discovery of various crystal and resource veins on the world battlefield, as well as the contribution of the Divine Exemption Talisman, the Black Heaven City he helped build in the 3rd layer, the contribution of the Creation Spirit Pool, the Creation Black Pool, the Divine Transcendence Pill, the Return to God Secret Technique, and so on, were all great contributions to the entire Black Heaven sect. Then there was Yi Tianzong's strength. It was obvious just by looking at the dozens of divine kings that Yi Tianzong easily suppressed. No divine king powerhouse in the Black Sky sect could pose a threat to Yi Tianzong. Therefore, in the competition a month later, when Lin Xuantian, the scripture depository master, and the others told them about Yi Tianzong's various contributions to the sect over the years, most of the divine kings in the Black Sky sect could not believe it. However, they had no choice but to believe it. Then, in the competition to determine the winner, Yi Tianzong stood in the void and gave off a powerful aura. No divine king could withstand the powerful pressure and attack Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong won without a fight. In the end, Yi Tianzong successfully became the new sect master of the Black Sky sect with the support of Lin Xuantian, the scripture depository master, and the others. This was announced to everyone in the Black Sky sect. As for the position of the Formation Hall master, Yi Tianzong let the divine kings under him compete among themselves. In the end, Yun Chenglin, who had a deeper understanding of formations, became the Formation Hall master. As for the scripture depository master and the others who were supposed to step down, they continued to hold their positions. This was because Yi Tianzong had risen too quickly and left his peers in the dust. Lin Xuantian had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm. In addition, Yi Tianzong had done well in all aspects over the years. This allowed Yi Tianzong to become the sect master of the Black Sky sect ahead of time. The successors and other disciples cultivated by the scripture depository master, the disciplinary hall master, and the others had not matured yet. Therefore, the scripture depository master and the others who were supposed to step down could only continue to hold their positions and control the Black Sky sect with Yi Tianzong until the end of the 3000 Regions War. After Yi Tianzong became the sect master of the Black Sky sect, he did not carry out any reforms or measures. Instead, he maintained the status quo. Then, with the help of the scripture depository master and the others, he familiarized himself with some of the Black Sky sect's matters, secrets, and foundations. After familiarizing himself with some of the Black Sky sect's secrets and foundations, Yi Tianzong first went to the scripture depository master and left behind his boundless mystic scripture. Then, he used his authority as the sect master to rectify some of the obviously unreasonable and unfair situations in the Black Sky sect. This earned him a wave of reputation. Chapter 331. Time flowed like water. While all the God King level, Emperor level, and Supreme level forces were preparing, more than 300 years had passed. It was time for the 3000 Domains War to break out. The 3000 Domains War was a chaotic battle between the 3000 domains on the continent of the human race. For example, Taiyuan domain was adjacent to the Fantasy domain, the Divine Shen domain, the Celestial domain, and the Yuengu domain. During the 3000 Domains War, Taiyuan domain would have to fight against the forces of these 4 domains. Similarly, the Fantasy domain, the Divine Shen domain, the Celestial domain, and the Yuengu domain would not only fight against Taiyuan domain but also other domains. They would also have to fight against the forces of multiple domains. In addition to the 3000 Domains War on the continent, there would also be a sea war in the endless sea of the human race. In the vast starry sky, there would also be a sea war between the races of countless stars. In 100 years, the entire human race Great Thousand Domains would be plunged into a tragic war. No one and no force could avoid it. The war on the continent, the endless sea, and the vast starry sky that happened every 3 million years was, in essence, a cleanup process to reduce the burden of the world. In this process, At least 80% of the cultivators in the human race Great Thousand Domains would be killed or injured. Then, the forces that survived the endless war would redistribute the territories and resources of the entire world. Then, they would continue to wait for the next 3 million years. The mysterious Sky Sect only had a history of more than 5 million years since its establishment. It had not experienced the 3,000 Domains War, so it did not have much experience. The other Emperor-level and Supreme-level forces would not be so kind as to share their experience with the mysterious Sky Sect. In this tragic war that happened every 3 million years, God King-level forces would be cannon fodder. After the war ended, there would be no survivors. At the same time, countless Emperor-level forces with a long history would disappear in the long river of time during the war. Even Supreme-level forces would be in great danger. For a war that would sweep across the entire world, any experience was very precious. No force would share it with others. After all, if others had a higher chance of survival, their own chance of survival would decrease. At this time, they had to take care of themselves. Who would care about whether other forces could survive or not? There was still a year before the great battle of the 3,000 regions. All the patriarchs of the monarch factions had gone to the Taiyuan Sky City, which was located in the center of the Taiyuan domain. Then, they listened to the instructions of the Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate and roughly divided their respective garrisons according to the strength of each monarch faction. As for those God King forces, they did not have the qualifications to participate at all. All of them would temporarily belong to the Emperor-level forces and guard the corresponding positions according to the Emperor-level forces' orders. The Black Heaven sect was located in the southeast of the Taiyuan domain. It was 1 trillion miles away from the border between the Taiyuan domain and the divine mystic domain. According to the distribution, the Black Heaven sect was also stationed at the border of the divine mystic domain. They were responsible for guarding the border that spanned 300 million miles. At the same time, the 6 God King level forces around the Black Heaven sect were responsible for assisting the Black Heaven sect. Domain Sky Heavenly Realm was time Heavenly Heaven's time. Would be. After receiving the instructions from the ancestors, Yi Tianzong, Scripture Depository Hallmaster, Law Enforcement Hallmaster, and other higher-ups immediately mobilized the entire sect's strength. They headed to the border and set up defenses. In the 300 years since Yi Tianzong became the sect master of the Mystic Sky Sect, other than regulating the Mystic Sky Sect and making the cultivation environment of the Mystic Sky Sect better and fairer, he also increased the construction of battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships. Yi Tianzong raised the original plan of building 10 battle fortresses and 300 sky patrol battleships to 15 battle fortresses and 400 sky patrol battleships. Moreover, Yi Tianzong had specially created 3 types of combined forces formation. In the past, Yi Tianzong did not pay attention to the disciples of the Black Heaven sect during large-scale battles. It was only after he became the sect master that he wanted to practice in advance when encountering large-scale enemies. In the end, it was simply a chaotic battle. They fought to the point that there was no distinction between you and me. It was a complete mess. Yi Tianzong, who could not stand it, had to train them himself. Yi Tianzong took out the fighting method that the Hao Ranjin sect's army used to fight the devil race in the profound spirit world. For this reason, Yi Tianzong created 3 types of joint formations. The first was the Haoran Tiangang sword formation. This was the Hao Ranjin sect's formation, which was also Yi Tianzong's specialty. It was mainly used for offense. The second was the Haoran Shentian formation. It was mainly used for defense. When the sect's disciples encountered a strong enemy, they could form a formation to defend against the enemy and wait for reinforcements. The third was the Haoran Heaven Evasion formation. It was mainly used for escape. When they encountered an invincible enemy, they could gather the strength of many people and form a Heaven Evasion formation. They could escape millions of miles in an instant. The price was that they would be weak for a month. After creating these 3 convergence formations, Yi Tianzong also created an illusory void in the Black Heaven sect. The function of the illusory void was similar to the virtual reality on Earth in Yi Tianzong's first life. In the illusory void, Yi Tianzong taught the Black Heaven sect's disciples the methods and experience of fighting in groups of 10, 100, and 1,000, as well as large-scale battles with tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of troops under the support of battle fortresses and patrolling battleships. In the process of Yi Tianzong training the sect's disciples, those who disdained Yi Tianzong's training methods were all suppressed by Yi Tianzong. After training for 30 years, Yi Tianzong finally felt that it was about time and stopped. The sect could not go all out to defend the border. They had to have enough strength to stay behind and continuously provide resources and manpower to the front line. After some discussion, the 10,000 Weapons Hall Master, Alchemy Hall Master, and Scripture Hall Master stayed behind. They led 100 God King experts, 200,000 disciples, 3 battle fortresses, and 50 Sky Patrol battleships to guard the sect. They also activated all the sect protection formations. During the 3000 Regions War, it was not safe to be in a non-war zone. The 3000 Regions War was to eliminate excess cultivators. At the same time, it was an opportunity for revenge. Although it was forbidden to attack each other openly in a non-war zone, there were many ways to resolve grudges. Moreover, once the enemy eliminated them, everything would be for naught. Taiyuan Sky City would not hold the surviving forces accountable for a vanished force. Since the establishment of the Black Heaven sect, they had made many enemies. After sending most of their forces to the border to fight, there would definitely be forces who would come looking for trouble. Therefore, they had to leave behind a strong defensive force. At the same time, they had to constantly recruit new disciples to provide more manpower for the battle at the border. Yi Tianzong, the Mission Hall Master, Test Hall Master, and Disciplinary Hall Master led 700 God King experts, 2,200,000 disciples, 12 battle fortresses, and 350 Sky Patrol battleships to guard the border. The void teleportation formation that led from Shentian City to the border was extremely huge. It had a diameter of 3,000 miles. After the Shentian sect's team joined forces with the other 6 God King level forces, they passed through the void teleportation formation and arrived at the border. Chapter 332. The author was not good at writing battle scenes, so he was stuck. The divine mystic region opposite the Black Heaven sect's border was guarded by an ancient god sect's emperor-level organization and 7 God King-level organizations. The ancient god sect in the divine mystic region was a relatively powerful emperor-level organization that had been around for over 2,700,000 years. There were 5 great emperor-level old ancestors in the sect, 1 late-stage great emperor, 2 middle-stage great emperors, and 2 early-stage great emperors. There were over 1,000 God King-level experts and over 3,200,000 disciples. On the other hand, the Black Heaven sect only had 4 great emperors, 1 late-stage great emperor, 1 middle-stage great emperor, and 2 early-stage great emperors. There were about 800 God King-level experts and 2,400,000 disciples. They were much stronger than the Black Heaven sect in every aspect. In addition, with the support of 7 God King organizations, it could be said that their overall strength was at least 30% stronger than the Black Heaven sect side. Therefore, in the beginning of the 100-Year War, the Black Heaven sect side would be the defensive side. Fortunately, the Great Emperors and Heavenly Venerables were too powerful, so they were fighting in other high-altitude battlefields. Under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with the battle on the ground. Otherwise, the Black Heaven sect would be in trouble in this 3000 Regions War. In order to achieve an unexpected effect and hide their strength, the Black Heaven sect only displayed 1/3 of their 12 battle fortresses and 300 to 500 Heaven Patrol battleships. The other 2/3 of their battle fortresses and Heaven Patrol battleships were all hidden with concealment formations. Yi Tianzong and the other 6 God King level organizations leaders discussed the areas they needed to guard. They also strictly stipulated that if one of them was in danger during the battle, the surrounding organizations must send reinforcements. They could not leave them in the lurch. After reaching an agreement on other aspects, the rest of them left. Yi Tianzong did not have much hope in the 6 God King level organizations that were assisting the Black Heaven sect. He also did not want to use them as cannon fodder. As long as they obediently assisted the Black Heaven sect in defending the border, Yi Tianzong would not be stingy with the necessary support. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong wouldn't be lenient if there were forces that pretended to obey him or colluded with the ancient god sect. The war broke out in a hurry. On the third day after the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King ranked forces arrived at the border, the ancient god sect joined forces with the other 7 God King ranked forces and launched an attack before they could even finish setting up their defenses. This caught the Black Heaven sect and the other 6 God King ranked forces off guard. To be more precise, the other 6 God King ranked forces were not prepared enough. On the other hand, the disciples of the Mystic Sky sect had been trained by Yi Tianzong for decades and their discipline had greatly improved. The moment they arrived at the border, they had already begun to set up various defensive formations. Although they were not fully prepared, the disciples of the Mystic Sky sect did not panic in the face of the aggressive enemy. The ancient God sect and 7 other God King forces had a total of over 5 million people. 2,000 God King experts headed straight for the Black Heaven sect. From the looks of it, they wanted to take advantage of the Black Heaven sect and the other 6 God King ranked forces' lack of preparation to eliminate the strongest Emperor ranked force, the Mystic Sky sect. The remaining 6 God King ranked forces were not a concern at all. When the time came, they could wantonly plunder in the Taiyuan region. In fact, the ancient God sect and the other 7 God King ranked forces had also just arrived at the border. They had only arrived a day earlier than the Black Heaven sect and were not fully prepared. However, they knew that the Black Heaven sect was even less prepared. Therefore, they wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand. Fang Zheng's side was much stronger. Even if they couldn't eliminate the Black Heaven sect in one wave, they could still inflict heavy losses. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Looking at the black mass of enemies flying over, the disciples of the Black Heaven sect were nervous but not afraid. Yi Tianzong had already told them about the 3,000 Domains War. He had also explained to them the nature and purpose of the war. Life and death were nothing to be taken lightly. If they were not convinced, they could fight. It was not a big deal. On the contrary, when they saw the enemies in a chaotic formation, many of the Black Heaven sect disciples couldn't help but curse in their hearts. F***CK. What kind of bullsh**T formation is this? Look at it, it's a mess. That's right. There's no discipline and cooperation at all. Aren't they courting death? TSK. How unsightly. They are far from being comparable to us. Why should we be afraid of them? Stop bragging. What's the difference between us and them in the past? We were all trained by the sect master. However, looking at them, we really don't need to be afraid of them. We still don't know who will live and who will die. Don't forget that we still have a lot of big guys. The enemy army of 5 million soon clashed with the Black Heaven sect disciples who were on high alert. Unlike the enemies who were in a chaotic formation and had their own camps, the 2 million disciples of the Black Heaven sect formed a combat stronghold of 10,000 people and a group of 100 people 3 miles apart. A total of 100 combat units formed a tight 8 trigrams formation and used the Haoran Tiangang sword formation to fight against the enemies. The entire battlefield that spanned a radius of several million miles was directly divided into 10,000 small battlefields. The Black Heaven sect disciples and the enemies were engaged in a life-and-death battle. At the same time, the 4 battle fortresses and 120 sky patrol battleships that were exposed outside attacked the enemies with all their might. On the other side, the 2,000 godly kings from the ancient god sect and 7 other godly king forces attacked the 700 godly kings of the Black Heaven sect. All the godly kings of the Black Heaven sect immediately fell into a tough battle as they barely resisted the enemy's attacks. A total of 2,700 godly kings were engaged in a fierce battle in the sky of 100,000 miles. Magic power surged and supernatural powers were used everywhere. The battle affected an area of several 100 million miles. In order to reduce the casualties of the Black Heaven sect, Yi Tianzong joined forces with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. The 3 of them pushed their way through the vast battlefield of godly kings with their golden fist suppressing the world and divine moon shocking the sky. All the godly kings in front of them, whether they were late-stage or peak-stage godly kings, were all killed in 2 to 3 moves. It was extremely brutal. Damn it. We can't let them be so arrogant. Hurry up and send more people to kill the three of them first. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu's invincible performance shocked the godly kings from the ancient god sect and 7 other godly king forces. However, what followed was a desire to kill them. In order to succeed in this battle, a total of 200 godly kings surrounded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu. Limitless Sword Wei, Annihilation Sword Qi, Sky-Shaking Divine Halberd, Devour the Heavens and Earth, 100 Generations of Oblivion. Before they even arrived, the 200 godly kings who surrounded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu had already used their strongest offensive supernatural powers. They swore to completely destroy Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu. 200 powerful supernatural powers drowned out the heavens and shook the 9 heavens. With unparalleled offensive power and fatal killing intent, they attacked Yi Tianzong, Xunyu, and Xunyu. Facing the combined attack of 200 godly kings, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu did not panic, nor did they try to dodge. Space imprisonment, limitless universe. Yi Tianzong consecutively used 2 powerful supernatural powers derived from the law of space and the law of heaven and earth. With his absolute strength, he forcibly blocked and imprisoned the 200 godly kings' supernatural powers. After that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu waved their divine swords at the same time, and each of them unleashed their most powerful attacks. Limitless Sword, Heavenly Moon God Slashing, Heavenly Moon God Slashing, and Heavenly Moon Immortal Slashing. Yi Tianzong, Xunyu, and Xunyu were simply too powerful. The swordway attacks they used cut through space, and boundless destructive sword qi drowned out the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, forming 3 storms of sword qi that engulfed the 200 godly kings and forced them to endure the powerful sword qi attacks. All the godly kings on the battlefield were paying attention. They all wanted to see the results that they wanted to see. While the storm of sword qi was wreaking havoc, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu did not stop attacking. They continued to wave their divine swords. Chapter 333. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu continued to attack with their divine swords. In an instant, boundless destructive sword qi raged, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The 200 god kings who were originally struggling to defend themselves could no longer withstand the continuous attacks of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. A large portion of the god kings were directly torn apart by the boundless sword qi, while the remaining ones were all heavily injured and could no longer fight. Yi Tianzong had no intention of letting these people go. Without any hesitation, he struck out with his palm. The huge palm that covered the sky carried with it the power to destroy the universe, and in an instant, these heavily injured god kings were completely annihilated. What? How is this possible? How can he be so strong? This is impossible. From the moment the 200 god kings attacked Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu to the moment the 200 god kings were completely annihilated, the situation suddenly changed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu's strength was unbelievably strong, completely exceeding the understanding of the enemies and Black Sky Sect's god kings. Kill. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu did not hesitate at all. After annihilating the 200 god kings, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu formed a group and split into 2 directions, killing their way into the battlefield of the god kings like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu's speed was extremely fast. Under the three's full strength, no god king could withstand a single attack from them, and no one could stop them. In the vast sky, only a golden ray of light and 2 divine moons could be seen moving unhindered, and they were invincible. I don't believe it, this is impossible, how can there be such a person? This can't be real, how can he be so strong, destroying the universe, kill, damn it, quickly stop them, we can't let them continue like this. Quick, infinite slash, quickly run, we are no match for him. The god kings of the ancient god sect and the 7 god king level forces were greatly shocked and terrified, and they madly attacked with their strongest divine abilities, wanting to kill Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu. Some of the god kings were scared out of their wits, and wanted to run for their lives as quickly as possible. However, all of their efforts were in vain. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu. Yi Tianzong was only using 50% of his strength, while Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu used their full strength. Yi Tianzong, Xunyu, and Shinyu used their full strength. Spatial imprisonment, dimensional wall, spatial blade. Under the divine abilities evolved from the law of space, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were like three rays of light, weaving an inescapable net that no God King could escape from. To Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Ling Xinyu, the God Kings in front of them were simply too weak, and they didn't need to use any other divine abilities at all. They simply used their divine abilities to imprison and defend against the enemy's attacks, not allowing them to escape, and then swung their swords to kill. It was a complete suppression of pure strength. The God Kings of the Black Heaven sect were already frightened by the strength of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. It was 2F** King scary, even though they already knew that their sect master and Madam Sect Master's strength wasn't simple, but looking at it now, it wasn't just not simple, it was simply too fierce. That was a divine king powerhouse on the same level as him, not some cabbage. This guy swung his sword one after another for fun. We're all God Kings, so why are you guys so strong? Are we fake? The God Kings of the Black Heaven sect began to doubt their lives, and they even forgot to deal with the enemies in front of them. Bastards, why aren't you fighting and delaying the enemy? What are you standing there for? Are you waiting to die? Yi Tianzong noticed that the God Kings of the Black Heaven sect were actually in a daze, and he was furious. Mother***, spacing out on the battlefield, are you courting death? Hearing Yi Tianzong's reprimand, the God Kings of the Black Heaven sect immediately came back to their senses, and when they realized that they were fighting, they couldn't help but panic. Then, as if they had eaten a Herculean divine pill, their morale soared, and they launched an attack on the ancient God sect and the 7 God King forces. Normally, without knowing Yi Tianzong's strength, they would definitely feel uncomfortable if Yi Tianzong reprimanded them like this, and they might even stand out to argue with Yi Tianzong. But now, it was better to forget about it. Mother***, you're too scary. If you're so awesome, you can say whatever you want. After witnessing Yi Tianzong's terrifying strength, even if they had a few guts, they wouldn't dare to go against Yi Tianzong. On the contrary, they were glad that Yi Tianzong was magnanimous and didn't stoop to their level. In any case, they had already made up their minds to listen to whatever Yi Tianzong said in the future, as long as Yi Tianzong didn't go crazy and find trouble with them. The God Kings of the ancient God sect and the 7 God King forces felt terrible. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Black Heaven sect wasn't prepared, and they had the advantage in numbers to catch the Black Heaven sect off guard. In the end, as soon as they started fighting, 3 super beasts jumped out of nowhere. They were so ferocious that they couldn't even put up a fight. They were all God Kings, but the difference between them was a little too ridiculous. The 3 people on the other side were simply breaking the rules. Seeing more and more of their companions being killed, the surviving God King experts made up their minds to flee. They had to escape quickly. Otherwise, they would all die here today. In order to escape, the God Kings of the ancient God sect and the 7 God King forces began to fight with their lives on the line. If a God King wanted to escape, it would be impossible unless the difference in strength was too great, or they were prepared. Otherwise, even 2 God Kings of the same realm wouldn't be able to stop them. After attacking the God Kings of the Black Heaven sect with their lives on the line, the remaining 1,300 God Kings of the ancient God sect and the 7 God King forces took advantage of the fact that the Black Heaven sect's people were flustered to defend themselves. They used the fastest speed they had ever used in their lives to escape for their lives. In an instant, they ran several million miles away. In less than a breath's time, they had run several tens of thousands of miles away, leaving the battlefield. The 1,300 God Kings who were fighting the God Kings of the Black Heaven sect had all run away. However, less than 50 of the 200 God Kings who were fighting Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu managed to escape. Those who managed to escape were all peak God Kings. The rest had all died in the sword chi storm created by the 3 people. From the beginning to the end of the God King battle, it took less than an hour. The ancient God sect, who had come to invade with full confidence, lost more than 500 God Kings. In the end, they had no choice but to flee in defeat. The God Kings of the ancient God sect and the 7 God King forces managed to escape. However, the people on the ground weren't so lucky. The 5 million God Kings of the ancient God sect and the 7 God King forces who came to fight the Black Heaven sect's disciples found the battle to be too difficult. 5 million against 2 million. They originally thought it wouldn't be difficult. However, they only realized how difficult it was to fight. The Black Heaven sect's people didn't fight them one-on-one. Instead, they formed small groups and used some unknown joint attack formation to fend off the enemy. They were like hedgehogs. After fighting for a long time, the Black Heaven sect's disciples didn't suffer many casualties. On the other hand, the Black Heaven sect's side suffered many casualties. Chapter 334. In particular, there were several castle-like fortresses in the sky and more than 100 large ships. What were those? Each of them was like a tortoise shell that could not be broken at all. However, every attack from those big guys was simply invincible. The Black Heaven sect's battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships were invincible in the vast battlefield that spanned hundreds of miles. With the spirit-devouring disk constantly absorbing the endless vitality energy between heaven and earth, the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships' Dark Light Pagoda, God-shattering lance, God-locking mirror, dragon-snaring lasso, and sky cannons constantly killed and hunted down large groups of enemies. By the time the ancient God sect and the 7 God King level forces God King experts ordered their troops to flee, most of them were already pinned down and surrounded by the Black Heaven sect's disciples, battle fortresses, and Sky Patrol battleships. When Yi Tianzong and the others ended the battle and saw the large group that wanted to retreat, they immediately attacked. Now that the enemy's God King experts had fled, the Black Heaven sect's God King experts no longer had any scruples. There was no right or wrong on the battlefield. The 4.5 million enemy troops that wanted to retreat had no chance of turning the tables under the combined attack of 700 God King experts, more than 2 million Black Heaven sect's disciples, 4 battle fortresses, and more than 100 Sky Patrol battleships. Apart from a portion of the 5th and 6th heavens of the mythic realm who had their cultivation crippled, the rest of the invading enemies were completely annihilated. This battle lasted for more than 8 hours. In the end, the Black Heaven sect lost more than 70,000 disciples and more than 30 God King experts. In exchange, the 5 million enemy troops that came to invade were completely annihilated. Of the 2,000 God King experts, only 1,400 managed to escape. Compared to the losses, the Black Heaven sect could be considered as a true victory. After the Black Heaven sect ended the battle, the reinforcements from the 6 God King level forces finally arrived. Yi Tianzong didn't blame them too much when he saw how the 6 leaders of the Divine King's forces were trembling in fear. Instead, he asked them to compensate him with some spiritual herbs and materials before letting them leave. Yi Tianzong didn't expect these 6 God King level forces to help him in the first place. In addition, they weren't prepared enough. The enemy came too suddenly. The 6 God King level forces were also attacked. However, the attack was much weaker. Asking them to compensate some resources could be considered as making up for the Black Heaven sect's loss this time. After the ancient God sect from the Divine Mystic region failed to attack and suffered heavy losses, they did not make any other moves. Instead, they used every second to set up all kinds of defensive measures and positions in the area where the Divine Mystic region was stationed. They were afraid that the Black Heaven sect would attack. Under Yi Tianzong's decision, the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King forces had been resting at the border of the Taiyuan domain for a month. In a month's time, the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King forces had finished setting up their respective defensive positions and strongholds. They had a clear understanding of the situation at the border. According to the current situation, the originally powerful ancient God sect from the Divine Mystic region was weaker than the Black Heaven sect after suffering a crushing defeat a month ago. However, it was not by much because the ancient God sect's original strength was more than 30% stronger than the Black Heaven sect's. The Black Heaven sect's current strength was less than 10% stronger than the ancient God sect's. If they included the 8 hidden battle fortresses and more than 200 Sky Patrol battleships, they would definitely have a huge advantage over the ancient God sect. Moreover, they had Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, 3 super experts. The 3 of them were the Black Heaven sect's strongest protection. Ever since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu displayed their invincible strength in the previous battle, all the God King experts of the Black Heaven sect looked at the three of them with reverence. Yi Tianzong's prestige and status soared. Through searching the souls of the captives, we've gained a rough understanding of the ancient God sect of the Divine Xian region. The current situation is that our advantage is more obvious. We can't afford to lose this opportunity. I believe that we should take the initiative to attack. Even if we can't succeed in one battle, we should weaken the enemy's strength to the greatest extent. What do you all think? Yi Tianzong looked at the God King experts of the Black Heaven sect and said. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the Law Enforcement Hall Master directly said, I agree with the sect master's idea. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Right now, we are strong, and we have the support of the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships. There's no need to be afraid of them. Everyone has seen the power of the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships. Moreover, we are already in an invincible position. After the Law Enforcement Hall Master finished speaking, the eyes of all the God King experts of the Black Heaven sect lit up. That's right. With Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu, they were already in an invincible position in a battle between God Kings. What was there to be afraid of? They could just fight directly. The Mission Hall Master continued, that's right. I also agree with the sect master's idea. We are not fighting alone. There are still 6 other God King factions. Last time, the enemy gathered an army of 5 million. This time, we will gather an army of 6 million. We must make the enemy pay a heavy price. After the Mission Hall Master finished speaking, the God King experts of the Black Heaven sect present all expressed their agreement. Seeing that everyone was eager for a big battle, Yi Tianzong nodded his head in satisfaction and said, since that's the case, inform the other 6 God King factions to come and discuss. 3 days later, we will gather an army of 6 million and attack the ancient God sect. 3 days later, the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King factions formed an army of 6 million. All of them entered the 8 battle fortresses and 240 Sky Patrol battleships. The battle fortresses could hold at least 1 million people. A single Sky Patrol battleship could hold more than 100,000 people. Yi Tianzong did not choose to attack openly. Instead, he had everyone enter the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships. Then, the 8 battle fortresses and 240 Sky Patrol battleships all activated a concealment formation and flew towards the ancient God sect of the Divine Mystic region. The ancient God sect of the Divine Mystic region was located 1 million miles away from the border. Most of the God King experts of the ancient God sect were gathered here. When the ancient God sect's sect master, Jiyu Shenzong, saw the Black Heaven sect's battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships fly into the Divine Mystic region, he suddenly felt uneasy. A bad premonition arose in his heart. As a godly king, he would not have such a feeling for no reason. As a result, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly said to the other godly kings, "This is bad. I suddenly have a very bad feeling. It must be the Profound Heaven sect from the Taiyuan region that is attacking us. Quick, we need to respond immediately." A peak God King expert to the left of Jiyu Shenzong also said with a heavy expression, "I also have this bad feeling. It feels like a disaster is imminent. It seems like the danger this time is no small matter. We need to raise all of our attention to deal with it. In particular, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect and his 2 women are too powerful. They are too dangerous. We can only use the life-saving talismans left behind by the great emperors of the sect to deal with them." All the God Kings present knew the severity of the matter. They did not doubt the veracity of the matter. They all left the discussion hall and hurriedly passed on the news to all the defensive positions. Chapter 335. As the God Kings of the ancient God sect hurriedly notified everyone to make defensive preparations, the battle fortresses and battleships of the Black Heaven sect carrying 6 million soldiers had already arrived at the border of the ancient God sect. The battle fortresses and battleships used the sky patrolling mirror to scan the terrain within a radius of several tens of millions of miles. They easily found the headquarters of the ancient God sect. As a result, 4 battle fortresses and 100 battleships immediately set off for the headquarters of the ancient God sect. The other 4 battle fortresses and battleships set off in all directions to suppress the forces of the ancient god sect. When they were less than 10,000 miles away from the headquarters of the ancient god sect, the 4 battle fortresses and 120 battleships all shot out powerful rays of destruction, launching devastating attacks towards the distant headquarters of the ancient god sect. When the battle fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship removed their concealment formation and launched their attack, the ancient Divinity and Divine King experts in the base camp of the ancient god sect had already noticed the disturbance in the distance. All the Divine King experts used various methods to avoid this fatal attack. Out of over 500 god kings, over 480 of them managed to avoid the powerful radiant radiance by a hair's breadth. However, there were still over 20 god kings who just happened to be struck by the radiant radiance due to their bad luck. Over a dozen of the weaker god kings directly vanished while the rest were heavily injured. As for the ancient god sect's base camp, it was completely destroyed under the attack of more than 120 Annihilation Divine Light. More than half of the ancient god sect's disciples who were guarding the perimeter were killed in one wave of attacks. After the rays of destruction were shot out, over 100,000 disciples of the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King factions immediately flew out of the 4 battle fortresses and 100 God King factions, as well as 500 God Kings. The 500 God Kings were led by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu. They launched powerful attacks towards the God Kings of the ancient God sect who had dodged the attacks. As for the disciples of the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King factions, they surrounded the surviving disciples of the ancient god sect and launched a final encirclement. After the battle fortresses and battleships shot out rays of destruction once again, killing several tens of thousands of ancient god sect disciples, they carried the remaining god kings and disciples towards the base of the ancient god sect and the 7 god king factions. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu directly attacked the sect master of the ancient god sect. They did not give him any chance to catch his breath. As the sect master of the Black Heaven sect, Yi Tianzong naturally knew that the sect master of the ancient god sect definitely had a life-saving talisman given to him by a great emperor. Ancient God Sect Master of the Ancient God Sect. Ancient God Sect, the God King factions of Ancient God Sect. God Talisman. For example, Yi Tianzong's God Talisman was given to him by the strongest late-stage Great Emperor ancestor of the Black Heaven sect. The God Talisman sealed a projection of 20% of the late-stage Great Emperor ancestor's strength. This projection could last for 3 minutes. If Yi Tianzong encountered life-threatening danger or was attacked by a Great Emperor ancestor, it could help Yi Tianzong eliminate the enemy or give him a chance to escape. Yi Tianzong did not know how powerful the God talismans of the ancient God sect's sect master and upper echelon were. However, Yi Tianzong knew that in order to avoid any accidents, he definitely could not let the sect master and the others use their God talismans. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu had already used the Traceless Void to sneak over. When the ancient God sect's sect master and the others were dodging the attacks of the battle fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship, they immediately attacked the core members of the ancient God sect. Yi Tianzong and the others clearly knew who the core members of the ancient God sect were after using the soul search on the disciples of the 5th and 6th heavens of the myth realm of the ancient God sect. Jiyu Shenzong and the other core members of the ancient God sect had just narrowly dodged the attack of the divine light of destruction. Before they could react, they were completely annihilated by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu. During this period of time, Yi Tianzong even used the power of the law of time and the law of space to imprison the consciousness and mobility of the 4 people of the ancient God sect, not giving them any chance to use their God talismans. The core members of the ancient God sect, who could have used their God talismans to turn the situation around, were completely annihilated by Yi Tianzong and the others. As a result, the God King experts of the ancient God sect no longer had a chance to turn the situation around. After annihilating the 4 people of the ancient God sect, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu split up and directly charged into another battle. All the God King experts of the ancient God sect, even those who had comprehended 3 types of laws, were like weak babies in front of them. They were easily cut down by their divine swords. Normally, the God King experts who were all-powerful and unhindered were actually so weak and powerless at this moment. With the addition of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, the originally advantageous battle ended very quickly. In less than an hour, all the God King experts of the ancient God sect were annihilated. Not a single God King expert was able to escape from Yi Tianzong and the others. After annihilating the 480 God King experts of the ancient God sect, the 500 God King experts of the Black Heaven sect and the 6 major God King factions followed Yi Tianzong's instructions. 40 God King experts were left behind to supervise the disciples in exterminating the remaining members of the ancient God sect. The rest of the God King experts were divided into 10 groups, with 4 to 6 people in each group, to assist in clearing out the enemies in other areas. The Black Heaven sect and the 6 major God King factions had arrived in the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships too quickly. It was too unexpected, and no one knew. As a result, the ancient God sect and the 7 major God King factions all suffered a heavy blow from the rear. They suffered heavy losses at the first moment. Then, in the battle against the disciples of the Black Heaven sect and the 6 major God King factions that appeared one after another, they were forced to retreat repeatedly. Coupled with the continuous attacks from the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships in the sky, the morale of the ancient God sect and the 7 major God King factions plummeted. Faced with the orderly attacks from the Black Heaven sect and the 6 major God King factions, they retreated and shrank their defensive lines in different ways, attempting to rely on the various defensive formations they had constructed to withstand the fierce attacks. However, in the face of the battle fortresses and God King experts, everything was futile. As the situation worsened, the people of the ancient God sect and the 7 major God King factions directly fled in defeat. The experts and disciples of the Black Heaven sect and the 6 major God King factions attacked everywhere. With the assistance of the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships, they destroyed the defensive formations of the ancient God sect and the 7 major God King factions. They killed countless enemies and obtained rich spoils of war at the same time. The spatial transportation formation from the ancient God sect in the divine mystic region to the border had long been sealed by Yi Tianzong and the other God King experts. It could no longer be used, and the reinforcements from the ancient God sect's main camp could not be sent through the spatial transportation formation. In the War of the 3,000 Domains, there was a point that all factions had to abide by, and that was that they could seal the spatial transportation formation, but they could not destroy it. This was because not only was it difficult and tedious to construct a spatial transportation formation, but it also consumed too many materials and resources. Rebuilding it would require a great price, so it was strictly forbidden to destroy spatial transportation formations in the vast 1,000 domains of the human race. Chapter 336. The Black Heaven sect did not have as many great emperors as the ancient God sect. Their overall strength was also weaker than the ancient God sect. Therefore, in order to avoid more casualties and prevent the Black Heaven sect from being ambushed by great emperors, Yi Tianzong did not use the void teleportation formation to attack the ancient God sect's headquarters. Instead, he sealed the teleportation formation. Without the void transfer formation, the people of the ancient God sect and the 7 King of God's forces had no way to escape the danger quickly. Under the pursuit of the Black Heaven sect, the 6 King of God's forces, and the 6 King of God's forces, they were constantly found and destroyed. With the help of the Battle Fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship Sky Patrol Mirror, the Black Heaven sect and the 6 Divine Monarch forces armies penetrated tens of millions of miles into the Divine Mystic region. After a month of continuous pursuit, they finally wiped out the ancient God sect and the 7 Divine Monarch forces. They only lost less than 1/10 of their forces. When they returned, the armies of the Black Heaven sect and the 6 Divine King forces also brought back rich spoils of war. In the first year of the 3,000 Regions War, the Black Heaven sect had won a great victory and gained a lot. From today onwards, until there was no new Emperor-level force stationed at the border of the Divine Mystic region, the Black Heaven sect would be free to roam across hundreds of millions of miles around the border of the Divine Mystic region to obtain large amounts of resources. Also, if the Black Heaven sect could withstand the counterattack from the forces of the Divine Profound Domain after the end of the 3,000 Domains War and firmly control the several hundred million li border of the Divine Profound Domain, then after the 100-Year War, Half of the divine profound domain occupied by the Black Heaven sect would be permanently divided into the Taiyuan domain. As the number one contributor, the Mystic Sky sect would receive 1/10 of the region. In other words, if the Black Heaven sect still firmly occupied 1,000,000 square kilometers of the divine mystic domain after countless battles during the War of 3,000 domains that lasted for 100 years, then after the war ended, the divine mystic domain would have an area of 500,000 square kilometers permanently assigned to the Taiyuan domain. Of the 500,000 square kilometers assigned to the Taiyuan domain, 100,000 square kilometers would permanently belong to the Black Heaven sect. This was the rule of the war between the 3,000 domains on the continent. It was also the rule of the war between the endless sea and the vast starry sky. 100 years might seem like a short period of time, but to myth realm experts, godly kings, and great emperors, whose lifespans had reached tens of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, it was an extremely short period of time. However, the War of the 3,000 regions would last for 100 years, which was a very long time. As they watched their disciples, friends, teachers, and fellow disciples leave them constantly in the war, and even they were unable to protect themselves. Who knew when they would die on the battlefield, all of them hoped that the War of the 3,000 regions would end as soon as possible. Ever since the ancient God sect was defeated and the Black Heaven sect of the Taiyuan domain occupied several 100 million miles of the border region, the forces of the divine mystical region were naturally very unwilling. For this reason, in the following 60 years, the divine mystic region had sent out 6 emperor-ranked forces to compete with the Black Heaven sect for the border regions of the divine mystic region. Every time, the emperor-ranked forces that were sent out would unite with the defeated forces and then make a comeback to fight with the Black Heaven sect. However, 60 years had passed. The divine mystic region had sent 6 emperor-ranked forces. In addition to the ancient God sect, there were a total of 7 emperor-ranked forces and 42 God-king-ranked forces. In the face of the Black Heaven sect, all of them had returned home. Instead, the 100 Black Heaven sect had occupied more and more territory. This result immediately caused a sensation in the Taiyuan domain and the divine mystic region that were fighting. In the past War of the 3,000 regions, it was not that there were no emperor-ranked forces that were strong enough to resist the counterattack of the other party. However, there had never been a force like the Black Heaven sect that defeated 7 emperor-ranked forces in a short 60 years. As a result, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu became famous. The Black Heaven sect's battle fortress and sky patrol battleship became famous. During the 60 years of war with the emperor-ranked forces of the divine mystic region, there were many God-king experts from the divine mystic region who came because of the fame of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. They wanted to challenge the 3 of them. There were even people who wanted to rely on their powerful backgrounds to eliminate Yi Tianzong and directly snatch Ling Xinyu and Xinyu's Supreme Force's disciples. Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Ling Xinyu did not show any mercy to these people. They killed all of them with swift and fierce methods. Even the Supreme Force's disciples were not afraid of being killed by their swords. Yi Tianzong knew the consequences of doing this. Perhaps during the War of the 3,000 regions, the forces behind the Supreme Force's disciples that he killed might not do anything to him and the Black Heaven sect. However, once the War of the 3,000 regions ended, the Supreme Forces would definitely send great emperor experts to threaten the Black Heaven sect and ask the Black Heaven sect to hand over him, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. Taiyuan, heavenly venerable of the Taiyuan region, would also not become enemies with another supreme force just because the Black Heaven sect was not outstanding among the emperor-ranked forces. In the end, he would definitely turn a blind eye to it. Yi Tianzong had already thought of the consequences of all this. However, Yi Tianzong still did it. He had already thought of a way out. As long as he resigned from the position of sect master of the Black Heaven sect when the War of the 3,000 regions was about to end, he would cut ties with the Black Heaven sect and disappear without a trace. Then, the Supreme Force would not do anything to the Black Heaven sect and would only chase after the 3 of them. However, would Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu be afraid of being chased by a Supreme Force? What a joke! As long as Yi Tianzong and the others were willing, they could leave the human race's great thousand world at any time and return to the profound spirit world. With an absolutely safe escape route, Why would they care about being chased by a supreme force? Because he, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, the three most important people, had already left, there was no point in continuing to target the Black Heaven sect. Taiyuan Heavenly Venerable would also not allow the Supreme Force to continue targeting the Black Heaven sect without Yi Tianzong and the others. Therefore, the Black Heaven sect was safe. In fact, there was another reason why Yi Tianzong wanted to kill them. That was, the current Black Heaven sect was no longer suitable for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. It was too comfortable in the Black Heaven sect. It was not suitable for Yi Tianzong and the others to continue growing. What they needed was more challenges and adventures. Staying in the Black Heaven sect would only bury and hinder their potential. The Divine Mystic region did not give up on the fight for the border. Even the supreme force that Yi Tianzong had killed had sent out a God King expert to join the battle against the Black Heaven sect with the identity of an emperor force. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had already thought of a way out. When faced with the counterattack of the Divine Profound region's forces, they completely let go and started a massacre. The three of them killed the God King experts of the Divine Profound region without any hesitation. As long as they could see or find a God King expert, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu did not let a single one of them go. The number of God King experts that died at the hands of Yi Tianzong and the others was more than 10 times the number of God King experts killed by the Black Heaven sect and the other 6 God King forces combined. All the God King experts of the Divine Profound region were terrified by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's brutal massacre. Even if they took out the life-saving talismans bestowed by great emperors, Yi Tianzong, who had unleashed his full strength, managed to hold on until the life-saving talisman's effective time ran out. In the end, they still could not escape the fate of being killed by Yi Tianzong. It was that time when Yi Tianzong unleashed his full strength and fought against a late-stage Great Emperor expert's projection. The battle lasted for 3 minutes until the projection dissipated. Yi Tianzong survived. This caused Yi Tianzong to shake the entire Taiyuan domain and Divine Profound region. It also attracted the attention of many great emperors and even heavenly venerables. Since then, the Divine Profound region did not send any new great emperors to reclaim the border regions that the Black Heaven sect had occupied. However, Yi Tianzong knew that this was only the temporary calm before the storm. Chapter 337. The Divine Mystic region did not send any other emperor-level organizations to fight for the border. Therefore, the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King organizations could freely enter and exit the border of the Divine Mystic region under Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu's watch. They built cities and opened up trade routes, collecting large amounts of resources every day. Just like that, another 30 years passed. There were still 2 years until the end of the 3,000 Regions War. In the next 30 years, there were no battles, so the people of the Black Heaven sect and the 6 God King organizations had time to cultivate. Perhaps it was because they had defeated 7 Emperor-level organizations and over 40 God King organizations consecutively, stealing a portion of the fortune of those defeated organizations. Whether it was the people of the Black Heaven sect or the 6 God King organizations, they all felt like they were being assisted by the gods when they cultivated. Even Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu broke through from the late God King to the peak of the late God King realm in 30 years. It was equivalent to 1,000 years of cultivation. There are only 2 years left. It's time to leave the Black Heaven sect, Yi Tianzong muttered to himself as he looked at the distant horizon. On this day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, as well as all the God King experts of the Black Heaven sect, all appeared in the main hall in the Black Heaven city at the border of the Divine Mystic region. At this moment, the God King experts of the Black Heaven sect looked at Yi Tianzong, who sat at the head of the hall. They were all guessing the reason why Yi Tianzong had called them all over. I've called all of you here today because I have something to tell you. I've been the sect master for almost 400 years. It's a pity that the War of the 3,000 Regions happened not long after I took over. Fortunately, I didn't let down the expectations of the past seniors of the Black Heaven sect and allowed the Black Heaven sect to continue on. Now that the War of the 3,000 Regions will end in 2 years, it's time for me to leave. At this point, Yi Tianzong waved his hand to stop the disciplinary hall master, the formation hall master, and the others who wanted to speak. He continued, "There's no need for you to say anything. I've already decided that I'll no longer be the sect master of the Black Heaven sect after 2 hours. I'll have nothing to do with the Black Heaven sect from now on. After my abdication, everything will be managed by the Law Enforcement Hall Master, the Mission Hall Master, the Examination Hall Master, and the Array Hall Master. Don't spread the news of my departure first. Wait until the last 7 days before the end of the war, then announce to the public that I've betrayed the Black Sky sect and have nothing to do with it anymore. This is all the sect can do for the sect. I hope that the 4 of you will be able to stabilize the situation after I leave. When the battle is over and we return to the sect, there will naturally be great emperors presiding over the selection of a new sect master." Formation Hall Master Liu Sini stood up anxiously and said, "Sect leader, what do you mean? Can't the sect protect you and your wife? At the very least, will Taiyuan Heavenly Venerable allow the enemy to do as they please and oppress the Black Heaven sect?" Yi Tianzong smiled non-committally and stopped the Law Enforcement Hall Master and the others who wanted to speak. He said, "Sini, don't be so naive. Taiyuan Heavenly Venerable won't allow the supreme grade forces from other regions to oppress the Black Heaven sect. However, the premise for all of this is that I'm not in the Black Heaven sect. Otherwise, whether it's me or the Black Heaven sect, we're not worthy of Taiyuan Heavenly Venerable becoming enemies with other supreme grade forces. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle has always been the law of the jungle. Whoever is stronger is right. Our Black Heaven sect is only an Emperor-grade force. Our strength isn't outstanding among Emperor-grade forces. Moreover, many Emperor-grade forces have formed grudges with our Black Heaven sect over the years. If we want the Black Heaven sect to develop smoothly after the war, I have to sever all ties with the sect. As long as I'm not around, Taiyuan Heavenly Venerable will protect the Black Heaven sect." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued, "All right, you don't have to say any more. In the future, the Black Heaven sect will depend on you to take charge of it. Go back and tell everyone that Howren's camp will be led by Yun Chenglin from now on. Li Qingxian and Ou Yuming will be the deputy commanders. That's all. Don't forget what I said. I'm leaving now. See you again." After that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu performed the traceless void and disappeared silently in front of everyone's eyes. Liu Sini called out sect leader absent-mindedly. Then, he sat down on his seat and smashed the armrest of the chair, shouting, "Damn it." Liu Sini was so emotional, but the other Divine King experts in the hall also felt the same. Most of the Divine Kings felt gratitude and admiration towards Yi Tianzong. It was not only because of his strength, but also because of the contributions he had made to the Black Heaven sect in the short 400 years since he had succeeded the position. However, such a peerless genius and sect leader had to sever ties with the sect because of the enemy. From then on, he had to wander around the world and hide. This was the shame of the entire Black Heaven sect, but it was also a cruel reality that they had to accept. It could not be helped. The Black Heaven sect was not strong enough. If the Black Heaven sect was a supreme force, why would Yi Tianzong leave the sect? Yi Tianzong was too outstanding. Perhaps the Black Heaven sect could not tolerate him at all. If he left the sect, he might go further. The Law Enforcement Hall Master looked out of the hall and was in a daze for a long time before he came back to his senses. Looking at the silent crowd, he said, "All right, the sect leader has left. According to his instructions, when the 3000 Regions War is about to end, we will announce that he has betrayed the Black Heaven sect and has nothing to do with the sect. The sect leader is right. We are only an Emperor-level force. Being weak is a sin. In the next 2 years, you must strictly patrol the areas that you are stationed in. Do not let the advantage that the sect leader has built for us be lost in the last 2 years. What we can do is to work hard and cultivate and improve our strength. I hope that we can meet the sect leader again in the future." The news of Yi Tianzong's departure was tightly sealed by the upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect and all the Divine King experts. To the public, it was said that Yi Tianzong was cultivating in seclusion. Everything else was as usual. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu silently left the Black Heaven city, they crossed the border of the Taiyuan region and entered the Divine Xian region. Then, they left the border of the Divine Xian region through the Void Transfer Formation. After leaving the border of the Divine Xian region, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu came to the vicinity of the ancient god sect. They did not act rashly. Although they had decided to make a big fuss in the Divine Xian region to reduce the pressure on the Black Heaven sect, now was not the time. They would wait until the 3000 Regions War was about to end. At that time, they would take revenge on the tyrannical Supreme Force, the Demon God Heavenly Sect. Chapter 338. Yi Tianzong felt very relaxed after leaving the position of sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. Then, he, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu disguised themselves as 3 ordinary cultivators below the myth realm. As they toured the local customs of the divine mystic region, they inquired about the situation of the 7 emperor-level forces that had been defeated by the Black Sky sect. 2 years passed very quickly as they waited leisurely. The Great War of the 3000 Regions was about to come to an end. 5 days before the end of the Great War of the 3000 Regions, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu began to take action. At this time, the mysterious Sky sect at the border of the Taiyuan region had already announced that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had betrayed the mysterious Sky sect because they had violated the sect's rules. They no longer had anything to do with the mysterious Sky sect. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's first target was the ancient god sect. After using the traceless void to sneak into the ancient god sect, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 did not separate. Instead, they attacked the God King experts of the ancient god sect together. Every time they attacked, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 would set up a disorienting illusion array to conceal their movements. With the strength of the 3 of them, any God King powerhouse absolutely did not have any chance of surviving. After killing 50 God King experts in a row, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu stopped and quietly left the ancient god sect. After leaving the range of the ancient god sect protecting array, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu each raised their longswords and used 80% of their strength to slash at the ancient god sect protecting array. It had to be said that the Traceless Void was one of the most practical and mysterious divine abilities that Yi Tianzong believed. In the state of Traceless Void, although Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu couldn't attack, they could blend into the void and hide their presence. They could pass through the ancient god sect protecting formation without anyone noticing. It was very mysterious and practical. Yi Tianzong and the other 2's attacks instantly alarmed the entire ancient god sect. The ancient god sect's strength had been greatly reduced due to their consecutive defeats at the hands of the Black Heaven sect. Hence, they constantly activated the sect protection formation to ensure their own safety. They didn't expect that there would be enemies at their doorstep. Everyone in the ancient god sect flew out, wanting to see who was attacking the sect protecting Grand Array. Yi Tianzong, you bastard. How dare you bully us? Do you really think there's no one in the ancient god sect? The Great War of the 3000 Domains is about to end. Our sect's great emperor old ancestor is about to return. When that time comes, you guys will die without a burial ground. Your Black Heaven sect will also be annihilated. A peak God King expert from the ancient god sect who recognized Yi Tianzong and the other 2 said furiously, "Those people in the Black Heaven sect are all idiots. Back then, I suggested to eliminate you guys completely. In the end, those God Kings of the Black Heaven sect were too cowardly. Now that I've betrayed the Black Heaven sect, I'll do whatever I want from now on. Do you really think that this bullshit sect protecting Grand Array can stop me? Look behind you. Don't you feel that there are fewer people behind you? The reason why I attacked your sect protecting Grand Array is to remind you that I've been here. I'll be back in the future. You guys better pray that your great emperor old ancestor is always in the sect." Ha ha ha. Yi Tianzong laughed loudly after he finished speaking. Together with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, the 3 of them executed the Traceless Void and left the ancient god sect's territory. Then, they executed the Form Displacement divine ability to change their appearance and aura. They took the Void Transfer formation and headed to the next Emperor-ranked force, the 9 Mysteries sect. The 9 Mysteries sect was an Emperor-ranked force similar to the ancient god sect. They also had 5 great Emperor old ancestors. They were about 5 billion miles away from the ancient God sect. After arriving at the Nine Mysteries sect's territory, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu used the traceless void to sneak past the Nine Mysteries sect's sect-protecting Grand Array and started killing the God Kings who were cultivating in seclusion. With the cover of the heaven-bewitching illusion array, Yi Tianzong and the other two assassinated the God Kings of the Nine Mysteries sect without causing any commotion. Silently, the three of them shuttled through the various caves filled with pure heaven-earth yuan qi. This time, in order to assassinate the God King expert from the Nine Mysteries sect, Yi Tianzong and the other two used the laws of space to imprison him before using their divine souls to attack him. After spending an entire day, Yi Tianzong and the other two assassinated a total of 60 God Kings who were cultivating in seclusion. At the same time, they collected the corpses of the God Kings and their treasures. The corpses of God Kings that were condensed from the law of space were precious materials for refining weapons. At the same time, they could be used to refine the pure bloodline of the God King's celestial body, increasing the potential and foundation of cultivators below the God King realm. After killing 60 God Kings, Yi Tianzong and the other two sneaked out of the Nine Mysteries sect. Then, they attacked the Nine Mysteries sect's sect-protecting Grand Array openly, startling the entire Nine Mysteries sect. "Who dares? It's you, Yi Tianzong. How dare you attack my Nine Mysteries sect? My sect's old ancestor is about to return. At that time, you'll definitely die without a burial ground," a late-stage God King of the Nine Mysteries sect shouted after recognizing Yi Tianzong. He could only do so. Knowing Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's ferocious strength, the God Kings of the Nine Mysteries sect did not dare to step out of the sect-protecting Grand Array to fight with Yi Tianzong and the other two. "Haha, a bunch of cowards. Go back and see who's missing before you talk nonsense." Yi Tianzong sneered and repeated what he said to the ancient God sect about leaving the Black Heaven sect. After saying that he would return, he left the Nine Mysteries sect with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Then, they disguised themselves again and headed for the next Emperor-ranked force. When they attacked the third Emperor-ranked force, Devil Spirit Mountain, Yi Tianzong estimated that there was still a day before the 3000 Regions War ended. Thus, he quietly passed through the Devil Spirit Mountain's sect-protecting Grand Array, killed 20 God Kings, and left Devil Spirit Mountain. Before he left, he attacked the Devil Spirit Mountain's sect-protecting Grand Array, left behind a jade slip, and quickly left. After Yi Tianzong and the other two attacked Devil Spirit Mountain, they disguised themselves as ordinary cultivators and went to another Emperor-ranked force's territory through the Void Transfer Array. Then, they went into hiding. After the 3000 Regions War ended, all the emperors and heavenly venerables of the various sects returned to their respective sects after 100 years of fighting. Yi Tianzong did not want to go back and forth at this time. Otherwise, if he encountered an emperor or heavenly venerate, he would suffer. However, although Yi Tianzong and the other two went into hiding, the commotion caused by their actions was far from over. The emperors of the ancient God sect, Nine Mysteries Gate, and Devil Spirit Mountain had already returned to their sects. When they learned that Yi Tianzong had ambushed their sect's headquarters, they flew into a rage and ordered the arrest of Yi Tianzong and the other two throughout the Divine Profound region. As for the news of Yi Tianzong and the other two leaving the Profound Heaven sect and entering the Divine Profound region and brazenly ambushing the ancient God sect, Nine Mysteries Gate, and Devil Spirit Mountain, the Nine Mysteries Gate, and Devil Spirit Mountain's arrest warrants gradually spread throughout the Divine Profound region, causing waves of commotion. In the entire Divine Profound region, all the Emperor-ranked forces that had heard of Yi Tianzong and the other two were either openly or covertly searching for Yi Tianzong and the other two. They had to capture them alive. Chapter 339. After the end of the 3000 Regions War, while the Divine Mystic region was searching for Yi Tianzong and the other two, the Black Heaven sect in the Taiyuan region was silent. Just as Yi Tianzong had expected, Lin Xiantian and the other great emperors of the Black Heaven sect were forced by the great emperors of the Divine Mystic region to hand Yi Tianzong over when the great battle of the 3000 regions was about to end. Even the Demon God Celestial sect, a supreme force of the Divine Mystic region, demanded the Black Heaven sect to hand Yi Tianzong over with the excuse that their disciples had been injured for no reason. Lin Shentian and the other 3 great emperors of the Black Heaven sect were lucky enough to survive the 3000 Regions War. Although they were injured, none of them died. Compared to the other great emperors of the Black Heaven sect, the Black Heaven sect's performance was outstanding. Under the Taiyuan Heavenly Sovereign's instructions, Lin Shentian and the others arrived at the border of the Black Heaven sect in the Taiyuan region under the threat of the other great emperors despite their anger. To be honest, Lin Shentian and the others didn't know what was going on in the Black Heaven sect. The 4 great emperors had been fighting the great emperors of the divine mystic region cautiously for the past 100 years. All of them were injured, so they didn't have the time or energy to find out what was going on in the Black Heaven sect. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall and the others who were in charge of overseeing the situation clenched their teeth and said that Yi Tianzong had betrayed the Black Heaven sect a few days ago and had nothing to do with the Black Heaven sect anymore. The great emperors of the divine mystic region only let the Black Heaven sect off when Lin Shentian and the other 3 great emperors of the divine mystic region were about to risk their lives. The 3000 Regions War has ended. The Black Heaven sect has obtained a huge piece of land with a radius of 30 million miles. We need to work on some measures to make use of this land as soon as possible. Also, all of you should prepare yourselves. There will be a competition for the position of sect master in 3 years. Whoever wins will be the next sect master of the Black Heaven sect. Don't mention anything about the past. What we should do now is to improve our strength. Lin Xuantian's face was a little pale as he instructed the upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect. After he was done speaking, everyone left. Lin Xuantian's eyes flashed with anger and humiliation as he watched the crowd leave. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect was the most outstanding skypride in history. In order to protect the Black Heaven sect, he was forced by so many enemies to sever ties with the sect. From then on, he had to endure the pursuit of many forces. Whether it was Lin Shentian, the other great emperors, or the people in the Black Heaven sect who knew the truth, they all suppressed their anger and humiliation. However, there was nothing they could do. The Black Heaven sect was too weak in front of so many Emperor-level and Supreme-level forces. Demon God Celestial Sect, Ancient God Sect, Demon Spirit Mountain. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you pay the price, Lin Shentian muttered to himself. With Yi Tianzong and the other 2 keeping a low profile, the 3000 Domains War had already ended for 10 years. In these 10 years, many Emperor-level forces, Demon God Celestial Sect, and many God King-level forces in the Divine Mystic region had wantonly searched the entire Divine Mystic region for Yi Tianzong and the other 2. There were also many great emperors who were good at divination who tried to divine the whereabouts of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. However, all of their efforts were futile. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no trace of them at all. Just as many forces who were searching for Yi Tianzong and the other 2 thought that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had already left the Divine Mystic region, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu once again launched a sneak attack on the Emperor-level force, the Blood Yuan sect. With the 6 great emperors of the Blood Yuan sect in the sect, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 quietly killed 40 God King-level experts. When they were 1,000,000 miles away from the Blood Yuan sect, they detonated a forbidden weapon buried in the Blood Yuan sect. The explosion of the forbidden weapon immediately alarmed the entire Blood Yuan sect. Through the means left behind by Yi Tianzong, they found out that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had launched a sneak attack on them. The entire Blood Yuan sect was bursting with anger, especially the 6 great emperors of the Blood Yuan sect. Under their watch, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had quietly killed 40 God King-level experts. Wasn't this a blatant provocation and ridicule of their incompetence? The furious 6 great emperors of the Blood Yuan sect no longer cared about recovering from their injuries. One of them was left behind to oversee the Blood Yuan sect. The remaining 5 great emperors followed the aura left behind by Yi Tianzong and the other 2 and began to track down Yi Tianzong and the other 2. They swore that they would definitely capture Yi Tianzong and the other 2 and then ruthlessly torture them. It was a pity that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 possessed the advanced Great Divine Ability 10,000 Phantoms, which allowed them to completely change their aura. The great emperors of the Blood Yuan sect frantically searched for Yi Tianzong and the other two for half a year before finally returning to the Blood Yuan sect with unwillingness in their hearts. The news of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu's sneak attack on the Blood Yuan sect inevitably spread, causing the major forces of the Divine Profound region to be shocked by Yi Tianzong and the other two's courage and determination. In such a dangerous situation where they were surrounded by enemies on all sides, they actually dared to launch a sneak attack on an emperor-level force. The forces of the Divine Profound region didn't know how to evaluate Yi Tianzong and the other two's actions. Perhaps only an unreasonable lunatic could explain it. However, the various emperor-level forces of the Divine Profound region didn't give up on pursuing Yi Tianzong and the other two. Instead, they increased their efforts, determined to find Yi Tianzong and the other two's whereabouts. As a result, in the next 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu engaged in a battle of wits and courage with the various emperor-level forces of the Divine Profound region. The targets of their revenge were no longer limited to the 7 emperor-level forces that had been defeated by the Black Heaven sect. As long as they knew of an emperor-level force that had placed a bounty on the 3 of them, they would be within the scope of their revenge. After 100 years, the entire Divine Profound region had been thrown into chaos by Yi Tianzong and the other two's actions. Due to the Great War of the 3,000 domains, the overall strength of the Divine Profound region had decreased by about 80%. Almost all the God King and Emperor-level forces had suffered great losses, and their numbers had decreased sharply. As a result, Yi Tianzong and the other two, who were invincible in the God King realm, were in less danger. The 3 of them roamed the entire Divine Profound region, randomly choosing their targets to ambush. They even ruthlessly killed the Emperor-level forces members that went out. Almost every time, they succeeded. At the very least, they could kill 10 God King experts. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu had spent 100 years fighting against the major forces of the Divine Xian region. They had broken through to the peak God King realm in one go. They had already forgotten how many God Kings they had killed. All the forces that had been ambushed by Yi Tianzong and the other two's attacks hated Yi Tianzong and the other two's guts. Since God Kings could not deal with Yi Tianzong and the other two's attacks, they sent out Emperor-level experts. However, Yi Tianzong and the other two's great ability, myriad manifestations illusory movement. They could completely change their aura and life form. Coupled with the fact that every action they took was well thought out, the 3 of them were always able to escape from the pursuit of Emperor-level experts. This infuriated the Emperor-level experts who had chased after Yi Tianzong and the other two, but they were unable to catch Yi Tianzong and the other two. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were hiding in a small city with a population of several million, living happily and contentedly. A few days ago, they had ambushed a branch of the Demon God sect. Currently, the Demon God sect was wantonly searching for them. Chapter 340. In the past 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were not only fighting with the Emperor-level forces in the Divine Profound region, but they were also collecting information about the Demon God Celestial sect. The Demon God Celestial sect was a newly emerged supreme force in the Divine Profound region in the past 3 million years. It was originally a powerful Emperor-level force that had been passed down for tens of millions of years. Later on, the Demon God Celestial sect rose to power and became an Empyrean expert in just a short million years. Now, it was a supreme force second only to the Divine Profound sect in the Divine Profound region. After gathering information about the Demon God Celestial sect, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu planned a sneak attack on some of the outer branches of the Demon God Celestial sect. In the past 100 years, they had already destroyed 3 branches of the Demon God Celestial sect in the Divine Profound region. The Demon God Celestial sect had already issued a kill order for Yi Tianzong and the other two, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. We've been in this world for several hundred years. It's time to go back and make some preparations before ascending. Let the forces in the Divine Profound region look for us. How could they not think that we've already disappeared from this world? Haha. Yi Tianzong hugged Ling Xinyu and said contentedly. Xunyu stuffed a cloud crystal grape into Yi Tianzong's mouth and said, "Do we still need to go back to the mysterious heaven sect?" Yi Tianzong thought about it and said, Yeah, let's go back and say hello. However, we have to go back secretly. Ling Xinyu nestled in Yi Tianzong's embrace and grabbed Yi Tianzong's hand, saying, "Next time, I want to go to the world battlefield to take a look." "Sure, anywhere is fine. The next time we come, I'll take you guys to experience the world battlefield. However, before that, we have to increase our strength again. After killing so many God Kings, we've already collected all the resources we need to cultivate the second secret technique. After we go back, we'll cultivate and ascend to the Great Thousand Worlds," Yi Tianzong said. The next day, Yi Tianzong and the other two sorted out their gains. Then, they disappeared from the Great Thousand World of the human tribe and returned to the cultivation area of the Immortal Mansion. After returning to a familiar place, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu first left the Heaven's Expanse Immortal Mansion and showed their faces in the Righteous Expanse Immortal Mansion. After inspecting the Righteous Expanse Immortal Mansion, they returned to the Heaven's Expanse Immortal Mansion and began to cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Technique and 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Secret Technique. The 9 Revolutions of the Mysterious Art and 9 Revolutions of the Sky Origin didn't require any special heavenly materials or earthly treasures to practice. The only thing they needed was energy, which could be said to be endless. The endless energy would be transformed by the secret technique and strengthen Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's body, Fa Li, and soul. In the past 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had continuously ambushed the God King experts and branch strongholds of the various emperor-level factions in the Divine Profound region. They had obtained an incalculable amount of resources and had long since gathered enough energy to cultivate the second secret technique. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had cultivated in the Immortal Mansion for 80 years and finally completed the second secret technique. After Yi Tianzong became a middle-rank disciple, the flow of time between the Immortal Mansion and the outside world had increased by 8 times. In other words, 80 years in the Immortal Mansion was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. After cultivating the secret technique, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's strength had increased by at least 30%. There were obvious improvements in all aspects. Their souls had become stronger, and the speed at which they comprehended the laws of heaven and earth had obviously increased. After coming out of the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu formed a group and toured the profound spirit world together. In the following 10 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's footprints had covered the Central Plains, the Southern Wasteland, the Western regions, the Northern Border, and the Boundless Ocean. While touring the profound spirit world, they had also given guidance to a few strong-willed and extraordinary young geniuses. Yi Tianzong had separated a strand of his soul, and used a large amount of energy to condense a clone. This was a clone that could exist independently. It possessed Yi Tianzong's memories and knowledge, but it was still under Yi Tianzong's control. Yi Tianzong planned that after leaving the profound spirit world, he would let this clone guard the profound spirit world and suppress any ambitious people who wanted to harm the world. 30 years later, Yi Tianzong and the other two once again returned to the Haoranzhen sect. "You're about to leave this world, right? When?" Yi Haoran looked at Yi Haoran and the other two with a complicated expression. As for Su Mengxian and Li Qingya, they grabbed onto Yi Tianzong's hand, their faces full of reluctance. "In 2 years, we will ascend to the Great Thousand World. Our world is attached to a powerful Great Thousand World. No matter how much our world develops, we can only stop at the Middle Thousand World. Once we ascend to the Great Thousand World, we will be devoured by the Great Thousand World. In this world, Xinyu, and I have no room for improvement. If we want to break through, we can only go to a higher level Great Thousand World. In the future, everything in the Haoranzhen sect will need Father to take charge of it. I have already left a clone with 70% of my strength. The will of the world has already reached an agreement with me. My clone has a portion of the world's authority. In exchange, it will help the will of the world eliminate those ambitious people who want to subvert the world." Yi Tianzong paused for a moment, then took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Haoran. "Also, this Qiankuan ring contains some cultivation resources that I left for you and the sect. It's enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the Divine King realm. Xinyu, and I will go to the Great Thousand World first. When we have a firm foothold, we will lead you to the Great Thousand World as well. At that time, our family will be reunited. Yi Haoran took the Qianquan ring from Yi Tianzong and said, "Since you have already decided, I will not stop you. I hope that you will be safe and sound in the Great Thousand World. As for us, you can rest assured that there is nothing that can threaten us. With your clone and us, the profound spirit world will not fall into chaos." Yi Tianzong nodded. In the next 2 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu did not cultivate. They took advantage of the remaining time to accompany Yi Haoran, Su Mengxian, Yi Yuanshan, and the others. They experienced a warm and harmonious life. Occasionally, they would also explain the mysteries of cultivation to the disciples and experts of the Haoranzhen sect. 2 years were about to pass. The news that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were about to ascend to the Great Thousand World was also known by the major forces of the profound spirit world. It was a sunny day with no clouds in the sky. It was the day that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu ascended to the Great Thousand World. Yi Tianzong and the other two stood on a high mountain. Tens of thousands of miles away from them, there were experts from the major forces of the profound spirit world who were at least at the 5th layer of the myth realm. These people were all looking at Yi Tianzong and the other two from tens of thousands of miles away. They had different thoughts in their hearts. But there was no doubt that everyone, especially the Divine King experts outside the Haoranzhen sect, were relaxed and happy about the departure of Yi Tianzong and the other two. Because Yi Tianzong and the other two had ascended to the Great Thousand World, there was no doubt that there was one less primordial divine mountain above their heads that they could never resist. In the future, the pressure on them would be much less, and they would have more freedom. Yi Tianzong held the hands of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Through the profound spirit world, he felt the pull of the unseen world. Yi Tianzong once again looked at Yi Haoran, Su Mengxian, and the others, and said with a smile, "It will be a long time, but I will definitely be back. Take care. Ha ha ha." Amidst a burst of heroic laughter, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu released all of their strength and swept across the profound spirit world. The mighty and powerful aura even passed through the profound spirit world and affected the primal chaos region outside the world. In the profound spirit world, a huge black hole with a diameter of 100 feet appeared above the heads of Yi Tianzong and the other two. The black hole even flickered with traces of a divine and powerful aura. This was the path between the profound spirit world and the Great Thousand World. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu stepped into the black hole. Then, the black hole slowly shrank. Yi Tianzong and the other two left the profound spirit world and stepped on the path to the Great Thousand World. Chapter 341. In the vast and endless primal chaos, the myriad races' Great Thousand Worlds suppressed the primal chaos, swallowing and spitting out endless primal chaos chi, gathering countless middle worlds and small worlds. At this time, in the myriad races' Great Thousand Worlds, there was an undetectable thin thread that extended into the primal chaos, connecting to a middle world. This thin thread was the path that connected to the profound spirit world. At this time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were following the path that passed through the primal chaos towards the Great Thousand Worlds. Under the guidance of the path, Yi Tianzong and the other two instantly traversed millions of miles, rapidly passing through the primal chaos. On the path, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu saw the endless primal chaos through the surrounding space barrier. Occasionally, they could see the middle worlds and small worlds wandering in the primal chaos. According to Yi Tianzong's calculations, they had stepped on the path from the profound spirit world for 7 days, and finally saw the Great Thousand Worlds with indescribable power in front of them. Even though Yi Tianzong boasted about his heaven-defying luck and extraordinary temperament, he was still incomparably shocked by the Great Thousand Worlds that he was about to reach. Without seeing it with his own eyes, it was impossible to describe or imagine the vast power of the Great Thousand Worlds. Although there were 10 super Great Thousand Worlds imprisoned in the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong had never seen the appearance of the entire world outside the world. This was the first time he saw a corner of the Great Thousand Worlds outside the world. Yi Tianzong was like this, not to mention Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. The two of them were shocked beyond words by the corner of the great thousand worlds that they saw, and could not calm down for a long time. Accompanied by a trance, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu plunged into the great thousand worlds under the guidance of the path. As soon as they entered the great thousand worlds, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, who had regained consciousness, found themselves in a pool of water with a radius of 100 miles. However, this pool was filled with extremely dense and pure world-origin qi, mixed with a bit of creation qi. Through their senses, they discovered that the pool water was surging into their bodies, imperceptibly transforming their bodies, increasing their potential and making them more suitable for this world. Carefully sensing it, this kind of pure energy pool water was not harmful to them. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu simply sat in the pool and absorbed the energy liquid around them. This should be the Ascension Pool, and Ascension Pond Ascension Pool. We will be recognized by the great thousand worlds and have our identities. Remember to put on the Godly King armor and stay alert. Absorb as much energy as you can from this pool, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Yi Tianzong's guess was right. This was the Ascension Pool that was controlled by the human race in the great thousand worlds. Through the Ascension Pool, not only could one see the potential and talent of the Ascender to a certain extent, but one could also obtain the recognition of the heavenly way of the world and have an identity in the great thousand worlds. F***CK. There's movement in the Ascension Pool. Could it be that someone has ascended again? Let's go and take a look. 3 miles away from the Ascension Pool, there was a small palace that could accommodate 100 people. There were more than 60 people in the palace, and the person with the highest cultivation base had reached the 6th heaven of the mythical realm. These people were responsible for guarding the Ascension Pool. At this moment, more than 30 people in different clothes rushed out of the palace and headed toward the Ascension Pool that was 3 miles away. When they arrived outside the Ascension Pool, these people looked at the Ascension Pool excitedly. Although they could not detect the situation in the Ascension Pool, they knew that there were 3 ascenders this time from the palace that controlled the Ascension Pool. This discovery made them very excited. After all, this was an ascender. As long as the ascenders joined the forces behind them, these people would be rewarded and have a chance to improve their cultivation base and go further. In the great thousand worlds of the myriad races, the number of ascenders was less than 1 in a billion compared to the number of natives in the great thousand worlds. However, as long as the ascenders did not die prematurely, they were destined to be at least Godly King realm experts. Within the human race, the power of ascenders could not be underestimated. However, it was too difficult for ascenders to appear. The reason was that the conditions to become an ascender and enter the great thousand worlds through the path of induction were very harsh. First of all, the path of induction that connected the great thousand worlds and the chaotic region to the medium world and the small world could not appear casually. It had to be the will of the world of the medium world or the small world that communicated with the great thousand worlds' heavenly Tao and requested for the path of induction to descend. Only then would the great thousand worlds' heavenly Tao spend its energy to connect to the chaos and open up a path of induction. If the will of the world of the medium world or the small world wanted to communicate with the great thousand worlds' heavenly Tao and descend on the path of induction, the person who received the path of induction had to meet 2 conditions. Firstly, the person's strength had reached the limit of the world's tolerance. Secondly, the person who received the path of induction had to have made a huge contribution to the world that they were born in. Only when both conditions were met could one become an ascender and ascend to the great thousand worlds through the path of induction. Not only did one have to reach the peak of their strength, but they also had to make a huge contribution to the world that they were born in. It was very difficult to have both conditions at the same time. As humans, the guards of the Ascension Pool in the great thousand worlds knew very well that cultivation was to plunder the essence of the world to improve oneself. Although cultivators were not extremely selfish, they were not close to contributing to the world. Every ascender could be said to be the child of the world of their original world. They had outstanding talent, great wisdom, great willpower, a firm temperament, a broad mind, and a forward-looking vision. As a result, every ascender was an existence that the various races and forces of the great thousand worlds attached great importance to. As long as they encountered an ascender, they would think of ways to recruit them with excellent conditions. As the people outside the ascension pool waited expectantly, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu were currently inside the ascension pool. They wore God King level armor and wantonly absorbed the energy essence within the ascension pool. Yi Tianzong and the others had long since discovered the people outside the ascension pool through the power of their spirits. Yi Tianzong and the others continuously absorbed the energy within the ascension pool, increasing their foundation and potential. After 9 whole days, the energy within the ascension pool seemed endless. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu crazily absorbed the energy, but the energy within the pool had only decreased by less than 1/10. However, what they did not know was that the people outside the ascension pool were already overjoyed. The longest recorded time a human had spent in the ascension pool was 7 days. However, the 3 ascenders that had appeared this time had already spent 9 whole days in the ascension pool, and they showed no signs of coming out. Everyone who was waiting outside the ascension pool knew that the 3 people who had ascended this time were probably extraordinary people. As a result, they all took out their divine message talismans and informed the organizations behind them of the situation in the ascension pool. As Yi Tianzong and the others continued to absorb energy in the ascension pool, the various human organizations that had received the news all sent their representatives to the ascension pool through the teleportation formation. Over 60 people had gathered outside the ascension pool when Yi Tianzong and the others had spent 12 days in the ascension pool. They were all God Kings from the various human organizations that had received the news first. Chapter 342. These God King experts stared at the ascension pool with heated gazes, planning in their hearts how to rope the 3 ascenders into their own factions after they came out. On the 13th day, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu had already absorbed enough energy from the ascension pool before they were expelled from the ascension pool by the rules of the ascension pool. When the many God King experts guarding the ascension pool saw the 2 pitilessly beautiful goddesses dressed in battle armor emerge from the ascension pool, a look of intoxication flashed across their eyes. They were simply too beautiful. This was the first impression that everyone outside the ascension pool had when they saw Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. After regaining their senses from Ling Xinyu and Shunyu's peerless beauty, the crowd was overjoyed and immediately swarmed towards the 2 of them. However, when they saw the numerous God King experts swarming towards them, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu frowned slightly. Divine light flashed from their bodies and instantly, the powerful aura of a peak God King erupted from their bodies, spreading towards the dozens of God King experts swarming towards them. The dozens of God King experts who had wanted to get close to Ling Xinyu and Shunyu were agitated by the aura that Ling Xinyu and Shunyu had unleashed. They immediately came to their senses and realized that their actions had been a little inappropriate. Then, they suddenly sensed the aura that Ling Xinyu and Shunyu had unleashed. This was the aura of a peak God King, and not just any peak God King. Looking at the divine light of the laws on their bodies, they had comprehended at least 4 types of laws. Oh my God! Where did these 2 peerless goddesses come from? They were actually so powerful and stunning. Were they really ascenders from the lower realms? At this moment, everyone was stunned by Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. They immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at the 2 of them in disbelief. As for Ling Xinyu and Shunyu, they did not pay much attention to the gazes of those God King experts. To them, those God King experts before them could be easily suppressed. If not for the fact that they did not want to cause trouble for themselves, they would have long since sent a slap over with their fiery gazes. The several dozen God Kings who were unable to advance due to the presences of Ling Xinyu and Shunyu all took a few steps back after calming down. Seeing how Ling Xinyu and Shunyu continued to stare at the ascension pool, a white-robed God King thought of something. He clasped his hands at the 2 of them and smiled warmly. Please forgive me, goddesses. May I ask who the person in the pool is? Ling Xinyu glanced at him. The cold light in her eyes made the divine king shiver. Then, she said softly, "It's our husband." With that, she continued to stare at the ascension pool. Whoosh! Hearing this answer, everyone was stunned once again. Usually, it would be rare for an ascender to appear in hundreds or thousands of years. However, this time, 3 ascenders had actually come from the same world. They were even Tao companions. Furthermore, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu were both so stunning and unparalleled. This was definitely one of a kind among all the ascenders in the human race. Just what kind of genius was the person who was still in the ascension pool? What did he do to deserve two such peerless goddesses? This time, all the god kings felt an inexplicable hostility towards Yi Tianzong. Time passed day by day. Yi Tianzong stayed in the ascension pool for 17 days before he was expelled from the ascension pool. The moment he flew out of the ascension pool, Yi Tianzong's body exploded with a domineering and invincible aura. He looked at the 60 god kings outside the ascension pool with a divine light in his eyes. Under Yi Tianzong's gaze, everyone felt as if they had been seen through by Yi Tianzong. There were no secrets left. A strong sense of danger rose in everyone's hearts. It was as if they dared to make a move, they would be completely annihilated by the owner of this gaze. When Yi Tianzong's gaze shifted to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu's side, the god kings who had been stared at by Yi Tianzong wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. What the hell? I'm a god king, and I'm actually sweating? Where the F***ck did these monsters come from? Are all the ascenders from the lower realms this strong? Yi Tianzong looked at the god kings beside the ascension pool and said, "May I ask where this place is? Is there anything I can help you with?" Just as Yi Tianzong finished speaking, a mid-stage god king in battle armor said, "This is the ascension pool of the human race's ascension pool in the myriad race's great thousand world. Your Excellency and your two companions have been baptized by the ascension pool and have been recognized by the heavenly Tao as members of the great thousand world. Your Excellency and your companions are both peak god kings. Above god kings is the Tsangqiang Emperor, above Tsangqiang Emperor is Empyrean Wendao, and above Empyrean Wendao are Supreme Empyreans. Supreme Empyreans are the peak of the myriad race's great thousand world. This king, Qing Yun, is a divine general of the heavenly court. The heavenly court was created by the Supreme Empyrean of the human race. Other than the Supreme Empyrean, there are other Empyrean experts in the heavenly court. Countless races in the myriad race's great thousand world contend for hegemony. The human race is ranked in the top 10 among the races, and the heavenly court is the strongest power of the human race. This king sincerely invites your Excellency to join the heavenly court. With your Excellency's talent and strength, as long as you join the heavenly court, you can directly surpass the heavenly soldier rank and become a divine general. You will receive the cultivation mansion and resources bestowed by the heavenly court, and you will command 10,000 heavenly soldiers. Moreover, if there is no war, the heavenly court will not restrict your freedom. F***ck. You bastard, how can your mouth be so fast? When Divine General Qing Yun of the heavenly court invited Yi Tianzong to join the heavenly court, all the godly kings of the other factions almost cursed out loud, constantly cursing Divine General Qing Yun. This time, the three ascenders were Tao companions. As long as Yi Tianzong agreed, it was obvious that the other two stunning goddesses would also join the heavenly court. These were three existences whose talent and strength far surpassed ordinary ascenders. If they were tricked into joining the heavenly court by the people of the heavenly court, what the F***ck would be left for them to play? After Heavenly General Qing Yun finished speaking, the other Emperor-level and Supreme-level factions from the human race all reported the factions they represented, then offered all kinds of excellent conditions to rope Yi Tianzong into joining their factions. They could see that the other two peerless goddesses obviously listened to Yi Tianzong, so they all competed with each other to win over Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong thought about it carefully as he listened to the conditions offered by the other god kings. He didn't lack cultivation resources. Even if he did, he could enter the world battlefield in the immortal mansion to dig for crystals and various divine materials. He also didn't lack cultivation methods and divine ability offensive techniques. There were many of them in the inheritance. He also didn't want to create a faction in the short term. As a result, the most suitable thing for him was to join the heavenly court and become a heavenly general. Not only would he be able to command 10,000 celestial soldiers, but he would also be able to experience more battles. With a powerful backer, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the supreme-level factions. According to Heavenly General Qing Yun, in the heavenly court, Supreme Empyreans were the rulers. Below Supreme Empyreans were heavenly monarchs, heavenly monarchs, heavenly monarchs. Below heavenly monarchs were the three ranks of heavenly court-martials, sun rank, moon rank, and star rank. Below heavenly court-martials were the 1st to 5th rank heavenly generals. 1st rank heavenly generals could command 10,000 celestial soldiers, 2nd rank heavenly generals could command 30,000 celestial soldiers, and 5th rank heavenly generals could command 100,000 celestial soldiers. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm within 10,000 years and become a Star Marshal. At that time, not only would he be able to create a world for himself, but he would also be able to command 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. After thinking about it, Yi Qianzong realized that the heavenly court was the most suitable for him, so he said to everyone, "I ascended to the Great Thousand World to reach a higher realm. As a human, I don't want to fight with my kin, so I've decided to join the heavenly court and fight against the foreign races." Chapter 343. After Yi Qianzong finished speaking, he said to Divine General Qingyun, "I wonder if there are any demons in our Great Thousand Worlds that have an aura similar to this aura." As Yi Qianzong spoke, a strand of extremely pure demonic qi appeared in his hand. This demonic qi was the aura that Yi Qianzong had purposely taken from the Netherworld Demon Emperor when he had destroyed him in the profound spirit world. Sensing the extremely evil demonic qi in Yi Qianzong's hand, Divine General Qingyun's eyes flashed with a serious look. With a single glance, he knew that this was definitely the aura of a demon emperor. He immediately said, "This is indeed an expert from the demon race, and it's the aura of a demon emperor. I wonder how you obtained this demonic qi." When Yi Qianzong heard Divine General Qingyun's words, his expression instantly became somewhat gloomy. His eyes were filled with a cold divine light as he said in a cold voice, "This king is vast, and this strand of demonic qi comes from our world. The owner of this demonic qi has wreaked havoc in our world for millions of years, plundering the blood essence and souls of countless living beings in our world to heal his injuries, causing countless living beings to almost go extinct and our world to almost perish. If it wasn't for the fact that this demon was heavily injured, we might not have been able to defeat him. This time, our other purpose in ascending to the Great Thousand Worlds is to seek revenge on the demon race. When this king is strong enough, I will bring the others from our world here. In any case, we will not rest until we are dead with the demon race." The more Yi Qianzong spoke, the colder his tone became. A powerful killing intent erupted from his body, filling the entire area of the ascension pool. Sensing the biting cold killing intent that erupted from Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, everyone felt their scalps go numb and they found it difficult to breathe. It was as if they had seen 3 super-killing gods that had killed billions of demons. Damn it! They were really monsters, they were too powerful. Which world did these people come from? He actually killed a demon emperor. Although the demon emperor was severely injured, he was still a great emperor. The gap between the firmament great emperor and the divine king was too great. Even in the entire Great Thousand World, no one had ever heard of a divine king who could kill a great emperor with his own strength. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu with a trace of reverence in their eyes, suppressing some of the thoughts in their hearts. These 3 were all super ruthless people. If he could avoid offending them, then he would. Although the forces behind them weren't afraid of these 3 puny god kings, but since they had enmity with the demon race, then they might as well fight with the demon race. In any case, they didn't have any conflict of interest with the demon race. Yi Qianzong looked at Divine General Qingyun and said, "I hope that after joining the heavenly court, I can be assigned to a region bordering the demon race." Divine General Qingyun glared at Yi Qianzong and the other 2, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, he said helplessly, "All right, but after joining the heavenly court, you'll need to stay in the heavenly court for 100 years to familiarize yourself with the rules and taboos of the heavenly court. You'll need to recruit a large portion of the 10,000 heavenly soldiers yourself. That's all. Come with me, I'll bring you to the heavenly court branch to register." After Divine General Qingyun finished speaking, he led Yi Qianzong and the other 2 out of the ascension pool through the teleportation array under the gazes of the other god kings. Seeing the few of them leave, the god kings of the other major powers also felt that there was no point in staying any longer, so they also left one after another. Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were led by Divine King Qingyun through the teleportation array and arrived at a branch of the heavenly court. The Heavenly Court was located in the boundless human territory, and most of its forces were still fighting other races that bordered the human territory. There were 8 branches of the Heavenly Court in the human territory, and each of them had the highest-level Sun Lord Marshal of the Heavenly Court. They led billions of heavenly soldiers and generals. Through the teleportation array, Yi Tianzong and the others arrived at the branch of the Heavenly Court that was located in the southeastern region of the human territory. The Sun-ranked Marshal of the Heavenly Court who was in charge of the Southeast Division was a peak emperor of the human race, Emperor Li Kang. Emperor Li Kang was very famous among the emperors of the human race. He comprehended 6 types of natural laws and became a godly king. Then, he became a heaven emperor in 100,000 years, and he made a lot of contributions in the war against the non-human kind. In just 500,000 years, he became a Sun Lord General in the Heavenly Court and was in charge of a region. The Sun Lords of the Heavenly Court could decide the positions of level 1 to level 5 God Generals, and they only needed to report it to the headquarters of the Heavenly Court. After Divine General Qing Yun brought Yi Tianzong and the others to the branch of the Heavenly Court, he brought them to his own residence. Then, he told Yi Tianzong and the others to wait in his residence while he went to see his superior, a star-level marshal of the Heavenly Court, Emperor Mo Chen. Divine General Qing Yun was a level 2 God General in the Heavenly Court, and he led 30,000 heavenly soldiers. After meeting Mo Chen Great Emperor, Divine General Qing Yun told Marshal Mo Chen about his purpose in coming here, as well as the basic situation of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. After hearing Divine General Qing Yun's words, Marshal Mo Chen thought for a moment and said to Divine General Qing Yun, "Go and bring the 3 of them here. I want to see them personally." Since the cosmic divine mirror of the Heavenly Court didn't react, it means that they are indeed humans. If what you said is true, then I'll make an exception. Yes. After replying to Marshal Mo Chen, Divine General Qing Yun hurried back to his residence and brought Yi Tianzong and the others here. When Marshal Mo Chen saw Ling Xinyu and Xinyu for the first time, he couldn't help but feel stunned. Sensing the powerful ripples of energy from the 2 women, Mo Chen was surprised. However, when he saw Yi Tianzong, Mo Chen's eyes became stern. He actually felt a faint threat from Yi Tianzong. Mo Chen looked at Yi Tianzong and the others for a while and said, "Qing Yun has already told me about your situation. 3 peak God King Ascenders and Dao companions. That's unprecedented in the human domain. Of course, when you entered the Heavenly Court, the cosmic divine mirror didn't react. This means that you are indeed humans. Since that's the case, show me your strength. If you're strong enough, I can make an exception and apply to Marshal Li Kang to promote you to 3rd-level Divine General and lead 50,000 heavenly soldiers." Yi Tianzong looked at Marshal Mo Chen whom Divine General Qing Yun had mentioned. He was certain that Marshal Mo Chen was at the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. He had probably comprehended 3 kinds of worldly laws. Hearing Marshal Mo Chen's words, Yi Tianzong thought that what Divine General Qing Yun said was true. Most forces in the human territory would give preferential treatment to ascenders, and the Heavenly Court was no exception. Every time a divine general of the Heavenly Court ascended, not only did their strength have to match, they also needed a large amount of battle merit. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher the rank of a divine general would be. Divine General Qing Yun had been a god king for over 20,000 years and had fought countless battles against the foreign races. Even so, he was only a 2nd-level divine general. Marshal Mo Chen had just said that as long as he was strong enough, he would make an exception for Marshal Li Kang, the highest commander of this Heavenly Court branch, to let him become a 3rd-grade divine general. This was indeed a huge investment. Chapter 344. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu looked at each other before cupping their hands towards Marshal Mo Chen. "If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you." With that, Yi Tianzong unleashed an extremely powerful aura towards Marshal Mo Chen. Yi Tianzong unleashed 50% of his strength in one go. At the same time, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu unleashed 90% of their strength as well, joining forces with Yi Tianzong to attack Marshal Mo Chen. All right. Marshal Mo Chen's eyes shone brightly as he unleashed an unrivaled aura that could shake the heavens and suppress the universe towards Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. It clashed with the auras of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu, resulting in an intense clash. Due to the clash of auras between Marshal Mo Chen and Yi Tianzong, monstrous waves surged throughout the spacious hall. The violent energy caused the hall, which was made of godly materials, to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. Divine General Qing Yun, who was originally standing in the hall, was blasted out of the hall by the powerful shockwaves before he could even react when Yi Tianzong and the other two's auras clashed with Marshal Mo Chen's auras. Holy shit! Was this a fight between gods? How could they be so strong? Divine General Qing Yun stared in shock at Yi Tianzong and the other two who were in a deadlock with Marshal Mo Chen. The scene in front of him made him unable to remain calm. Even though he could tell that Yi Tianzong and the other two's auras were powerful from their auras, he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. They were actually not at a disadvantage when clashing with the auras of great emperors. Although Marshal Mo Chen appeared calm on the surface, he was extremely shocked inside. He had already raised his aura to 80%, but Yi Tianzong and the other two were still able to stand up to him. This was simply unbelievable. It wasn't that he hadn't seen peak God King experts before. However, the strongest God King he had encountered could only withstand 30% of his aura at most. He had never seen a God King as powerful as Yi Tianzong and the other two. He had only heard of some God King geniuses from Supreme Forces who could hold out for a while against Emperor Realm experts. Ordinary peak God Kings would not even be able to withstand a single glance from a great emperor. Killing dozens of God Kings would be as easy as flipping his hand. From the clash of auras between him and Yi Tianzong's group, he seemed to be able to see the world before Yi Tianzong ascended. Many God King powerhouses, led by Yi Tianzong's group, joined forces to fight against the demon race Great Emperor. That battle was world-shaking. The world was almost destroyed. Many God King powerhouses sacrificed themselves. Finally, they paid a huge price to eliminate the demon race Great Emperor that wreaked havoc in the world. Marshal Mo Chen carefully looked at Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu. He didn't continue probing. Instead, he slowly withdrew his aura. Yi Tianzong's group also began to weaken their auras the moment Marshal Mo Chen withdrew his aura. Finally, the shaky hall regained its calm. Marshal Mo Chen looked at Yi Tianzong's group with admiration. He said, "Good. You're the strongest God Kings I've seen. You're definitely the strongest among all those who have just ascended. I'll make an exception this time. I'll apply to Marshal Li Kang to promote you to third-grade God Generals. As for you wanting to fight against the demon race, don't be in a hurry. In the myriad races' great world, our human race has gone through countless generations of struggles. Now, our race has entered the top 10. Although the demon race is stronger than our human race, they have many enemies because of their tyrannical cruelty. Our human race and the demon race have countless conflicts every year. There are many opportunities to fight against the demon race. There's no need to be in a hurry. Stay in Divine General Qing Yun's residence for a day. Tomorrow, your appointment will be announced. You can leave first." Yi Tianzong said, "Yes. Thank you for your concern. I'll take my leave now." With that, he walked out of the hall with Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu. They met up with Divine General Qing Yun outside the hall and returned to Divine General Qing Yun's residence. After Yi Tianzong's group left, Marshal Mo Chen thought for a while before putting on his armor and heading towards Marshal Li Kang's residence. The next day, Marshal Mo Chen summoned Yi Tianzong's group again. He smiled at Yi Tianzong's group and said, "Marshal Li Kang has already agreed to my request. Your appointment has been approved. From now on, you're official Divine Generals of the Heavenly Court." With that, 3 Divine General badges appeared in Marshal Mo Chen's hand. He continued, "Hao Miao, there's only one spot for a 3rd-level Divine General. You're the strongest among your Dao partners. This 3rd-level Divine General badge is yours. These 2 1st-level Divine General badges belong to your 2 Dao partners. Because the 3 of you were requested by me, Marshal Li Kang has placed you under my jurisdiction. As for your 2 wives, I will also make the decision that they belong to you. They will no longer be separated. What do you think?" After Yi Tianzong took the Divine General token, he cupped his hands and said to Marshal Mo Chen, "Thank you for your concern, Marshal. I have no objections." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Mo Chen smiled. He was very happy to have a divine general like Yi Tianzong under his command. With Yi Tianzong and his two Dao partners' strength and talent, it was only a matter of time before they became Grand Emperors. They would be much stronger than him. He was doing Yi Tianzong's group a favor in advance. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu came out of Marshal Mo Chen's palace and saw Divine General Qing Yun waiting outside. Seeing Yi Tianzong's third-grade Divine General medallion, a look of envy flashed across Qing Yun's face. He smiled at Yi Tianzong and said, "Congratulations, Heaven's Expanse Divine General. You will definitely have a bright future with your two wives. Now that Divine General and your two wives have just been conferred, you must go receive your residence first. I won't disturb you any longer. Marshal Mo Chen has ordered me to bring Divine General and your two wives to receive the Divine Soldiers in the Heavenly Court in 3 days. He also told Divine General how to recruit Divine Soldiers. See you in 3 days. I'll take my leave." "Good. Take care Divine General Qing Yun. See you in 3 days." After Divine General Qing Yun left, Yi Tianzong took Ling Xinyu and Xinyu to receive his residence according to Marshal Mo Chen's instructions. After arriving at the residence, Yi Tianzong was quite satisfied with the residence that was built with divine rank materials and could withstand the attack of a fifth firmament mythic stage expert. After receiving the residence, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu began the process of rearranging the residence. Apart from the fact that the residence was built with divine rank materials and had a basic spirit gathering formation and defensive formation, it had no other functions. Even the decorations were pitifully few. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu took out a large number of divine rank materials from their respective spatial rings. In order to avoid being in the limelight, they only took out 3 God King rank materials and a large number of materials below the God King rank. They did not take out any Emperor rank materials at all. Yi Tianzong and the others refined a large number of divine rank materials. In the end, they set up a large spirit gathering formation, 2 layers of powerful defensive formations, a dust cleaning formation, an ice heart formation, and a warning formation in the entire residence. After being busy for more than 2 days, he finally rearranged the mansion according to his own wishes. Chapter 345. I had some personal matters to attend to today, so I posted it a little late. The second chapter will be posted later. The next day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, who had settled down, were led by Heavenly General Qing Yun to the barracks of the Heavenly Court to receive the Heavenly Soldiers assigned by the Heavenly Court. Yi Tianzong was a level 3 Heavenly General and could command 50,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu were both level 1 Heavenly Generals and could command 10,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. The so-called Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals were cultivators who had joined the Heavenly Court and were above the Myth Realm and below the Divine King Realm. The Heavenly Soldiers of the Heavenly Court were at least at the Myth Realm, while the Heavenly General was at the Myth Realm 4th. Only the Divine King Realm experts were qualified to be promoted to Heavenly General. Yi Tianzong could command 50,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals, but the Heavenly Court would only give him 20,000. The remaining 30,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals would need to be recruited by Yi Tianzong from the Heavenly Court's recruitment site in the human territory. Of course, after Yi Tianzong recruited enough Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals, the Heavenly Court would also distribute cultivation resources according to the number of Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. Following Heavenly General Qing Yun to the barracks of the Heavenly Court, Heavenly General Qing Yun pointed at the 20,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals in front of them and said, "Heavenly General Qing Yun, these are the 20,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals that the Heavenly Court has assigned to you. The remaining 30,000 Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals will need to be recruited by you. This is not targeted at you, but for all the newly promoted Heavenly Generals, the Heavenly Court will only allocate half of their forces at most. The rest of the Heavenly Generals will need to figure it out themselves. This has always been the practice. Otherwise, there would not be a 100-year gap for all the Heavenly Generals to have time to recruit and train Heavenly Soldiers. Of course, after you have recruited enough Heavenly Soldiers, you will need to report to the Heavenly Court. This way, The heavenly court will distribute cultivation resources every year. Yi Tianzong looked at the 20,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in front of him and did not care. 100 years was enough for him to recruit and train heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. So he nodded to Divine General Qing Yun and said, "I know, thank you Divine General Qing Yun. Ever since I ascended to the upper realm, Divine General Qing Yun has taken good care of me. I don't have anything else, but I have refined some pills. I hope Divine General Qing Yun won't refuse." As he spoke, a purple crystal jade bottle containing 5 level 7 divine essence pills appeared in Yi Tianzong's hand. Divine General Qing Yun didn't decline. He smiled and reached out to take the purple jade bottle from Yi Tianzong. Although he didn't think that Yi Tianzong and the other two would have anything good on them since they had just ascended, Divine General Qing Yun wanted to see Yi Tianzong's goodwill. Afterwards, under the guidance of Divine General Qing Yun, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu went to a recruitment point in the heavenly court to familiarize themselves with the recruitment process. Then Divine General Qing Yun took his leave. After all, as a Divine General of the heavenly court, he had a lot of things to do. Unlike a new Divine General like Yi Tianzong who had 100 years of recuperation and training, Divine General Qing Yun had been promoted from a heavenly soldier to a second-level Divine General. He had been fighting in the heavenly court for more than 20,000 years and could participate in battles at any time. Therefore, Divine General Qing Yun was actually quite busy. After returning to his residence, Divine General Qing Yun thought for a while and took out the purple crystal jade bottle that Yi Tianzong had given him from his Chenkuan ring. After opening the purple crystal jade bottle, the fragrance of pills wafted out, causing Divine General Qing Yun's Dharma power to fluctuate. This is a level 7 divine essence pill. Divine General Qing Yun was shocked. Originally, he thought that the pills that Yi Tianzong had given him were only level 6 divine essence pills at most. He had never thought that they would be level 7 divine essence pills. Moreover, he could sense the tremendous amount of pure energy within them just by holding them in his hand. They were several times more effective than regular level 7 divine essence pills, and there were 5 of them at once. Divine General Qing Yun became rather excited. He had already been a mid-god king for 1,000 years. His comprehension of laws was enough. The only thing he lacked was cultivation resources. Now that he had 5 level 7 divine essence pills and the various divine essence pills he had exchanged for through merit, he was confident that he could reach late god king within 10 years. Once he reached late god king, he only needed to accumulate some more merit to become a second-level divine general and lead 50,000 heavenly soldiers. "Looks like I've underestimated the divine general of Heaven Expanse," he said that he refined them himself. "That's unbelievable." After coming to his senses, Divine General Qing Yun summoned his subordinates and told them that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. Then, he activated the defensive formation of his mansion and began to cultivate in seclusion. On the other side, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu left the recruitment point of the heavenly court and returned to the barracks. Under the scan of Yi Tianzong's divine soul, most of the 20,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals on the drill ground were at the first heaven and second heaven of the myth realm. There were only 6 celestial generals at the fourth heaven of the myth realm, which could be said to be the weakest group. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were divided into a squad of 100, a squadron of 500, and a battalion of 2,000. A squad of 100 was led by a lower heavenly general at the fourth heavens of the myth realm, a squadron of 500 was led by a middle heavenly general at the fifth heavens of the myth realm, and a battalion of 2,000 was led by an upper heavenly general at the sixth heavens of the myth realm. Of the 20,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in front of Yi Tianzong, only 6 were at the upper and lower heavenly general level. The rest were all heavenly soldiers. They were still far from the standard army of the heavenly court and had a long way to go before they could fight on the battlefield. Yi Tianzong looked at these people and smiled. He had nothing to do anyway. With the cultivation of Xinyu and Xinyu, there would not be any obvious improvement in the next 100 years. He might as well train these heavenly soldiers seriously. These people would be his team in the future. He had no shortage of pills, resources, and cultivation methods. If he used the measures he had taken to train Howren's disciples, he did not believe that he would not be able to train these heavenly soldiers in 100 years. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had already settled down in the heavenly court. They were familiar with the relevant rules and regulations of the heavenly court. At the same time, they had also trained their own heavenly soldiers. Within 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had spent 5 years to recruit 30,000 heavenly soldiers from the heavenly court's recruitment center. These 30,000 heavenly soldiers had been secretly investigated by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu. They had been selected from the hundreds of thousands of people who had come to join the heavenly court. They were the ones with outstanding aptitudes. According to the selection criteria set by Yi Tianzong and the other two, these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had at least cultivated to the fourth heavens of the myth realm. After gathering 50,000 heavenly soldiers, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu began the formal training of these heavenly soldiers. Most of the people who joined the heavenly court to become heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were itinerant cultivators. They did not have a systematic cultivation heritage or cultivation resources. Joining the heavenly court was a relatively good choice for them. Chapter 346. In the beginning, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu first gathered 50,000 heavenly soldiers, then released the powerful and tragic auras they had accumulated in the great thousand domains of the human race in the immortal mansion, completely establishing their authority. Everyone who had experienced Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu knew that Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Ling Xinyu were people who had walked out of countless battles, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. In the future, there would only be one choice under them, and that was to be obedient. Whatever Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Shunyu said, they would do. However, if they dared to oppose them, only death awaited them. After thoroughly establishing the authority of the three of them, Yi Tianzong referred to the measures taken to cultivate the disciples of Howren and set up a competition mechanism and internal reward and punishment method of contribution points. Yi Tianzong took out 80% of the various grades of divine pills that he, Shunyu, and Shunyu had. There were a total of 500,000 pills, 9 types of cultivation techniques that could allow one to reach the peak of the God-King realm, and 15 types of minor abilities, secret techniques, and formations. Then, he marked them all with contribution points. After that, Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Ling Xinyu divided out an area in their mansion that was enough for 3,000 people to cultivate, and set up a spirit-gathering formation. This was another training area that Yi Tianzong had opened up for the heavenly soldiers under his command. Just cultivating in the heavenly court's army camp was too inefficient. Yi Tianzong wanted to make his army as strong as possible in the next 100 years. At the same time, he opened up a training space to train the army's cooperation in battle. Yi Tianzong used the Howren's Big Dipper catalogue that he had created as the main cultivation technique for his heavenly soldiers. Of course, he did not teach them all at once. Instead, he taught them according to the cultivation base of his 50,000 heavenly soldiers. He also imparted Howren's Big Dipper sword formation and Howren's Great Demon subduing formation to everyone. With a large number of divine pills, cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and all kinds of internal competition measures, under the strict training of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu, the strength of the 50,000 heavenly soldiers improved rapidly. Their cooperation became more and more skillful, and their battle prowess was greatly improved. In a total of 100 years, almost all of the 50,000 heavenly soldiers below the fourth heaven of the mythical realm now had 40 inferior heavenly generals at the fourth heaven of the mythical realm. The remaining heavenly soldiers at the third heaven of the mythical realm had greatly increased, and the number of heavenly soldiers at the first heaven of the mythical realm had dropped to less than 5,000. Compared to when most of the celestial soldiers were at the first firmament of the mythological stage, the overall strength of the celestial soldiers had increased by more than 20 times. Moreover, in the past 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had also found out all the people with ulterior motives among the 50,000 heavenly soldiers. Then, they had completely eliminated them with the crime of being spies. Now, the 50,000 heavenly soldiers were completely loyal to Yi Tianzong and the other two. There would be no situation of overt obedience. Looking at the tight formation of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in front of him, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, "After 100 years of training, we can finally show off. It's just that the consumption of all kinds of resources is really fast. Fortunately, our family is rich. If it were anyone else, they would have been exhausted long ago." At this time, Xinyu, who was wearing colorful armor and looking valiant, pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Our collection is not much. If you don't think of a way, our family will be empty." Hearing this, Yi Tianzong said with a smile, "Haha, it's actually very easy to get resources. We still have a lot of yuanjing. The spiritual herbs in the herb garden have been harvested many times. The only thing we need is to refine them into pills. There's no hurry. Anyway, there's still plenty of time." Ling Xinyu snuggled up to Yi Tianzong and said, "100 years have passed. I think there will be a war soon. I heard that the devil race has been having more and more conflicts with us in recent years. Maybe we will be sent to the battlefield soon. I don't know how many of these people will be left when the time comes." Yi Tianzong said, "As long as it's a war, there will be casualties. When they joined the heavenly court, they were prepared to die in battle. This is something that can't be helped. Fighting with the devil race is also a good opportunity for us to lay a foundation and accumulate military achievements. When the time comes, we will have to participate in the war. We need to be careful." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu both nodded. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had stayed in the heavenly court for another 30 years. Originally, when Yi Tianzong heard about the war between the demon tribe and the human tribe, he thought that he would lead the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to participate in the war after 100 years. He didn't expect that after another 30 years, there was still no news. However, since there was no movement, Yi Tianzong did not care. He was happy to have more time to train and improve his heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, making them stronger. This way, they would have a higher chance of survival on the battlefield in the future. After 30 years had passed, Yi Tianzong's 50,000 heavenly soldiers already had 60 inferior heavenly generals at the 4th level of the myth realm. The number of heavenly soldiers at the 3rd level of the myth realm had increased further, and their overall strength had increased by about 5 times compared to 30 years ago. On this day, Yi Tianzong was supervising the training of his heavenly soldiers when he suddenly received an order from Marshal Mo Chen to gather. After receiving the order, Yi Tianzong did not delay. He let Ling Xinyu and Xinyu continue to supervise, while he took the identity medallion of a 3rd-level divine general to gather at Marshal Mo Chen's residence. After arriving at Marshal Mo Chen's residence, Yi Tianzong discovered that over 10 divine generals had already arrived. He even saw someone he was familiar with, Divine General Qing Yun. Currently, Divine General Qing Yun had broken through to the late God King realm and had been promoted to a 3rd-level divine general. Yi Tianzong arrived beside Divine General Qing Yun. He looked at Divine General Qing Yun and said softly, "Congratulations to Divine General Qing Yun for breaking through and being promoted." Divine General Qing Yun also replied with a smile, "Divine General Heaven's expanse is too kind. It's all thanks to the divine pill that Divine General Qing Yun gave me that I was able to break through smoothly. It should be me thanking you. It's just that I've been fighting outside in the past few years, so I haven't been able to leave. Please don't take offense." Yi Tianzong replied, "You're too kind, Divine General Qing Yun." Just when Yi Tianzong wanted to continue, he saw Marshal Mo Chen arrive, so he stopped talking with Divine General Qing Yun. When Marshal Mo Chen arrived and saw that all 23 divine generals had gathered, he paused on Yi Tianzong for a moment before saying, "I've called you all here this time because a large-scale conflict broke out between the demon race and our human race 100 years ago. The border between our human race and the demon race has become tense, so we need to send more people to fight. Marshal Li Kang has already given the order that we need to send 20 million soldiers as reinforcements. I need 300,000 heavenly soldiers under my command. Who is willing to fight against the demon race?" Chapter 347. As soon as Marshal Mo Chen finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. In the myriad races Great Kiliakasm, the devil race, the heavenly saint race, the star spirit race, and the soul-devouring race were the first 4 races to be born in the myriad races Great Kiliakasm. They were also the 4 strongest races. Although the devil race was not the strongest in the world, they were definitely in the top 4. They were much stronger than the human race that came later. If not for the fact that the devil race's reckless and arrogant style had caused them to make too many enemies and be suppressed by the joint forces of many powerful races, it would not have been too difficult for the devil race to destroy the human race. Therefore, the battle with the devil race was destined to be very tragic. Yi Tianzong saw that after Marshal Mo Chen finished speaking, all the divine generals in the hall fell silent. The atmosphere was solemn, and he immediately understood the gist of it. However, this was nothing to Yi Tianzong. What he needed was precisely such an opportunity. Therefore, under the surprised expression of Divine General Qing Yun beside him, Yi Tianzong took a step forward and said, "Marshal, this general is willing to lead troops to fight the devil race." After Yi Tianzong spoke, Marshal Mo Chen looked at Yi Tianzong in surprise. In the past, he had heard from Divine General Qing Yun that Yi Tianzong had a blood feud with the devil race in the world before he ascended and had always wanted to take revenge on the devil race. At that time, he thought that it was an excuse and was a little suspicious. However, seeing how decisively Yi Tianzong stood up today and wanted to go to the battlefield, it seemed that he was not bluffing him. However, since Yi Tianzong had taken the initiative to ask for battle, Marshal Mo Chen was satisfied. The only thing he was worried about was that Yi Tianzong would encounter danger on the battlefield. That would be a pity for such a genius. Suppressing the fluctuations in his heart, Marshal Mo Chen looked at the other divine generals with a sharp gaze and said, "Since none of you say anything, let's draw lots. Divine General Vast Expanse will command 50,000 heavenly soldiers, and there's still a gap of 250,000. You guys draw lots." The divine generals who have just retreated from the battlefield to rest don't need to draw lots. Divine General Qing Yun had just retreated from the battlefield with the purple spirit race and lost 20,000 heavenly soldiers, so he was not included in this draw. A total of 16 immortal generals participated in the drawing of lots. In the end, 4 immortal generals were selected. One was a 5th-grade divine general leading 100,000 celestial soldiers, while the other 3 were 3rd-grade divine generals. Together with Yi Tianzong, they had a total of 300,000 people. When Marshal Mo Chen saw the results, he said, "Good. Since the candidates have been decided, you have 2 days to prepare. 2 days later, gather at the teleportation platform. This time, I can't go to the battle with the devil race. You can only rely on yourselves. You are all the pillars under my command. You must help each other on the battlefield. You must not stand idly by, do you understand?" "Yes, Marshal." Yi Tianzong and the other 4 godly generals answered at the same time. After coming out of Marshal Mo Chen's residence, the 5th-grade divine general who had drawn lots called out to Yi Tianzong and the others. Then, he said, "I am Zhong Tianhe. I have been fighting in the heavenly court for 50,000 years. Now that we are about to fight the devil race, I will be presumptuous and tell everyone that if we can meet on the battlefield, I hope that everyone can support each other. We will not be comrades in vain. What do you all think?" Yi Tianzong and the other 3 godly generals said, "Of course." Then, they left and returned to their residences to prepare the troops. After meeting with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong told them about the battle with the devil race in 2 days. Then, he informed all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under his command and told them to get ready. 2 days later, the entire heavenly court's 20 million troops that were going to the devil race's battlefield gathered at the teleportation platform. Although it was called a teleportation platform, it was actually the size of a small island and could teleport 200,000 people at once. The 20 million troops that were going to the devil race's battlefield were led by 2 late-stage Emperor Moon-class marshals and 20 early-stage Emperor Star-class marshals. After a moment of dizziness, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and the 50,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command were teleported to the back of the devil race's battlefield that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. The devil race's battlefield was located at the border between the human territory and the devil race's territory. Right now, There was an earth-shattering battle that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the human territory. More than 30 heavenly venerables, thousands of emperors, tens of thousands of godly kings, and hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were engaged in a life-and-death battle with the Devil Race's army. This battle had been going on for more than 100 years. Right now, it seemed like the humans were at a disadvantage. The Devil Race's front line had already advanced hundreds of millions of kilometers into the human territory. Yi Tianzong, Shen Yu, and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command only had time to rest and reorganize before they were sent to the front line to fight the Devil Race. They didn't have any plans. Their only mission was to kill all the Devil Race's soldiers that they saw. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu were on high alert. After they left the campsite, they took out the Sky Patrol battleships and ordered all the heavenly generals and heavenly generals to get into the battleships. Then, they rushed to the front line. Before Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu ascended, they ordered the Hao Ranzhen sect to build a Sky Patrol battleship and 8 Sky Patrol battleships. When they ascended, they directly put them into the Immortal Mansion. Over the years, when they trained the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command, they also took out the Sky Patrol battleships for training. Therefore, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under the command of Yi Tianzong were familiar with the Sky Patrol battleship. Driving the Sky Patrol battleship to the front line, they activated the invisible formation and flew 100 miles above the ground. Along the way, everyone looked solemn and alert, ready to deal with the possible enemies at any time. Driving the Sky Patrol battleship, Yi Tianzong opened the Sky Patrol mirror and observed the situation around at all times. If other human troops were in danger, Yi Tianzong would rescue them as soon as possible. After flying for half an hour, they gradually approached the front line. Right at this moment, Yi Tianzong suddenly found an army of more than 30,000 demons 1,000 miles ahead of them. Through the investigation of his spirit, Yi Tianzong found that the enemy leading the army was at the peak of the Immortal King Realm and 3 at the late stage of the Immortal King Realm. The average strength of the army of more than 30,000 demons was above the third sky of the Myth Realm, which was much stronger than his own troops. Yi Tianzong turned around and said to his subordinates in the Sky Patrol battleship, "Attention, there are more than 30,000 demons in front of us. Their average strength is stronger than ours. Because this is the first battle, I will control the battleship to attack the demons first. Then, I will leave the Immortal King Realm to us. The rest of the demons will be left to you. Remember how you have been trained in the past 100 years. Alright, attention, I will attack now." Chapter 348. 1,000 miles in front of Yi Tianzong and the others, the demon race army of over 30,000 was flying cautiously. The 10 god kings at the front were searching for the human army. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling and powerful pillar of divine light shot over. This pillar of light was so loathsome to the demon race. At the same time, they felt a fatal threat from it. The expressions of the 4 god kings at the front changed drastically. However, because it was too sudden and they were too close, it was too late to stop it. The extremely powerful pillar of divine light landed in the middle of the demon race army, then turned into a halo of divine light that spread out. As the halo of divine light spread out, over half of the demon race army was heavily injured or even killed. In a short instant, the demon race army had suffered heavy losses. "Bastard! Who is it? Get out here. I will tear you to pieces," the peak god king of the demon race cursed in exasperation. At the same time, the other 3 late god king of the demon race hurriedly organized the rest of the demon race army into a battle formation, fully alert. "A bunch of damned demon race bastards. I will kill you all today." As soon as he said that, the demon race army saw a huge battleship appear in the void a few dozen miles in front of them, emitting a powerful and oppressive pressure. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu directly flew out from the Sky Patrol battleship. Then, without stopping, they directly attacked the 4 god kings of the demon race. Behind Yi Tianzong and the other 50,000 heavenly soldiers also flew out from the Sky Patrol battleship. Then, 1,000 of them formed the Howran Heavenly Dipper Sword formation and attacked the 20,000 or so demon race army on the ground. In order to give their subordinates great confidence and courage, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu chose to fight in a direct and efficient manner, ending the battle as quickly as possible. Yi Tianzong struck out with his palm. A huge palm covered the sky, and a mighty aura swept out for tens of thousands of miles. The four god kings of the demon race sensed an extremely fatal danger from Yi Tianzong. They did not dare to be careless, and used all their strength to block Yi Tianzong's attack. However, under Yi Tianzong's huge palm, they could not resist at all. They were directly slapped to the ground, and heavily smashed into the earth. In a single move, they were all heavily injured. This was also because Yi Tianzong had controlled his strength. Otherwise, his palm would definitely be able to turn them into ashes. Yi Tianzong's palm heavily injured the four god kings of the demon race. Then, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu instantly turned into two incomparably divine moons in the sky. The divine and holy radiance of the divine moons carried an incomparable purifying power, and directly wiped out the four god kings of the demon race. In just the blink of an eye, the originally aggressive four god kings of the demon race were completely wiped out. The entire battlefield immediately fell silent. The 50,000 heavenly soldiers under Yi Tianzong did not dare to believe that Yi Tianzong and the other two were so powerful. They thought that they were dreaming. As for the demon race army, they did not dare to believe that their god kings were so easily wiped out. It was as if they were dreaming. After wiping out the four god kings of the demon race, Yi Tianzong looked at his stunned subordinates. His face sank, and he said coldly, "What are you standing there for? Don't you know what you're doing now?" Oh. After Yi Tianzong's reminder, the heavenly soldiers and generals who were about to fight the demon race came back to their senses. Looking at Yi Tianzong's gloomy face, their hearts immediately trembled. They did not dare to be distracted anymore. Then, looking at the demon race below, their eyes suddenly lit up. Their auras surged as they launched an attack. The four god kings of the demon race had been wiped out. Victory was already set in stone. What was there to be afraid of? Without any worries, the heavenly soldiers and generals' auras surged. They directly surrounded the remaining 20,000 demon race. Then, according to the results of their usual training, they all formed Howren's heavenly dipper sword formation and launched a powerful attack at the demon race within the encirclement. When the surrounded demon race saw that their main generals were all dead, it was impossible to break out of the encirclement. Thus, their brutal nature was completely displayed. They directly followed the heavenly soldiers and generals to fight to the death. From time to time, they would self-destruct. Fortunately, all the heavenly soldiers and generals were wearing battle armor and had formed a joint attack formation. They shared the power of the demon race's self-destruction. Otherwise, the demon race's self-destruction would definitely have caused great losses. There was no suspense in the battle with the demon race. The 50,000 heavenly soldiers and generals paid the price of more than 2,000 casualties to wipe out the 20,000 demon race army. Yi Tianzong ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield, collect the demon race's spoils of war, and then destroy all the demon race's corpses. Any Heavenly Court's army would be equipped with a battle merit puppet specially issued by the Heavenly Court. The so-called battle merit puppet was a kind of puppet that could record the battle merit of the Heavenly Court's army. This kind of puppet did not participate in the battle of the Heavenly Court's army. Instead, it was responsible for recording the various battles that the Heavenly Court's army encountered. From there, it calculated the battle merit of each battle. When a Heavenly Court's army returned to the rear of the Heavenly Court to recuperate, they could bring the battle merit puppet to the Heavenly Court's battle merit department to verify the battle merit. Then, they could use the battle merit to exchange for various resources and weapons. The battle merit puppet could withstand the attack of a peak God King expert and had the ability to move freely. Basically, it would not be damaged. However, if the Heavenly Court's army encountered an irresistible danger and was completely wiped out, the accompanying battle merit puppet would immediately self-destruct. The self-preservation power of the puppet was enough to kill a peak God King expert. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yi Tianzong ordered everyone to bring the corpses of their comrades back to the Sky Patrol battleship. Then, he controlled the Sky Patrol battleship to continue activating the concealment formation and silently continued to fly forward. Yi Tianzong controlled the Sky Patrol battleship to search for enemies in the surroundings. Meanwhile, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu gathered everyone's spoils of war and sorted them out. The demon race was very different from the human race. However, some cultivation resources and weapon materials could still be used. Among the spoils of war collected from the demon race, there were many divine essence pills. These divine essence pills contained pure and enormous energy without any attribute. They could be used in the entire Greater Thousand Worlds. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu did not care about these divine essence pills at all. They directly distributed the divine essence pills to the heavenly soldiers under their command. Now that they were on the battlefield, any cultivation resource was precious. All pills, weapons, and abilities that could increase their strength would be used as soon as possible and converted into their own strength. This was because every bit of strength they gained would increase their chances of surviving on the battlefield. It was very safe within the Sky Patrol battleship. After receiving the divine essence pills, all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals did not waste any time. They healed and cultivated, seizing every minute and second they had. Battle could occur at any time. They needed to be in their best condition at all times. Chapter 349. On the boundless battlefield, which stretched for hundreds of billions of miles, countless human beings and devils died every second. Even oceans of blood couldn't describe 1/10,000th of the fierceness of the war. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Shun Yu, and their celestial soldiers and generals had been on the battlefield for 3 months. During the past 3 months, Yi Tianzong and his warriors encountered devils almost every day. Some devils were fighting human warriors, while Yi Tianzong and his warriors stealthily launched sneak attacks on devils with their sky-patrolling battleships, and wiped out devils together with other human warriors. Some devil troops went deep into the human territory alone. When they were encountered by Yi Tianzong and the others, they were also destroyed mercilessly. As long as they could launch sneak attacks on devils, they would never confront them head-on. As long as they could join hands with other human warriors, they would never fight alone. No matter what kind of situation they encountered, as long as they were devils, and as long as they weren't led by devil emperors, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu were confident that they could wipe out their enemies. Therefore, during the past 3 months, Yi Tianzong and his warriors had made a name for themselves. None of the devils they encountered could survive. Over 1 million devil warriors were killed by Yi Tianzong and his warriors. In the area with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, the human army and the devil army all knew that a powerful divine army had been sneakily attacking the devil army with powerful battleships, and had caused millions of casualties to the devil army. The experts and troops of the devil clan tried every means to find this elusive human army, but to no avail. Kill. We have to stall these sons of B***keys. Killing one is enough, killing two is a profit. We've sent out the message asking for help. As long as someone sees it, they will come to help us. Zhong Tianhe growled out, then boosted up his strength to fight the 2 peak-level god kings in front of him. Down below, over 50,000 divine warriors and commanders had been fighting the devil army, which was twice their number, with a resolute look on their faces. People were constantly being brutally killed by the demons, their blood essence devoured, and their corpses completely destroyed. Keek, you won't have a chance anymore. Lowly ants, you humans are only fit to be the food of my demon race. My demon race's army will definitely annihilate your human race completely. Keek, the demon race's divine king expert, easily dealt with Zhong Tianhe's attacks while constantly belittling the human race. He didn't take the human race seriously at all. Zhong Tianhe's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he attacked with all his might. He wanted to kill the enemy before him, but reality was cruel. He wasn't strong enough to fight either of these 2 god monarchs, let alone both of them. The reason why he was still alive was because the 2 devil race god kings were worried that he would self-destruct and wanted to exhaust his strength. The demon race was one of the first 4 super races to be born in the Great Thousand World. Whether it was in terms of talent, foundation, or the number of members of the race, the human race was stronger than the human race. Generally speaking, the demon race was stronger than the human race. Zhong Tianhe was in despair. He attacked with all his might, but he couldn't cause any harm to the 2 god monarchs of the demon race. Down below, Over 100,000 divine warriors were besieging over 50,000 divine warriors and commanders. If no reinforcements came, then no matter if it was him or his subordinates, they would definitely die today. However, it was easier said than done to wait for reinforcements. Now, the demon race was the dominant force on the battlefield, and the human race's defensive line was retreating step by step. All the Heavenly Court's troops were fighting a bloody battle. There was almost no force that could support him, unless it was the elusive Heavenly Court's troops. However, the battlefield was so big. How could the enemy just happen to receive his distress signal? Therefore, the hope was very slim. Just as Zhong Tianhe and his divine warriors and commanders were in despair, Yi Tianzong and the others were flying rapidly in the sky on the Sky Patrol battleship. 3 months later, the number of divine warriors and commanders under the command of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had increased to 70,000. Moreover, in the Sky Patrol battleship, apart from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu, the number of divine warriors in the 4th and 5th heavens of the myth realm had increased to 150. There were even 2 superior divine warriors in the 6th heavens of the myth realm. The reason for this situation was that in the past 3 months, Yi Tianzong and the others had encountered many Heavenly Court's troops who were fighting against the demon race. When they encountered these Heavenly Court's troops, some of them were basically crippled by the demon race. Their divine warriors had been eliminated by the demon race's experts and were on the verge of destruction. After Yi Tianzong and the others had eliminated the demon race, they took the opportunity to take over the remaining divine warriors and commanders. They all belonged to the Heavenly Court and all the positions were interlinked. In the war zone, if the main general died in battle, Yi Tianzong was allowed to take over the other divine warriors and commanders. It did not violate the rules of the Heavenly Court. With the replenishment of these divine warriors and commanders, plus the original subordinates, after 3 months of continuous fighting, there were still 70,000 people left. Oh! Distress signal. Everyone, get ready. I just received a distress signal. Get ready to fight immediately. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the 70,000 divine warriors and commanders who were resting in the Sky Patrol battleship immediately grasped the weapons in their hands and were on full alert. Yi Tianzong urged the Sky Patrol battleship to accelerate in the direction indicated by the distress signal. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the source of the distress signal. Through the Sky Patrol treasure mirror, Yi Tianzong saw Zhong Tianhe, who was in imminent danger under the attack of 2 demon races god kings. He could lose his life at any time, and there were less than 20,000 divine warriors and commanders left. Yi Tianzong urged the Sky Patrol battleship to shoot a beam of purifying divine light at the demon race's army. Then he ordered, "Quick, set off for battle." After that, Yi Tianzong flew out of the Sky Patrol battleship and went straight for Zhong Tianhe, who was in imminent danger. Before he arrived, Yi Tianzong had already flicked out 2 beams of God-crushing finger. 2 beams of God-crushing finger shot out from Yi Tianzong's fingertips and immediately turned into 2 extremely condensed divine spears. With a supreme sharpness that could pierce through the void and shatter the universe, they instantly arrived in front of the 2 demon race's god kings who were attacking Zhong Tianhe. What? Even the demon race's god king experts suddenly felt as if the world had turned upside down. An irresistible life-threatening crisis descended upon them. They wanted to respond, but they felt as if they were firmly fixed in place by the entire space. They could not move at all. Just as they were in a state of panic, the 2 god-slaying invincible divine spears pierced through their bodies. An indescribable destructive power exploded in their bodies and destroyed everything in a short period of time. The 2 demon race's god king experts instantly lost all signs of life. Then their bodies turned into ashes and slowly dissipated into the world. Only their weapons and spatial equipment were left behind. Yi Tianzong waved his hand and stored them into his Chenkuan ring. This is... Zhong Tianhe looked at the scene before him that had suddenly reversed as if he was in a dream. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I safe? 2 demon races god kings died just like that. They did not even manage to withstand a single attack. They died just like that. Zhong Tianhe suddenly turned his head and saw Yi Tianzong, who was smiling not far away. Vast expanse divine general, you You are the divine general who commands the powerful battleship.